Yeah.
Mulvaney.
Right.
Then would you entertain at all? Is that still on the table, perhaps Joe Biden or Hunter Biden, or is that just non-existent?
So
and Senator Daines, can you point to where it says that a crime has to be committed for impeachment?
Well, I've said all along a crime doesn't have to be committed to impeach the president. I said that in the Clinton case, but abuse of power, in this case, I think undercuts the ability of the president to literally do his job. Because here's what I would say about executive privilege. There's nobody more important to the president than the Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and Chief of Staff. So he needs to protect the institution of the presidency. So if I'm asked to waive executive privilege, I will say no. The only option is to stop the trial and go to court or have the Senate decide the privilege. And here's what I'm going to tell future houses. If you blow through these privileges because you want to impeach a president before the election, and you come to the Senate and you ask me to destroy the privilege, forget it. I'm not going to reward this kind of behavior. So the only option available to the Senate now is to recognize the privilege, and that.
This is an NBC News special report. The trial of Donald J. Trump. Here is Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. It's 1 p.m. in the East. We're back on the air with live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. Today, the House managers, that's the prosecution led by Congressman Adam Schiff, present their case for the president's guilt on 2 counts of impeachment. The president is accused of soliciting the help of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 U.S. presidential election and pressuring Ukraine by withholding millions in U.S. security assistance. And he is accused of refusing any cooperation with congressional investigators, barring witnesses, withholding documents, defying subpoenas. For some 13 hours yesterday until nearly 2 o'clock this morning in the East, the Senate debated the rules governing this trial, with one Democratic amendment after another seeking witnesses and documents voted down by the Republican majority. A very, very long day. And that's where we begin today. Here with me to follow it all, our moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, NBC News legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney and Superior Court Judge Carol Lam. Also with us, someone who's been through this sort of thing before, former Senator Bob Kerrey, Democrat of Nebraska, who served during the impeachment of Bill Clinton. Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill, and that's where we are going to start right now to set the scene. Casey?
Lester, we were greeted today by a group of very tired senators who were here on the floor late into the night, as you point out, as day 2 gets underway. And this really is the day for those House prosecutors, for Adam Schiff and the other Democrats that are going to be making this case against President Trump. This is their first day of opening arguments, and they are focused on trying to lay out the case piece by piece. They're assuming that perhaps many Americans have not had a chance to see the House hearings or what was uncovered. They're also betting that there are some senators who maybe have never seen the case laid out in this way. So overall, Democratic sources tell us that they were happy with the presentation last night. They feel as though Schiff led things in a strong manner and that other members of the team distinguished themselves, particularly Jason Crow, who brought that national security perspective to the proceedings. But of course, Republicans held together throughout last night's proceedings. There was only one instance where Susan Collins voted with Democrats on a procedural motion. Otherwise, Republicans stayed together, and that's what Mitch McConnell was looking for as they try to defend the president. So at this point, the stakes extraordinarily high. And Lester, I do want to say we're still focused on that question of witnesses. And we learned that at the lunch that Republicans held just before going to open this session, they brought in Michael Mukasey, the former Attorney General, to make an executive privilege argument to try to underscore to the senators that this is an important privilege that should be protected. Where does that come into play? It comes into play when they start talking about whether or not John Bolton should be called as a witness in this trial. And that, of course, could potentially be a major surprise coming down the pike, Lester.
All right, Casey, thank you. And the president has been following developments while he flies back to Washington from Davos, Switzerland. But he had some things to say before leaving Davos. Kristen Welker is there right now. Kristen, what did the president say?
Well, this was an impromptu press conference, Lester, and what was so remarkable about it was that it capped a day in which the president showed relative restraint. He was asked yesterday a number of times about impeachment, only to say it was a witch hunt and a hoax. But today, right before he left, calling that impromptu news conference, he was pressed on the key question: would he be open to having witnesses testify in his trial? President Trump said, well, that is up to the Senate. When he was asked, though, about his former national security advisor, John Bolton, the president had a very different note. He said it won't be possible because of national security concerns. He then also said, notably, Lester, that Bolton did not leave on good terms. He said that was his fault. So this was remarkable and clearly a president trying to reset the narrative in his own way. He's long said he's his own best communicator. That's why he wanted to speak out.
Sovereign God, author of liberty, we gather in this historic chamber for the solemn responsibility of these impeachment proceedings. Give wisdom to the distinguished Chief Justice John Roberts as he presides. Lord, you are all-powerful and know our thoughts before we form them. As our lawmakers have become jurors, remind them of your admonition in 1 Corinthians 10:31, that whatever they do should be done for your glory. Help them remember that patriots reside on both sides of the aisle, that words have consequences, and that how something is said can be as important as what is said. Give them a civility built upon integrity that brings consistency in their beliefs and actions. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Chief Justice Roberts about to gavel in.
Please join me in
this
reciting
session.
the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you please be seated?
And quickly, as they take their seats and prepare to start, let me see if we can get this in very quickly. Carol, how will what we see from the Democrats look different from what we saw yesterday?
What you saw yesterday were motions to get particular kinds of evidence in, and therefore it was a little choppy. What you're going to see today, I expect, is a more chronological presentation of the evidence. And
hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment, while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Our colleagues, no motions were filed this morning, so we'll proceed to the House Manager's presentation. We will go for approximately 2 hours, then take a short recess when there is an appropriate break time between presenters.
Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 483, the managers for the House of Representatives have 24 hours to make the presentation of their case. The Senate will now hear you.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, Counsel for the President, and my fellow House managers, I want to begin by thanking you, Chief Justice, for a very long day. for the way you have presided over these proceedings. And I want to thank the senators also. We went well into the morning, as you know, until I believe around 2 in the morning. And you paid attention to every word and argument you heard from both sides in this impeachment trial, and I know we are both deeply grateful for that. It was an exhausting day for us, certainly, but we have adrenaline going through our veins, and for those that are required to sit and listen, it is a much more difficult task. And of course, we know our positions. You have the added difficulty of having to weigh the facts and the law. So I want to begin today by thanking you for the conduct of the proceedings yesterday and for inviting your patience as we go forward. We have some very long days yet to come. So let us begin. When a man, unprincipled in private life, desperate in his fortune, bold in his temper, possessed of considerable talents, having the advantage of military habits, despotic in his ordinary demeanor, known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty, when such a man is seen to mount the hobby horse of popularity, to join in the cry of danger to liberty, to take every opportunity of embarrassing the general government and bringing it under suspicion, to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day, it may justly be suspected that his object is to throw things into confusion, that he might ride the storm and direct the whirlwind. Those words were written by Alexander Hamilton in a letter to President George Washington at the height of the Panic of 1792, a financial credit crisis that shook our young nation. Hamilton was responding to sentiments relayed to Washington as he traveled the country that America, in the face of that crisis, might descend from a Republican form of government, plunging instead into that of monarchy. The framers of the Constitution worried then, as we worry today, that a leader might come to power not to carry out the will of the people that he was elected to represent, but to pursue his own interests. They feared that a president would subvert our democracy by abusing the awesome power of his office for his own personal or political gain. And so they devised a remedy as powerful as the evil it was meant to combat: impeachment. As centuries have passed, our founders have achieved an almost mythical character. We are aware of their flaws, certainly some very painful and pronounced indeed. And yet, when it came to the drafting of a new system of government never seen before and with no guarantee it would succeed, we cannot help but be in awe of their genius, their prescience even, vindicated time and time again. Still, and maybe because of their brilliance and the brilliance of their words, we find year after year it more difficult to imagine them as human beings. This is no less true of Alexander Hamilton, notwithstanding his recent return to celebrity. But they were human beings. They understood human frailties even as they exhibited them. They could appreciate, just as we can, how power can corrupt, and even as we struggle to understand how the framers might have responded to presidential misconduct of the kind and character that we are here to try, we should not imagine for one moment that they lacked basic common sense or refused to apply it ourselves. They knew what it was like to live under a despot, and they risked their lives to be free of it. They knew they were creating an enormously powerful executive, and they knew they needed to constrain it. They did not intend for the power of impeachment to be used frequently or over mere matters of policy, but they put it in the Constitution for a reason, for a man who would subvert the interests of the nation to pursue his own interests, for a man who would seek to perpetuate himself in office by inviting foreign interference and cheating in an election, for a man who would be disdainful of constitutional limit, ignoring or defeating the other branches of government and their co-equal powers, for a man who believed that the Constitution gave him the right to do anything he wanted and practiced in the art of deception, for a man who believed that he was above the law and beholden to no one, for a man, in short, who would be a king.
We are here today in this hallowed chamber, undertaking this solemn action for only the third time in history because Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, has acted precisely as Hamilton and his contemporaries feared. President Trump solicited foreign interference in our democratic elections, abusing the power of his office to seek help from abroad to improve his re-election prospects at home. And when he was caught, he used the powers of that office to obstruct the investigation into his own misconduct. To implement this corrupt scheme, President Trump pressured the president of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations into two discredited allegations that would benefit President Trump's 2020 presidential campaign. When the Ukrainian president did not immediately assent, President Trump withheld two official acts to induce the Ukrainian leader to comply: a head of state meeting in the Oval Office and military funding. Both were of great consequence to Ukraine and to our national interest and security, but one looms largest. President Trump withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid to a strategic partner at war with Russia to secure foreign help with his re-election. In other words, to cheat. In this way, the president used official state powers available only to him and unavailable to any political opponent to advantage himself in a democratic election. His scheme was undertaken for a simple but corrupt reason: to help him win re-election in 2020. But the effect of his scheme was to undermine our free and fair elections and to put our national security at risk. It was not even necessary that Ukraine undertake the political investigations the president was seeking. They merely had to announce them. This is significant, for President Trump had no interest in fighting corruption, as he would claim after he was caught. Rather, his interest was in furthering corruption by the announcement of investigations that were completely without merit. The first sham investigation that President Trump desired was into former Vice President Joe Biden, who had sought the removal of a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor during the previous U.S. administration. The Vice President acted in accordance with U.S. official policy at the time and was supported unanimously by our European allies and key global financial institutions such as the International Monetary Fund that shared the concern over corruption. Despite this fact, in the course of this scheme, President Trump and his agents pressed the Ukrainian president to announce an investigation into the false claim that Vice President Biden wanted the corrupt prosecutor removed from power in order to stop an investigation into Burisma Holdings, a company on whose board Biden's son Hunter sat. This allegation is simply untrue, and it has been widely debunked by Ukrainian and American experts alike. That reality mattered not to President Trump. To him, the value in promoting a negative tale about former Vice President Biden, true or false, was its usefulness to his re-election campaign. It was a smear tactic against a political opponent that President Trump apparently feared. Remarkably, but predictably, Russia too has sought to support this effort to smear Mr. Biden, reportedly hacking into the Ukrainian energy company at the center of the president's disinformation campaign only last week. Russia almost certainly was looking for information related to the former vice president's son so that the Kremlin could also weaponize it against Mr. Biden, just like it did against Hillary Clinton in 2016 when Russia hacked and released emails from her presidential campaign. And President Trump has made it abundantly clear that he would like nothing more than to make use of such dirt against Mr. Biden, just as he made use of Secretary Clinton's hacked and released emails in his previous presidential campaign. Which brings us to the other sham investigation that President Trump demanded that the Ukrainian leader announce. This investigation was related to a debunked conspiracy theory alleging that Ukraine, not Russia, interfered in the 2016 presidential election. This narrative, propagated by the Russian intelligence services, contends that Ukraine sought to help Hillary Clinton and harm then-candidate Trump, and that a computer server providing this fiction is hidden somewhere in Ukraine. That is the so-called CrowdStrike conspiracy theory. This tale is also patently false, and remarkably, it is precisely the inverse of what the U.S. intelligence community's unanimous assessment was that Russia interfered in the 2016 election in sweeping and systemic fashion in order to hurt Hillary Clinton and help Donald Trump. Nevertheless, the president evidently believed that a public announcement lending credence to these allegations by the Ukrainian president could assist his reelection by putting to rest any doubts Americans may have had over the legitimacy of his first election, even as he invited foreign interference in the next. To the degree that most Americans have followed the president's efforts to involve another foreign power in our election, they may be most familiar with his entreaty to the Ukrainian president on the now infamous July 25th call to do us a favor, though, and investigate Biden and the 2016 conspiracy theory. But that call was not the beginning of the story of the president's corrupt scheme, nor was it the end. Rather, it was merely part, although a significant part, of a months-long effort by President Trump and his allies and associates who applied significant and increasing pressure on Ukraine to announce these two politically motivated investigations. Key figures in the Trump administration were aware or directly involved or participated in the scheme. As we saw yesterday, one witness, a $1 million donor to the president's inaugural committee, put it this way: everyone was in the loop. After twice inviting Ukraine's new president to the White House without providing a specific date for the proposed visit, President Trump conditioned this coveted head of state meeting on the announcement of these sham investigations. For Ukraine's new and untested leader, an official meeting with the President of the United States in the Oval Office was critical. It would help bestow on him important domestic and international legitimacy as he sought to implement an ambitious anti-corruption platform. Actual and apparent support from the President of the United States would also strengthen his position as he sought to negotiate a peace agreement with Russia's President Vladimir Putin, seeking an end to Russia's illegal annexation and continued military occupation of parts of Ukraine. But most pernicious, President Trump conditioned hundreds of millions of dollars in congressionally appropriated, taxpayer-funded military assistance for the same purpose, to apply more pressure on Ukraine's leader to announce the investigations. This military aid, which has long enjoyed bipartisan support, was designed to help Ukraine defend itself from the Kremlin's aggression. More than 15,000 Ukrainians have died fighting Russian forces and their proxies. 15,000. And the military aid was for such essentials as sniper rifles, rocket-propelled grenade launchers, radar, night vision goggles, and other vital support for the war effort. Most critically, the military aid that we provide Ukraine helps to protect and advance American national security interests in the region and beyond. America has an abiding interest in stemming Russian expansionism and resisting any nation's efforts to remake the map of Europe by dint of military force, even as we have tens of thousands of troops stationed there. Moreover, as one witness put it during our impeachment inquiry, the United States aids Ukraine and her people so that we can fight Russia over there and we don't have to fight Russia here. Now, when the president's scheme was exposed and the House of Representatives properly performed its constitutional responsibility to investigate the matter, President Trump used the same unrivaled authority at his disposal as Commander-in-Chief to cover up his wrongdoing. In unprecedented fashion, the President ordered the entire executive branch of the United States of America to categorically refuse and completely obstruct the House's impeachment investigation. Such a wholesale obstruction of congressional impeachment has never before occurred in our democracy. And it represents one of the most blatant efforts at a cover-up in history. If not remedied by his conviction in the Senate and removal from office, President Trump's abuse of his office and obstruction of Congress will permanently alter the balance of power among the branches of government, inviting future presidents to operate as if they are also beyond the reach of accountability, congressional oversight, and the law. On the basis of this egregious misconduct, the House of Representatives returned 2 articles of impeachment against the president. First, charging that President Trump corruptly abused the powers of the presidency to solicit foreign interference in the upcoming presidential election for his personal political benefit. And second, that President Trump obstructed an impeachment inquiry into that abuse of power in order to cover up his misconduct. The House did not take this extraordinary step lightly. As we will discuss, impeachment exists for cases in which the conduct of the president rises beyond mere policy disputes to be decided otherwise and without urgency at the ballot box. Instead, we are here today to consider a much more grave matter, and that is an attempt to use the powers of the presidency to cheat in an election. For precisely this reason, the president's misconduct cannot be decided at the ballot box, for we cannot be assured that the vote will be fairly won. In corruptly using his office to gain a political advantage, in abusing the powers of that office in such a way to jeopardize our national security and the integrity of our elections, in obstructing the investigation into his own wrongdoing, the president has shown that he believes that he's above the law and scornful of constraint. As we saw yesterday on the screen, that under Article 2, he can do anything he wants. Moreover, given the seriousness of the conduct at issue and its persistence, this matter cannot and must not be decided by the courts, which, apart from the presence of the Chief Justice here today, are given no role in impeachments in either the House or the Senate. Being drawn into litigation taking many months or years to complete would provide the president with an opportunity to continue his misconduct. He would remain secure in the knowledge that he may tie up the Congress in the courts indefinitely, as he has with Don McGahn, rendering the impeachment power effectively meaningless. We also took this step with the knowledge that this was not the first time the president solicited foreign interference in our elections. In 2016, then candidate Trump implored Russia to hack his opponent's email account, something that the Russian military agency did only hours later. Only hours later. When the president said, "Hey, Russia, if you're listening," they were listening. Only hours later, they hacked his opponent's campaign. And the president has made it clear this will also not be the last time, asking China only recently to join Ukraine in investigating his political opponent. Over the coming days, we will present to you and to the American people the extensive evidence collected during the House's impeachment inquiry into the president's abuse of power. Overwhelming evidence. Notwithstanding his unprecedented and wholesale obstruction of the investigation into that misconduct. You will hear and read testimony from courageous public servants who upheld their oath to the Constitution and their legal obligations to comply with congressional action despite a categorical order by President Trump not to cooperate with the impeachment inquiry. These are courageous Americans who were told by the President of the United States not to cooperate, not to appear, not to testify, but who had the sense of duty to do so. But more than that, you will hear from witnesses who have not yet testified, like John Bolton, and Mick Mulvaney, Mr. Blair, and Mr. Duffy. And if you can believe the President's words last month, you will also hear from Secretary Pompeo. You will hear their testimony at the same time as the American people. That is, if you allow it, if we have a fair trial. During our presentation, you will see documentary records, those the President was unable to suppress, that expose the President's scheme in detail. You will learn of further evidence that has been revealed in the days since the House voted to impeach President Trump, even as the President and his agents have persisted in their efforts to cover up their wrongdoing from Congress and the public. And you will see dozens of new documents providing new and critical evidence of the President's guilt that remain at this time in the President's hands and in the hands of the Department of Defense and the Department of State and the Office of Management and Budget, even the White House. You will see them, and so will the American people, if you allow it. If, in the name of a fair trial, you will demand it. These are politically charged times. Tempers can run high, particularly where this president is concerned. But these are not unique times. Deep divisions and disagreements were hardly alien concepts to the framers. So they designed the impeachment power in such a way as to insulate it as best they could from the crush of partisan politics. The framers placed the question of removal before the United States Senate, a body able to rise above the fray, to soberly judge the president's conduct or misconduct for what it was, nothing more and nothing less. In Federalist 65, Hamilton wrote, "Where else than in the Senate could have been found a tribunal sufficiently dignified or sufficiently independent? What other body would be likely to feel confidence enough in its own situation to preserve, unawed and uninfluenced, the necessary impartiality between an individual accused and the representatives of the people, his accuser?" It is up to you to be the tribunal that Hamilton envisioned. It is up to you to show the American people and yourselves that his confidence and that of the other founders was rightly placed. The Constitution entrusts you to the responsibility of acting as impartial jurors, to hold a fair and thorough trial and to weigh the evidence before you, no matter what your party affiliation or your vote in the previous election or the next. Our duty is to the Constitution and to the rule of law. I recognize there will be times during the trial that you may long to return to the business of the Senate. The American people look forward to the same. But not before you decide what kind of democracy that you believe we ought to be, and what the American people have a right to expect in the conduct of their president. The House believes that an impartial juror, upon hearing the evidence that the managers will lay out in the coming days, will find that the Constitution demands the removal of Donald J. Trump from his office as President of the United States. But that will be for you to decide, with the weight of history upon you, and as President Kennedy once said, a good conscience your only sure reward. In drafting our Constitution, the framers designed a new and untested form of government. It would be based on free and fair elections to ensure that our political leaders would be chosen democratically and by citizens of our country alone. Having broken free from a king with unbridled authority who often placed his own interests above that of the people, the framers established a structure that would guarantee that the chief executive's power flowed only from his obligation to the people, rather than from a sovereign whose power was conferred on him by divine right. In this new architecture, no branch of government or individual would predominate over another. In this way, the founders ensured that their elected leaders and their president would use the powers of office only to undertake that which the people desired, and not for their personal aggrandizement or enrichment. What did those who rebelled and fought a revolution desire? No different than what we, the generations that have followed, desire. That no person, including and especially the president, would be above the law. Nothing could be more dangerous to a democracy than a commander-in-chief who believed that he could operate with impunity, free from accountability. Nothing, that is, except a Congress that is willing to let it be so. To ensure that no such threat could take root and subvert our fledgling democracy, the framers divided power among three co-equal branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches, so that ambition may be made to counter ambition. They provided for presidential elections every 4 years, and the framers required that the president swear an oath to faithfully execute the law and to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Even with these guardrails in place, the framers understood that an individual could come to power who defied that solemn oath, who pursued his own interests rather than those of the country he led. For that reason, the framers adopted a tool used by the British Parliament to constrain its officials: the power of impeachment. Rather than a mechanism to overturn an election, impeachment would be a remedy of last resort. And unlike in England, the framers applied this ultimate check to the highest office in the land, to the President of the United States. Impeachment and removal of a duly elected president was not intended for policy disputes or poor administration of the state. Instead, the framers had in mind the most serious of offenses, those against the public itself. Hamilton explained that impeachment was not designed to cover only statutory or common law crimes, but instead crimes against the body politic. Hamilton wrote, "The subjects of its jurisdiction are those offenses which proceed from the misconduct of public men, or in other words, from the abuse or violation of some public trust. They are of a nature which may with peculiar propriety be denominated political, as they relate chiefly to injuries done immediately to society itself." In other words, impeachment would be confined to abuses of people's trust and to the society itself. This is precisely the abuse that has been undertaken by our current president when he withheld money and support for an ally at war to secure a political benefit. The punishment for those crimes would fit the political nature of the offense. As James Wilson, a delegate at the Constitutional Convention and a future Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, reasoned, impeachments are confined to political characters, to political crimes and misdemeanors, and to political punishments. That punishment, the framers determined, would be neither prison nor fines, but instead limited to removal from office and disqualification from holding future office. The framers chose to undertake impeachment for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors to underscore the requirement of an offense against society. In this phrase, high modifies both the crimes and the misdemeanors, in that both relate to a high injustice, a transgression committed against the people and to the public trust. The framers had two broad categories in mind: those actions that are facially permissible under the president's authority but are based on corrupt motives, such as seeking to obtain a personal benefit through public office, and those that far exceed the president's constitutional authority or violate the legal limits on that authority. In Article 1, we deal with the first evil, which the framers wish to guard against, that is, cases in which a president corruptly misused a power otherwise bestowed on him to secure a personal reward. Guarding against a president who undertakes official acts with the corrupt motive of helping himself is at the heart of the impeachment power. As one scholar explained, the president's duty to faithfully execute the law requires that he undertakes actions only when motivated in the public interest rather than in their private self-interest. Efforts to withhold official acts for personal gain countermand the president's sacred oath and therefore constitute impeachable behavior as it was conceived of by the framers. In Article 2, we also deal with a second evil contemplated by the founders who made it clear that the president ought not operate beyond the limits placed on him by legislative and judicial branches. Impeachment was warranted for a president who usurped the power of the Constitution that was not granted to him, such as to defy Congress the right to determine the propriety, the scope, and the nature of an impeachment inquiry into his own misconduct. The framers fashioned a powerful chief executive, but not one beyond accountability of law. When a president wields power in ways that are inappropriate and seek to extinguish the rights of the Congress, he exceeds the power of his constitutional authority and violates the limits placed on his conduct. Obstruction of a separate and co-equal branch of government for the purposes of covering up an abuse of power not only implies a corrupt intent, but also demonstrates a remarkable antipathy towards the balance of power contemplated and enshrined in our Constitution. It is a betrayal of the president's sacred oath of office and of his duty to put the country before himself. On September 24th, 2019, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announced that the House of Representatives would move forward with an official impeachment inquiry into President Donald J. Trump. The announcement followed public reporting in the United States and Ukraine that the president and his agents sought Ukraine's help in his re-election effort, and revelations that the White House was blocking from Congress an intelligence community whistleblower complaint possibly related to this grave offense. The next day, on September 25th, under extraordinary pressure, the White House released publicly the record of the July 25th call between President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. The call record revealed that President Trump explicitly requested that the new leader undertake investigations beneficial to President Trump's re-election campaign. Upon release of the record of the call, President Trump claimed that the call was perfect. Far from perfect, the call record revealed a president who used his high office to personally and directly press the leader of a foreign country to do his political dirty work. Asking for a favor, President Trump insisted that President Zelensky investigate a formidable potential political opponent, former Vice President Joe Biden, as well as the baseless conspiracy theory that Ukraine, not Russia, interfered in the 2016 election to assist then-candidate Trump's opponent. Witnesses who listened to the call as it transpired testified that they immediately recognized these requests did not represent official U.S. policy and instead were politically charged appeals not appropriate for a president to make. Key witnesses emphasized it was not necessary that Ukraine actually undertake the investigations, only that the Ukrainian president announced them. President Trump's objective was not to encourage a foreign government to investigate legitimate allegations of misconduct or wrongdoing abroad, made clear as well by the fact that the investigations he wanted announced have been discredited entirely. Rather, the president simply wanted to reap a political benefit by tarnishing a political rival and attempting to erase from history his previous election misconduct. To compel the Ukrainian president to do his political dirty work, President Trump withheld from President Zelensky two official acts of great importance: that coveted White House meeting, to which the President Zelensky had already been invited, and $391 million in military assistance Ukraine needed to fight the Russians. For a strategic partner of the United States in a hot war with Russian-backed forces inside its own borders, the symbolic support conferred on it by an Oval Office visit with the President of the United States and the life-saving support of our military aid was essential. As the House's presentation will make clear, in directly soliciting foreign interference and withholding those official acts in exchange for the announcement of political investigations beneficial to his re-election, the President put his own interests above the national interest. President Trump undermined the integrity of our free and fair elections by pressing a foreign power to influence our most sacred right as citizens, our right to freely choose our leaders. And he threatened our national security by withholding critical aid from a partner on the front lines of war with Russia, an aggressor that has threatened peace and stability on an entire continent. In so doing, the President sacrificed not only the security of our European allies, but also our nation's core national security interests. President Trump undertook this pressure campaign through hand-picked agents inside and outside of government who circumvented traditional policy channels. President Trump intentionally bypassed many U.S. government career officials with responsibility over Ukraine and advanced his scheme primarily through the effort of his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. President Trump carried out this scheme with the knowledge of senior administration officials, including the President's acting Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Vice President Mike Pence, National Security Council Legal Advisor John Eisenberg, and White House counsel Pat Cipollone. When the President became aware that the scheme would be uncovered, he undertook an unprecedented effort to obstruct the House of Representatives' impeachment inquiry and to hide it from the public and from Congress, including all evidence related to his misconduct. That cover-up continues today, as the administration has not provided a single document pursuant to lawful subpoenas by the House. Administration also continues to prevent witnesses from cooperating, further obstructing the House, efforts the President is no doubt proud of, but which threaten the integrity of this institution, of this Congress as a co-equal branch of power. Our ability not only to do oversight, but to hold a president who is unindictable accountable. But despite these efforts to obstruct our inquiry, the House of Representatives uncovered overwhelming evidence related to the President's misconduct through interviews with 17 witnesses who appeared before the Intelligence, Oversight and Reform, and Foreign Affairs committees. Many of these witnesses bravely defied White House orders not to comply with duly authorized congressional subpoenas. And were it not for them, were it not for Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, who was the first through the breach, we may never have known of the President's scheme. I want you to imagine just for a minute what kind of courage that took. For Ambassador Yovanovitch, the subject of that vicious smear campaign, to risk her reputation and her career to stand up to the President of the United States, who's instructing her through his agents, you will not cooperate. You will not testify. You will tell them nothing. Or Bill Taylor, West Point graduate, Vietnam veteran, with a Bronze Star, and something he was even more proud of, the Combat Infantryman's Badge. He knows what courage is. He showed a different kind of courage in Vietnam, but he also showed courage, as did others, in coming forward, in defying the President's order that he obstruct, to tell the American people what he knew. But for the courage of people like this, and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, a Purple Heart recipient, but for their courage, we would have known nothing of the President's misconduct. Nothing. When the President directs his ire towards these people, this is why. Because they showed the courage to come forward. Now, we held in the Intelligence Committee 7 open hearings with 12 fact witnesses. Separately, the Judiciary Committee held public hearings with constitutional law experts and counsel from the House Intelligence Committee as it sought to determine whether to draft and consider articles of impeachment. The House also collected text messages related to the president's scheme from a witness who provided limited personal communications. Since the conclusion of our inquiry, new evidence has continued to come to light through court-ordered releases of administration documents and public reporting, underscoring that there is significantly more evidence of the president's guilt, which he continues to block from Congress, including the Senate. Nevertheless, the documents and testimony that we were able to collect paints an overwhelming and damning picture of the president's efforts to use the powers of his office to corruptly solicit foreign help in his reelection campaign and withhold official acts and military aid to compel that support. Over the coming days, you will hear remarkably consistent evidence of President Trump's corrupt scheme and cover-up. When you focus on the evidence uncovered during the investigation, you will appreciate there is no serious dispute about the facts underlying the president's conduct. And this is why you will hear the president's lawyers make the astounding claim that you can't impeach a president for abusing the powers of his office, because they can't seriously contest that that is exactly what he did. And so they must go find a lawyer somewhere. Apparently, they could not go to their own attorney general, who was just reported in a memo he wrote as part of the audition for attorney general, which opined that a president can be impeached for abusing the public trust. Couldn't go to Bill Barr for that opinion, couldn't go to even Jonathan Turley, their expert in the House, for that opinion. No, they had to go outside of these experts, outside of the constitutional law, to a criminal defense lawyer and professor. And why? Because they can't contest the facts. The president was the key player in the scheme. Everyone was in the loop. He directed the actions of his team. He personally asked a foreign government to investigate his opponent. These facts are not in dispute. Ultimately, the question for you is whether the president's undisputed actions require the removal of the 45th president of the United States from office, because he abused his office and the public trust by using his power for personal gain, by seeking illicit foreign assistance in his reelection and covering it up. Other than voting on whether to send our men and women to war, there is, I think, no greater responsibility before you than the one before you now. The oath that you've taken to impartially weigh the facts and evidence requires serious and objective consideration. Decisions that are about country, not party, about the Constitution, not politics, about what is right and what is wrong. After you consider the evidence and weigh your oath to render a fair and impartial verdict, I suggest to you today the only conclusion consistent with the facts and law, not just the law but the Constitution, is clear, as described by a constitutional law expert's testimony before the House. If this conduct is not impeachable, then nothing is. Let me take a moment to describe to you how we intend to present the case over the coming days. Today, you will hear the details of the president's corrupt scheme in narrative form, illustrating the timeline of the effort through the testimony of numerous witnesses who came before the House, as well as the documents and materials we collected as evidence during the investigation. After you hear the factual chronology, we will then discuss the constitutional framework of impeachment as it was envisioned by the founders, before we analyze how the facts of the president's misconduct and cover-up lead to the conclusion that the president undertook the sort of corrupt course of conduct that impeachment was intended to remedy. Let me start with a preview of the president's scheme, the details of which you'll hear during the course of this day. President Trump's months-long scheme to extract help in his 2020 re-election campaign from the new Ukrainian president involved an effort to solicit and then compel the new leader to announce political investigations. The announcement would reference two specific investigations. One was intended to undermine the unanimous consensus of our intelligence agencies, Congress, and Special Counsel Robert Mueller that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help then-candidate Trump, and another to hurt the presidency of former Vice President Joe Biden. The Kremlin itself has been responsible for first propagating one of the two false narratives that the president desired. In February 2017, less than a month after the U.S. intelligence community released its assessment that Russia alone was responsible for a covert influence campaign designed to help President Trump win the 2016 election, President Putin said, "As we all know, during the presidential campaign in the United States, the Ukrainian government adopted a unilateral position in favor of one candidate. More than that, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate to be more precise." Those were Putin's words, February 2nd, 2017. Of course, this is false and is part of a Russian counter-narrative that President Trump and some of his allies have adopted. Fiona Hill, Senior Director for Europe and Russia at the National Security Council, described Russia's effort to promote this baseless theory.
Based on questions and statements I've heard, some of you on this committee appear to believe that Russia and its security services did not conduct a campaign against our country, and that perhaps, somehow, for some reason, Ukraine did. This is a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services themselves. The unfortunate truth is that Russia was the foreign power that systematically attacked our democratic institutions in 2016. This is the public conclusion of our intelligence agencies, confirmed in bipartisan congressional reports. It is beyond dispute, even if some of the underlying details must remain classified.
This, of course, was not the first time that President Trump embraced Russian activity and disinformation. On July 24 of last year, Special Counsel Robert Mueller testified before Congress that Russia interfered in the 2016 election in a, quote, sweeping and systemic fashion to benefit Donald Trump's political campaign. Mueller and his team found that, quote, the Russian government perceived that it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome. They also found that the Trump campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts. And just as he solicited help from Ukraine in 2019, in 2016, then candidate Trump also solicited help from Russia in his election effort. As you will recall, at a rally in Florida, he said the following.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. Let's see if that happens.
Following Special Counsel Mueller's testimony, during which he warned against future interference in our elections, did the president recognize the threat posed to our democracy and renounce Russian interference in our democracy? Did he choose to stand with his own intelligence agencies, both houses of Congress, and the special counsel's investigation in affirming that Russia interfered in our last election? He did not. Instead, only one day after Special Counsel Mueller testified before Congress, empowered in the belief that he had evaded accountability for making use of foreign support in our last election, President Trump was on the phone with the president of Ukraine, pressing him to intervene on President Trump's behalf in the next election. Let's take a moment to let that sink in. July 24th, Bob Mueller concludes a lengthy investigation. He comes before the Congress. He testifies that Russia systemically interfered in our election to help elect Donald Trump, that the campaign understood that and they willfully made use of that help. July 24th, that's what happens. The very next day, he's on the phone, President Trump is on the phone with a different foreign power, this time Ukraine, trying to get Ukraine to interfere in the next election, the next day. That should tell us something. That should tell us something. He did not feel shamed by what the special counsel found. He did not feel deterred by what the special counsel found. He felt emboldened by escaping accountability. For the very next day, he's on the phone soliciting foreign interference again. Now, that July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky was a key part of President Trump's direct and corrupt solicitation of foreign help in the 2020 election. The request likely sounded familiar to President Zelensky, who had been swept into office in a landslide victory on a campaign of rooting out just the type of corruption he was being asked to undertake on this call with our president. Zelensky campaigned as a reformer, as someone outside of politics who would come up and clean up corruption, who would end the political prosecutions, end the political investigations, and what is his most important and powerful patron asking him to do exactly what he campaigned against. No wonder he resisted this pressure campaign. Now, President Trump had been provided talking points for discussion by the National Security Council staff beforehand, including recommendations to encourage President Zelensky to continue to promote anti-corruption reforms in Ukraine. So the National Security Staff understood what was in the U.S. national security interests, and that was rooting out corruption. And they encouraged the president to talk about it. But as you see from the record of the call, and I joined the president saying, read the call, that topic was never addressed. The word corruption never escapes his lips. Instead, President Trump openly pressed President Zelensky to pursue the two investigations that would benefit him personally. In response to President Zelensky's gratitude for the significant military support the United States has provided to Ukraine, President Trump said, I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people, the server. They say Ukraine has it. That's that crazy conspiracy theory I talked about earlier, that there's this server somewhere in Ukraine that shows that, in fact, it was Ukraine that hacked the DNC, not the Russians. That's a Russian propaganda conspiracy theory, and here it is being promulgated by the President of the United States, and more than promulgated. He's pressuring an ally to further this Russian propaganda. Because he was referring to this extensively discredited conspiracy theory that Ukraine was the one who really hacked the DNC, the Democratic National Committee servers, in 2016. And that reference to CrowdStrike, well, that's an American cybersecurity firm. And the theory, this kooky conspiracy theory, is that CrowdStrike moved the DNC servers to Ukraine to prevent U.S. law enforcement from getting them. If Ukraine announced an investigation into this fabrication, President Trump would remove what he perceived to be a cloud over his legitimacy, the legitimacy of his last election, Russia's assistance with his campaign, and suggest that it was the Democratic Party that was the real beneficiary of help. On the call, President Trump told Zelensky, Whatever you can do, it's very important that you do it if that's possible. President Zelensky agreed that he would do the investigation, saying, yes, it is very important for me, and everything that you just mentioned earlier. President Trump then turned to his second request, asking President Zelensky to look into the sham allegation into former Vice President Biden. President Trump said to President Zelensky, the other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution. And a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you could look into it, it sounds horrible to me. There is no question that President Trump intended in pressing the Ukraine leader to look into his political rival. Even after the impeachment inquiry began, he confirmed his desire on the South Lawn of the White House, declaring not only that Ukraine should investigate Biden, but that China should do the same. Let's see what he said.
Mr. President, what exactly did you hope Zelensky would do about the Biden after your phone call? Exactly.
Well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer. They should investigate the Bidens, because how does a company that's newly formed, and all these companies, if you look at, and by the way, likewise, China should start an investigation into the Bidens, because what happened in China is just about as bad as what happened with Ukraine.
Now, the day after that July 25th phone call, President Trump sought confirmation that President Zelensky understood his request to announce the politically motivated investigations and that he would follow through. After meeting with Ukrainian officials, President Zelensky and his top aide, the president's handpicked ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, called President Trump from an outdoor restaurant in Kiev to report back. This was the second conversation between the two about Ukraine in as many days. David Holmes, an American diplomat dining with Sondland, overheard the call, including the president's voice through the cell phone. I described part of that call last night. Holmes testified that President Trump asked Sondland, so he's going to do the investigation? Sondland replied that he's going to do it, adding that President Zelensky will do anything you ask him to. After the phone call, Holmes took the opportunity to ask Ambassador Sondland for his candid impression of the president's views on Ukraine. According to Holmes,
in particular, I asked Ambassador Sondland if it was true that the president did not give an expletive about Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland agreed that the president did not give an expletive about Ukraine. I asked why not. And Ambassador Sondland stated that the president only cares about big stuff. I noted there was big stuff going on in Ukraine, like a war with Russia. And Ambassador Sondland replied that he meant big stuff that benefits the president, like the Biden investigation that Mr. Giuliani was pushing. The conversation then moved on to other topics.
Those 3 days in July, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th, reveal a lot about President Trump's effort to solicit help from a foreign country in assisting his own reelection. On the 24th, Special Counsel Mueller testifies that Russia interfered in our 2016 election to assist the Trump campaign, which knew about the interference, welcomed it, and utilized it. That's the 24th. The 25th is the day of the call, when President Trump, believing he'd escaped accountability for Russian meddling in the first election and his welcoming of it, asked the Ukrainian president to help him undermine the special counsel's conclusion and help him smear a political opponent, former Vice President Biden. And then the third day in a row in July, President Trump sought to ensure that Ukraine had received his request and understood it and would take the necessary steps to announce the investigations that he wanted. 3 days in July. In many ways, those 3 days in July tell so much of the story. This course of conduct alone should astound all of us who value the sanctity of our elections. and who understand that the vast powers of the presidency are reserved only for actions which benefit the country as a whole, rather than the political fortunes of any one individual. President Trump's effort to use an official head of state phone call to solicit the announcement of investigations helpful to his reelection is not only conduct unbecoming a president, but it is conduct of one who believes that the powers of his high office are political tools to be wielded against his opponents, including by asking a foreign government to investigate a United States citizen and for a corrupt purpose. That alone is grounds for removal from office of the 45th president. But these 3 days in July were neither the beginning nor the end of this scheme. President Trump, acting through agents inside and outside of the U.S. government, including his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, sought to compel Ukraine to announce the investigations by withholding the head of state meeting in the Oval Office until the president of Ukraine complied. Hosting an Oval Office meeting for a foreign leader is an official act available only to one person, the President of the United States. And it is an official act that President Trump had already offered to President Zelensky during their first phone call on April 21st and in a subsequent letter to the Ukrainian leader. Multiple witnesses testified about the importance of a White House meeting for Ukraine. For example, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent explained that a White House meeting was very important for Ukrainians to demonstrate the strength of their relationship with Ukraine's strongest supporter. Dr. Fiona Hill of the National Security Council explained a White House meeting would supply the new Ukrainian government with, quote, the legitimacy it needed, especially vis-a-vis the Russians, and that the Ukrainians viewed a White House meeting as a recognition of their legitimacy as a sovereign state. This White House meeting would also prove to be important for 3 hand-picked agents whom President Trump placed in charge of U.S.-Ukraine issues: Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Volker, and Energy Secretary Rick Perry, the so-called 3 amigos. They hope to convince President Trump to hold an Oval Office meeting with Zelensky. During a meeting of the 3 amigos on May 23rd, President Trump told them that Ukraine had tried to take him down in 2016. He then directed them talk to Rudy Giuliani about Ukraine. It was immediately clear that Giuliani, who was pursuing the discredited investigations in Ukraine on the president's behalf, was the key to unlocking an Oval Office meeting for President Zelensky. Giuliani by then had said publicly that he was actively pursuing investigations President Trump corruptly desired and planning a trip to Ukraine. Giuliani admitted, quote, "We're not meddling in an election, we're meddling in an investigation." On May 10, however, Giuliani canceled the trip to Ukraine to dig up dirt on former Vice President Biden and the 2016 conspiracy theory, just as President Zelensky won elections for the presidency and parliament. Faced with a choice between working with Giuliani to pursue an Oval Office meeting, understanding it meant taking part in a corrupt effort to secure the political investigations, or abandoning efforts to support our Ukrainian ally, the president's agents fell into line. They would pursue the White House meeting and explain to Ukraine that announcements of the investigations was the price of admission. As Ambassador Sondland made clear,
I know that members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question: was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes.
This quid pro quo was negotiated between the president's agents, Rudy Giuliani, and Ukrainian officials throughout the summer of 2019 in numerous telephone calls, text messages, and meetings, including during a meeting hosted by then National Security Advisor John Bolton on July 10th. Near the end of that July 10th meeting, after the Ukrainians again raised the issue of a White House visit, Ambassador Sondland blurted out that there would be agreement for a White House meeting once the investigations began. At that point, Bolton immediately stiffened and abruptly ended the meeting. During a subsequent discussion that day, Sondland was even more explicit. Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, a director for Europe and Ukraine on the National Security Council, testified that Sondland began to discuss the deliverable required to get the White House meeting, which Sondland specifically mentioned was investigation of the Bidens. This is again in that meeting in the White House with a Ukrainian delegation and an American delegation. Sondland explained in that meeting he had an agreement with Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, whereby President Zelensky would be granted the Oval Office meeting if he went forward with the investigations. After the meeting, Vindman's supervisor, Dr. Hill, reported back to Bolton, who told her to tell John Eisenberg, the National Security Council legal advisor, that he was not part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this. She reported her concerns, as did Vindman. It remains unclear what action, if any, Bolton or Eisenberg took once they were made aware of Mulvaney and Sondland's drug deal. Both refused to testify in our inquiry. However, Dr. Hill testified that she understood that Mr. Eisenberg informed Mr. Cipollone of her concerns about the drug deal. If this body is serious about a fair trial, one that is fair to the President and to the American people, we again urge you to allow the House to call both Eisenberg and Bolton, as well as other key witnesses with firsthand knowledge who refuse to testify before the House on the orders of the President. Additional testimony and documents are particularly important because, according to Sondland, everyone was in the loop when it came to the President's self-serving effort. In part relying on email excerpts, Sondland explained that the President's senior aides and cabinet officials knew that the White House meeting was predicated on Ukraine's announcement of the investigations beneficial to the President's political campaign. Hill characterized the quid pro quo succinctly.
But it struck me yesterday when you put up on the screen Ambassador Sondland's emails and who was on these emails, and he said, these are the people who need to know, that he was absolutely right, because he was being involved in a domestic political errand. And we were being involved in national security foreign policy, and those two things had just diverged.
In effect, President Zelensky was being drawn into this domestic political errand. He grew wary of becoming involved in another country's election and domestic affairs. Bill Taylor, the acting U.S. ambassador to Ukraine at the time, described a conversation he had with a senior aide to the Ukrainian leader. He said,
also on July 20th, I had a phone conversation with Alexander Danylyuk, President Zelensky's national security advisor, who emphasized that President Zelensky did not want to be used as an instrument in a U.S. re-election campaign.
Remember that conversation when you hear counsel say that the Ukrainians felt no pressure to be involved in a U.S. re-election campaign. But that concern did not deter President Trump. In his conversation with Sondland shortly before the 25th of July call, the President made clear that he not only wanted Ukraine to do the investigations or announce them, but also a White House meeting would only be scheduled if President Zelensky confirmed these investigations. As Volker communicated to President Zelensky's top aide by text less than 30 minutes before the phone call between Trump and Zelensky. And again, we're talking about July 25th, in a text 30 minutes before the Trump-Zelensky phone call. Here's what is said. With Volker texting Andrei Yermak, a top aide to President Zelensky. Good lunch. Thanks. Heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, quote, get to the bottom of what happened, unquote, in 2016, we will nail down date for visit to Washington. Good luck. See you tomorrow. Kurt. Well, those words couldn't be much clearer. Assuming President Xi convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we'll nail down the visit to Washington. That's a text 30 minutes before that call. Counsel for the President would like you to think this is just about that call. You don't get to look outside the four corners of that call. They don't want you to look at the months that went into preparing for that call or the months of pressure that followed it. But you can just look at, right now, what happened 30 minutes before that call in this text message. Heard from White House, assuming President Xi convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016. If you were wondering how it seemed that President Zelensky was aware of what he was going to be asked on that call, this is how you can tell. He was prepped. Of course he was prepped. And in fact, the missing reference in the call record to Burisma was a signal Colonel Vindman recognized that clearly he had been prepped for that call. Why else would the name of this particular energy company come up in that conversation? Well, President Zelensky clearly got the message. Toward the end of the call with President Trump, President Zelensky said, "I also want to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also wanted to ensure you that we will be very serious about the case and we will work on the investigation." Thank you for the invitation. On the other hand, I want to assure you that we will be very serious about the case and we will work on the investigation. President Zelensky clearly understood the quid pro quo for the White House meeting on July 25th. But his reticence to be used as a political pawn kept President Trump from moving forward with a promise to schedule the meeting. And so, the president and his agents pressed on. In August, Giuliani met with a top Ukrainian aide and made it clear that Ukraine must issue a public statement announcing the investigations in order to get the White House meeting. Fearful of getting involved in U.S. domestic politics and having entered office with a promise to clean up government and corruption, President Zelensky and his aides preferred a generic statement about investigations. But Giuliani insisted, no, the statement must include 2 specific investigations that would benefit President Trump. Let's look at a comparison between the statement the Ukrainians preferred and the one that Giuliani required. So on the left, and I will read it in case you can't see the screens, the draft, the Yermak draft, the Ukrainian draft, says we intend to initiate and complete a transparent and unbiased investigation of all available facts and episodes, which in turn will prevent the recurrence of this problem in the future. That's pretty generic. But here's the Giuliani-Volker-Sondland response. This is what had to be included. We intend to initiate and complete a transparent and unbiased investigation of all available facts and episodes. Up to that point, it's exactly the same until you get to including those involving Burisma and the 2016 U.S. elections. And then it goes back to the Ukrainian draft, which in turn will prevent the recurrence of this problem in the future. You can see in this such graphic evidence, Ukrainians did not want to do this. They didn't even want to mention this. Giuliani had to insist, no, we're not going to be satisfied with some generic statement. After all, I think we can see this isn't about corruption. No, this isn't about announcing investigations to damage Biden and to promote this fiction about the last election. So here in these texts you see that Giuliani, Volker, and Sondland have added these references to Burisma, a thinly veiled reference to former Vice President Biden and the 2016 election. They wish to ensure the Ukrainians mentioned the sham investigations President Trump required. Now, the Ukrainians recoiled at the new statement, recognizing that releasing it would run directly counter to the anti-corruption platform that Zelensky campaigned on and would embroil them in U.S. election politics. As a result, Zelensky didn't get his White House meeting. He still hasn't gotten his White House meeting. Senators, witness testimony, text messages, emails, and the call record itself confirm a corrupt quid pro quo for the White House meeting, an official act available only to the President of the United States in exchange for the announcement of political investigations. The President and his allies have offered no explanation for this effort, except the President can abuse his office all he likes, and there's nothing you can do about it. Can't indict him, can't impeach him. That is because they cannot seriously dispute that President Trump corruptly used an official White House visit for a foreign leader to compel the Ukrainian president into helping him cheat in the next election. The White House meeting, of course, was not the only official act that President Trump conditioned on the announcement of investigations into Biden and the conspiracy theory meant to exonerate President Trump from Russia's interference on his behalf in the last election. In a far more draconian step, as we have discussed, the President withheld $391 million of military aid. Several weeks before this phone call with President Zelensky, but after Giuliani was already pressing Ukrainian officials to conduct the investigations his clients sought, President Trump ordered the hold on Ukraine's military aid. Significantly, this was after Congress had already been notified that most of it was prepared to be spent. Ukraine had met all of the critical conditions for anti-corruption and defense reforms in order to receive the funds. We conditioned the funds. They met the conditions. The funds were ready to go. At the time, and even today, witnesses uniformly testified that the order to hold the funding came without explanation to the foreign policy and national security officials responsible for Ukraine. The only message from the Office of Management and Budget was that the hold was implemented at the direction of the President. Since Russia's illegal incursion into Ukraine in 2014, the U.S. has maintained a bipartisan policy of delivering hundreds of millions of dollars of military aid to Ukraine each year, which several senators here have personally invested significant time and effort to ensure. And it was President Trump himself who originally authorized additional financial support for military assistance to Ukraine in 2017 and 2018, without reservation, making his abrupt decision to withhold assistance in 2019 without explanation all the more surprising to those responsible for Ukraine policy. That confusion, however, would soon disappear. The President used the hold on military aid as leverage to pressure Ukraine to announce these investigations that he hoped would help his re-election campaign. The only difference between the prior years, when the President approved the aid without question, and the inexplicable aid on hold in 2019, was the emergence of Joe Biden as a potentially formidable obstacle to the President's re-election. These funds that the President withheld, these funds, they don't just benefit Ukraine, they benefit the security of the United States by ensuring that Ukraine is equipped to defend its own borders against Russian aggression. As Ambassador Taylor noted in his deposition, the United States provides Ukraine with radar and weapons and sniper rifles, communication that save lives. It makes Ukrainians more effective. It might even shorten the war. That's what our hope is, to show the Ukrainians can defend themselves. And the Russians, in the end, will say, okay, we're going to stop. That's in our interest. This isn't just about Ukraine or its national security. It's about our national security. This isn't charity. It's about our defense as much as Ukraine's. Ambassador Taylor also said that the American aid was a concrete demonstration of the United States' commitment to resist aggression and to defend freedom. That's what this country is supposed to be about, right? Resisting aggression, defending freedom, not exporting corrupt ideas. That's what we're supposed to be out, right? It was against this backdrop that American officials responsible for Ukraine policy sat in astonishment, according to Ambassador Taylor, when they learned about the hold. Officials immediately expressed concerns about the legality of President Trump's hold on assistance to Ukraine. Their concerns were well warranted, as the Government Accountability Office, which was just last night poo-pooed by the President's Council. Well, that's just some institution of Congress. Right? They're going to be just inherently biased, right? Well, they're a nonpartisan organization that both parties have come to rely upon. But I'm not surprised they don't like the conclusion of the GAO, because the Defense Department warned them that this was going to be the conclusion, and that conclusion was the hold on aid was not only wrong, it was not only immoral, it was also illegal. It violated the law, a law that we passed so that presidents could not refuse to spend money that we allocated for the defense of others and for ourselves. The Empowerment Control Act prevents the president and other government officials from unilaterally making funding decisions when Congress has made its intent clear. In fact, the act exists precisely because of previous presidential abuses of Congress's power of the purse during the Nixon era. The nonpartisan GAO ruled that the hold on military aid was not only illegal, but that holding underscores the president's efforts to go to any lengths to ensure his own personal benefit, rather than take care that the laws be faithfully executed, as he swore he would do when he took his oath of office. Now, because of recent Freedom of Information Act responses and media reports, we now know additional details about how senior officials expressed serious reservations about the legality of the hold at the time. So this is not like some new surprise. This is not like something that just came out of the blue. Oh, an independent watchdog agency found this was illegal. No, they knew this was illegal at the time. These concerns were raised at the time. Certain individuals who may have further information about the hold have refused to testify at the president's direction, including his chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, his deputy, Robert Blair, OMB official Michael Duffy. All of them defied congressional subpoenas. But were included in important email communications that have been made public only recently. As you know, these and many other categories of documents from the White House, Defense Department, OMB were subpoenaed by the House, and none was produced. None, at the president's direction and through Mr. Cipollone's intervention. Although the investigation developed an overwhelming body of evidence that clearly proves that the president implemented this hold to pressure Ukraine to announce investigations, the full story behind the hold, the full and complete story, is within your power to request. As you consider the evidence we present to you, ask yourselves whether the documents and witnesses that have been denied by the president's complete and unprecedented obstruction could shed more light on this critical topic. You may agree with the House managers that the evidence of the president's withholding of military aid to coerce Ukraine is already supported by overwhelming evidence, and no further insight is necessary to convict the president. But if the president's lawyers attempt to contest these or other factual matters, you are left with no choice but to demand to hear from each witness with firsthand knowledge. A fair trial requires nothing less. Let's look at some of the evidence that we gather notwithstanding this obstruction. First, the president withheld the aid without explanation and against the advice of his own agencies, cabinet officials, national security experts, including Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Esper, Ambassador Bolton, and others. Only Mick Mulvaney, a central figure in this effort, reportedly supported the hold, and he told us why. During a press briefing, Mulvaney personally acknowledged that the hold was ordered as part of a quid pro quo designed to get Ukraine to undertake the investigation President Trump sought. Second, the reason for the security assistance hold was undoubtedly on the president's mind during the telephone call with President Zelensky on July 25th. Near the beginning of their conversation, President Zelensky expresses gratitude for U.S. military assistance, noting the United States' quote, great support in the area of defense. Immediately after President Zelensky's reference to defense and military support, President Trump responded by saying, I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. President Trump then proceeded to openly press Ukraine to conduct these investigations. Third, numerous officials were aware that President Trump was withholding the White House meeting until the Ukrainian president announced the investigations. That the president would ratchet up pressure on Ukraine to compel its action stunned Ukraine experts like Ambassador Taylor, but followed logically for those engaged in the president's corrupt scheme. Fourth, by the end of August, there was still no explanation for the hold, despite ongoing efforts from numerous officials to persuade the president to release the money. And the leverage of the White House meeting had not succeeded in coercing Ukraine to announce the investigations, providing the president and his agents every reason to use the most aggressive lever of influence, hundreds of millions of dollars of military support, to compel Ukraine to act. If they didn't feel pressure, they would have done it. They would have done it. But of course they did. Imagine if this country were dependent on a more powerful country for our defense. Imagine we were at war. Imagine we were waiting for weapons to defend ourselves. Something our framers could have understood. Imagine that we found ourselves in those circumstances, and much to our astonishment, we couldn't even get a meeting with our ally. Much to our astonishment, they were withholding aid from us. You think we'd feel pressure? Of course we would. The framers had common sense, and so must we. Are we to accept, well, the president said there was no quid pro quo? I guess that closes the case. In every courtroom in America, jurors, and I know you're not just jurors, I read the Clinton trial, you're jurors and judges. Jurors all over America are told you don't leave your common sense at the door. Well, we don't have to leave our common sense at the door here too. 2 + 2 = 4. The aid is withheld. You're asking for it. We're asking for it. His own aides are asking for it. No one can get an explanation. Ukrainians can't get an explanation. All the Ukrainians get is, we want you to do these investigations. They're promised a White House meeting. They want a White House meeting. They need a White House meeting. They're going to be going into negotiations with Putin. They want to show strength. They can't get in the door. They see the Russian foreign minister get in the door of the White House. We see the photos of the president, the Russian foreign minister, or the ambassador. What a great time they're having, but no, the president of Ukraine, our ally, can't get in the door. They're not stupid. They know what's going on here. They're not stupid. That conversation I referenced yesterday when the Ukrainians threw it right back in our face. When Ambassador Volker said to his Ukrainian counterpart, you shouldn't investigate the former president. You shouldn't engage in those political investigations. Oh, the Ukrainian response was, you mean like the one you want us to do with the Bidens and the Clintons? They're not stupid. By the end of August, there was still no explanation for the hold, despite efforts by numerous people to seek the release of the funding. The leverage hadn't succeeded in getting the president to, in course, Ukraine to announce the investigations, and so the aid was withheld. Two witnesses privy to this scheme testified that the only logical conclusion to reach about the president's continued hold on the aid was that it was intended to put more pressure on Ukraine to announce the investigations. As I said, they testified it was as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. We can do math, and more importantly, so can the Ukrainians, and maybe even more importantly than that, so can the Russians. Multiple senior officials, including President Trump himself, have confirmed this logical conclusion. On September 7th, Ambassador Sondland spoke directly to President Trump, who by that point was aware that a whistleblower complaint was circulating that alleged the contours of his scheme, and that Congress and the public were beginning to ask probing questions about the hold on aid, including whether the withholding of the aid was in exchange for re-election help. During that call, September 7th, so July, you've got Bob Mueller's testimony, you've got the call itself, you've got the follow-up call the next day where the president is speaking to Sondland and wants to make sure they're going to do the investigations. You've got August, while they're trying to hammer out a statement, and the Ukrainians are still resisting, and then you have September 7th. Ambassador Sondland on the phone with President Trump. At that point, he is aware that a whistleblower has filed a complaint alleging the contours of this scheme, and Congress and the public are beginning to ask questions about the hold on aid, including whether this was to get help in his re-election. And during this call between the president and Ambassador Sondland, without a prompt, President Trump told Sondland, there's no quid pro quo. Now, why would he do that? That's not something that comes up in normal conversation, right? Hello, Mr. President, how are you today? No quid pro quo. That's the kind of thing that comes up in a conversation if you're trying to put your alibi out there. If you've heard about a whistleblower complaint, if you've seen allegations, if you know Congress is starting to sniff around, no quid pro quo. But, and I know this is astonishing, so much of the last 2 years has been a combination of shock and yet no surprise. And yet, even while the president is saying no quid pro quo, what does he say? Zelensky must publicly announce the 2 political investigations, and he should want to do it. No quid pro quo, except this quid pro quo. Sondland immediately relayed the message to President Zelensky, informing him that without the announcement of the political investigations, they would be at a stalemate. Sondland made clear that this reference to a stalemate meant the release of the security assistance. President Zelensky, after hesitating for weeks to join the president's corrupt scheme, finally relented. President Zelensky informed Sondland that he agreed to do a CNN interview. And Sondland understood that he would use that occasion to mention these items, meaning the 2 investigations at the heart of the scheme. The candidate Zelensky, who was swept into office with a landslide victory on a promise of fighting corruption, would be forced to undertake just the same kind of corrupt act he'd been elected to clean up. Upon learning this, Ambassador Taylor called Sondland to register his deep concern, telling him that it was crazy. Taylor later texted Sondland to reinforce the point. As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. As I said on the phone. Clearly they had discussed it. As I said on the phone. Taylor testified about the message and the events leading up to it. Taylor said that security assistance was so security system was so important for Ukraine, as well as our own national interest, to withhold that assistance for no good reason other than help with the political campaign made no sense. It was counterproductive to all of what we had been trying to do. It was illogical. It could not be explained. It was crazy. What's more, Ambassador Taylor also came to learn that President Trump wanted Zelensky in a public box. He testified Mr. Goldman asking the question, now you referenced a television interview and a desire for President Trump to put Zelensky in a public box, which you also have in quotes. Was that in your notes? Now, this is a reference, I think, to his written testimony. Was that reference to in a public box in his notes? Remember, he kept detailed notes. Taylor's answer, it was in my notes. And what did you understand to mean to put Zelensky in a public box? And Taylor responds, I understood that to mean that President Trump, through Ambassador Sondland, was asking for President Zelensky to publicly commit to these investigations, that it was not sufficient to do this in private, that this needed to be done, this needed to be a very public statement. So we saw earlier the side-by-side comparison, right, of what the Ukrainians wanted to say. They wanted to make no mention of these specific investigations, and how Giuliani insisted, no, this isn't going to be credible unless you mention these specific investigations. This is what it's going to take. And now you see Ambassador Sondland has acknowledged to Ambassador Taylor that not enough to use even the right language, apparently. Got to be done in public. We're not going to take any private commitment. It's got to be done in public. As we would later come to understand, this is because President Trump didn't care about the investigations being done. He just wanted them announced. He wanted Zelensky in a public box. He wanted it announced publicly. Ambassador Taylor also testified that he understood from Sondland that because President Trump was a businessman, he would expect to get something in return before signing a check.
During our call on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that person to pay up before signing the check. Ambassador Volker used the same language several days later while we were together at the Yalta European Strategy Conference. I argued to both that the explanation made no sense. The Ukrainians did not owe President Trump anything.
This is very telling. Ambassador Taylor, Vietnam veteran, West Point graduate. The Ukrainians didn't owe us anything. Clearly, Donald Trump felt the Ukrainians owed him. Right? This is not about Ukraine's national security. It's not about our national security. It's not about corruption. No, it's about what's in it for me. Those Ukrainians owe me. Before I sign a check, and by the way, that's not his money. That's your money. That's the American people's money for their defense. But here we see Ambassador Sondland explaining, no, President Trump's a businessman. Before he's going to sign a check, he wants to get something. And of course, that's something that he was going to sign that check for, he's going to make that payment for with our tax dollars. That thing that he was going to buy with those tax dollars was a smear of his opponent and an effort to lift whatever cloud he felt was over his presidency because of the Russian interference on his behalf in the last election. Now, the president has offered an assortment of shifting explanations after the fact for the hold on aid, including that he withheld the money because of corruption in Ukraine or concerns about burden sharing with other European countries. But those arguments are completely without merit. First, the president's own administration had determined by the time of the hold that Ukraine had undertaken all necessary anti-corruption and defense reforms in order to receive the funds. The Defense Department and State Department officials repeatedly made this clear as the hold remained and threatened the ability of the agencies to spend the money before the end of the fiscal year. Second, the evidence revealed that the president only asked about foreign contributions to Ukraine in September, nearly 2 months after the president implemented the hold, and as it became clear that the public, Congress, and a whistleblower were becoming aware of the president's scheme. The after-the-fact effort to come up with a justification also belies the truth. The European countries provide far more financial support to Ukraine than the United States. Their support is largely economic. Ours also includes a lot of military support. But Europe is a substantial financial backer of Ukraine. Something else remarkable about this I was struck by yesterday as we were going through the importance of the witness testimony and looking at some of those redacted emails in which the administration sought to hide its misconduct. In those redactions, when we got to see what was beneath them, and there was an indication, this is very close hold. This is a need-to-know basis only. Remember that? We'll show you that again, but one of those emails that only came to light, I believe, recently, and not because the administration wanted you to see this information, we see there's a desire not to let people know about this hold. If the president was fighting corruption, if he wanted the Europeans to pay more, why would he hide it from us? Why would he hide it from the Ukrainians? Why would he hide it from the rest of the world? If this was a desire to get Europe to pay more, why wouldn't he charge Sondland to go ask Europe for more? Why wouldn't he be proud to tell the Congress of the United States, I'm holding up this aid, and I'm holding it up because I'm worried about corruption? Why wouldn't he? Because, of course, it wasn't true. There's no evidence of that. And what's more, the White House admitted why the president held up the money. The president's own chief of staff explained precisely why during October 17th and October 17th press conference. Let's see again what he had to say.
Those were the driving factors. Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely, no question about that. But that's it, and that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine.
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation. And that is absolutely appropriate.
But Mulvaney didn't just admit that the president withheld the crucial aid appropriated by Congress to apply pressure on Ukraine to do the president's political dirty work. He also said that we should just get over it. Let's watch.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happened as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. If you read the news reports and you believe them, what did McKinney say yesterday? Well, McKinney said yesterday that he was really upset with the political influence in foreign policy. That was one of the reasons he was so upset about this. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Should the Congress just get over it? Should the American people just come to expect that our presidents will corruptly abuse their office to seek the help of a foreign power to cheat in our elections? Should we just get over it? Is that what we've come to? I hope and pray that the answer is no. We cannot allow a president to withhold military aid from an ally at war for illicit help in a re-election campaign. I hope that we don't have to just get over that. I hope that we just don't have to get accustomed to that. Is that what we want to tell our constituents? Yeah, the president withheld aid from an ally. Yeah, it damaged our national security. And yeah, he wouldn't meet with a foreign leader who's important to us unless he got help in the next election. And yeah, it's wrong to try to get a foreign power to help. It's kind of cheating, really, if we're going to be honest about it and blatant about it. It's cheating. Americans are supposed to decide American elections, but, you know, I guess we just need to get over it. I guess that's just what we should now expect of a president of the United States. I guess there's really no remedy for that anymore. The impeachment, I mean, maybe that was a good idea 200 years ago, but I guess we just need to get over it. I guess maybe the president really is above the law because they say you can't indict the president. The president says you can't even investigate the president. The president is in court saying you can not only not indict the president, you can't even investigate the president. Attorney General's position is you can't even investigate the president. Are we really prepared to say that? The only answer to presidential misconduct is we just need to get over it? What are we going to say with the next president? What are we going to say with the president who's from a different party, who refuses the same kind of subpoenas? And the president says to you, or his chief of staff says to you, or her chief of staff says to you, just get over it. I'm not doing anything different than Donald Trump did. Just get over it. He asked for help in the next election. I'm asking for help in the next election. Just get over it. We do this kind of thing all the time. People are cynical enough as it is about politics, about people's commitment to their good. Cynical enough without having us confirm it for them. I think it's more than crazy. That was Ambassador Taylor's word. I think it's more than crazy. I think it's a gross abuse of power. And I don't think the impeachment power is a relic. If it is a relic, I wonder how much longer our republic can succeed. For months, President Trump and his agents had pressured Ukraine to announce the investigations. And President Zelensky finally yielded. As previously noted, he scheduled a CNN interview and planned to publicly announce the politically motivated investigations. He informed Sondland of this plan during a September 7th phone call. In the same call, Sondland relayed to President Zelensky that Trump required that the Ukrainian leader make the public announcement in order to get the critical military aid. President Trump's corruption had finally worn down President Zelensky, overcoming his effort to remain true to his anti-corruption platform, until events intervened. Before Zelensky could do the interview, President Trump learned that his scheme had been exposed. Facing public and congressional pressure on September 11th, the president finally released the hold on aid to Ukraine. Just like with the implementation of the hold, he provided no reason for the release. But the reason is quite simple. The president got caught. In late August, President Trump learned about a whistleblower complaint that was winding its way through the intelligence agencies on its way to Congress. On September 9th, 3 House committees announced an investigation into President Trump's Ukraine misconduct and that of his proxy, Rudy Giuliani. Later that day, again September 9th, the Intelligence Community Inspector General notified the Senate and House Intelligence Committees of the existence of the complaint and the fact that it was being withheld from Congress contrary to law and in an unprecedented fashion. Facing significant public pressure on September 11th, the president gave up and released the money to Ukraine. 1 week later, President Zelensky canceled the CNN interview. And rather than demonstrate contrition or acknowledge wrongdoing, The president instead has continued his effort, even after the impeachment investigation began. He not only continued to call on Ukraine to investigate his political opponent and called on China to do the same. This should concern all of us. It's a confirmation not only of the scheme to pressure Ukraine to help his political campaign, but a clear sign that the president believes that these corrupt acts are acceptable. A president this unapologetic, this lawless, this unbound to the Constitution and the oath of office must be removed from that office, lest he continue to use the vast presidential powers at his disposal to seek advantage in the next election. President Trump's abuse of powers of his office undermined the integrity of our free and fair elections and compromised America's national security. If we don't stand up to this peril today, we will write the history of our decline with our own hand. If President Trump is not held to account, we send the message to future presidents, future Congresses, and generations of Americans that the personal interests of the president can fairly take precedent over those of the nation. The domestic effects of this descent from democracy will be a weakened trust in the integrity of our elections and the rule of law, and a steady decline of the spread of democratic values throughout the world. For how can any country trust the United States as a model of governance if it is one that sanctions precisely the political corruption and invitation to foreign meddling that we have long sought to help eradicate in burgeoning democracies around the world? To protect against foreign interference in our elections, we have guardrails built into our democratic system. We have campaign finance laws to ensure that political assistance can come only from domestic actors, and we take seriously the need to shore up the integrity of our voting systems so that a foreign government or actor cannot change vote tallies. The promise of one person, one vote is only effective if each vote is cast free of foreign interference. Americans decide American elections. At least they should. Now, what if electoral corruption is even more insidious? What happens when the invitation comes from within? Our framers understood that threat too. George Mason noted at the Constitutional Convention that impeachment was a necessary tool because the man who has practiced corruption and by that means procured his appointment in the first instance could seek to repeat his guilt. In June of last year, President Trump was clear that if a foreign government offered dirt on his political opponent, he would take it. A statement deeply at odds with the guidance provided at the time by his own FBI director, the former Federal Elections Commission chair, and our Constitution, written some 233 years ago. In no uncertain terms, it admonishes that any person holding office of profit or trust, it admonishes against them accepting of any present from a foreign state. But President Trump did more than take the foreign help in 2019, as he had done in 2016. This time, he not only asked for it in the July 25th call, but when he didn't get the help from the Ukrainian president in the form of the announced investigations, he withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer-funded military aid and a coveted White House meeting to increase the pressure on Ukraine to comply. And later, he demonstrated no remorse and continued to encourage Ukraine to conduct the political investigations he wanted, even asking other countries to do so. The consequences of these actions alone have shaken our democratic system. What message will we send if we choose not to hold this president accountable for his abuse of power, to solicit re-election interference in our upcoming election? The misconduct undertaken by this president may lead future presidents to believe that they too can use the substantial power conferred on them by the Constitution in order to undermine it. Nothing could weaken the integrity of our elections more, and no campaign finance law or statement by a future FBI director could stand up to the precedent of electoral misconduct set by the President of the United States if we do not say clearly that this behavior is unacceptable and, more than unacceptable, impeachable. We also undermine our global standing as a country long viewed as a model for democratic ideals worth emulating. We have, for generations, been the shining city upon a hill that President Reagan described. America is not just a country, but also an idea. But what worth is that idea if, when tried, we do not affirm the values that underpin it? What will those nascent democracies around the world conclude? That democracy is not only difficult, but maybe that it's too difficult? Maybe that it's impossible? And who will come to fill the void that we leave when the light from that shining city upon a hill is extinguished? The autocrats with whom we compete, who value not freedom and fair elections, but the unending rule of a repressive executive. Autocrats that value not freedom of the press and open debate, but disinformation, propaganda, and state-sanctioned lies. Vladimir Putin would like nothing better. The Russians have little democracy left thanks to Vladimir Putin. It's an autocracy, it's a thugocracy. The Russian storyline, the Russian narrative, the Russian propaganda, the Russian view they would like people around the world to believe is that every country is just the same corrupt system. There's no difference. It's not a competition between autocracy and democracy. No, it's just between autocrats and hypocrites. They make no bones about their loss of democracy. They just want the rest of the world to believe you can't find it anywhere. Why take to the streets in Moscow to demand something better if there's nothing better anywhere else? That's the Russian story. That's the Russian story. That's who prospers by the defeat of democracy. That's who wins by the defeat of our democratic ideals. It's not other democracies. It's the autocrats who are on the rise all over the world. I think all of us in this room have grown up in a generation where each successive generation lived with more freedom than the one that came before. We each had more freedom of speech and association, freedom to practice our faith. This was true at home, it was true all over the world. And I think we came to believe this was some immutable law of nature, only to find it isn't. Only to come to the terrible realization that this year fewer people live in freedom than last, and there's no guarantee that next year people will live in more freedom than today. And the prospect for our children is even more in doubt. Turns out there's nothing immutable about this. Every generation has to fight for it. We're fighting for it right now. There's no guarantee that this democracy that has served us so well will continue to prosper. We will struggle to protect this idea. And even as we do, we will struggle to protect our security in more tangible ways. Support for an independent and democratic Ukraine, which is the literal bulwark against Russian expansionism in Europe, is essential to our security. Russia showed that when it invaded Ukraine in 2014 and sought to redraw the map of Europe. Was our commitment to Ukraine's independence and sovereignty just an empty promise? Or are we prepared to support its efforts to keep Russia contained so that they and we may all eventually enjoy a long peace? Russia is not a threat, I don't need to tell you, to Eastern Europe alone. Ukraine has become the de facto proving ground for just the types of hybrid warfare that the 21st century will become defined by: cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, efforts to undermine the legitimacy of state institutions, whether that is voting systems or financial markets. The Kremlin showed boldly in 2016 that with the malign skills it honed in Ukraine, they would not stay in Ukraine. Instead, Russia employed them here to attack our institutions, and they will do so again. Indeed, they've never stopped. Will we allow the primary country now fighting Russia to be weakened, placing our troops in Europe at greater risk and opening the door to greater interference in our affairs at home? If we allow the President of the United States to pursue his political and personal interests rather than the national interest, we send a message to our European allies that our commitment to a Europe free and whole is for sale to the highest bidder. The strength of our global alliances relies on a shared understanding of what that alliance stands for, one built on the rule of law, on free and fair elections, on a shared struggle against aggression from autocratic regimes. We are countries built on a commitment to our people, not unyielding loyalty to a president who would be king. A president has a right to hold a call with a foreign leader, yes. And he has a right to decide the time and location of a meeting with that leader, yes. And he has a right to withhold funding to that leader should the law be followed and the purpose be just. But he does not, under our laws and under our Constitution, have a right to use the powers of his office to corruptly solicit foreign aid, prohibited foreign aid in his reelection. He does not. He does not have the right to withhold official presidential acts to secure that assistance, and he certainly does not have the right to undermine our elections and place our security at risk for his own personal benefit. No president, Republican or Democrat, can be permitted to do that. Now let me turn to the second article of impeachment, which charges the president with misusing the powers of his office to obstruct and interfere with the impeachment inquiry. The evidence you'll hear during the House presentation is equally undeniable and damning. President Trump issued a blanket order directing the entire executive branch not to cooperate with the impeachment inquiry and to withhold all documents and testimony. His order was categorical, it was indiscriminate, and historically unprecedented. No president before President Trump has ever ordered the complete defiance of an impeachment inquiry or sought to obstruct and impede so comprehensively the ability of the House of Representatives to investigate high crimes and misdemeanors. The President was able to block agencies across the executive branch from producing any records or documents to the House investigative committees despite duly authorized subpoenas. The White House continues to refuse to produce a single document or record in response to a House subpoena that remains in full force and effect. The Department of State and Office of Management and Budget, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Defense continue to refuse to provide a single document or record in response to House subpoenas that remain in full force and effect. It is worth underscoring this point. The House has yet to receive a single document from the executive branch agencies pursuant to its subpoenas. Not a single piece of paper, email, or other record has been turned over, not one. And while I pause to get a drink of water, let me let you know for your timing, I have about 10 minutes left in my presentation. So the end is in sight. President Trump has also successfully blocked witnesses, 9 of them under subpoena, from testifying. Witnesses with firsthand knowledge of the president's actions, including his closest aides, some of whom were directly involved in executing the President's improper orders. These witnesses include Mick Mulvaney and Robert Blair, Russell Vought, the acting head of the Office of Management and Budget, Michael Duffy, a senior official, and the President's chief legal advisor on the National Security Council, John Eisenberg, among others. The managers will present in detail what these officials knew about their role in executing different parts of the President's scheme. There is no dispute, nor could there be, that President Trump's order substantially obstructed the House impeachment inquiry. That obstruction continues unabated today, even as we stand here at the start of the President's trial. And the President has been able to do so only because of the uniquely powerful position that he holds as our Commander-in-Chief. No other American could seek to obstruct an investigation into his own wrongdoing this way. No other American could use the vast powers and levers of his government to conduct a corrupt scheme to benefit themselves, and then use those same powers to suppress evidence and bar any cooperation with the authorities investigating them. Not a police chief, not a mayor, not a governor, not any elected official in the country, and certainly not any non-elected official in the country. All those folks watching us from around the country, you know what would happen to them if they defied a lawful subpoena. They got a subpoena commanding them to appear. You know what would happen to them, because they're not above the law. They'd be arrested, they'd be detained, they'd be incarcerated, they would be forced to comply. They're not above the law, and neither are we, and neither is the President. And yet, despite the fact that he is not above the law, the President's extensive and persistent efforts, the House heard from courageous witnesses who did obey lawful subpoenas. And we gathered overwhelming evidence. The House built a formidable case that forms the basis of these articles. The second article for obstruction of Congress is not simply about President Trump's decision to obstruct a congressional investigation or even an impeachment inquiry. It should not be misunderstood as some routine dispute between two branches of government, nor should it be reduced to the notion that the President was simply protecting himself or fighting back against a partisan or overzealous Congress. The charges in the second article are much more serious and urgent than that. First, the President's attempt to obstruct the inquiry so categorically and comprehensively is part and parcel of the President's furious effort to conceal, suppress, and cover up his own misconduct. From the very first moment his actions were at the risk of coming to light, President Trump sought to hide and cover up key evidence, even as his scheme to pressure Ukraine was still underway. As the House presentation will make clear, the President's cover-up started even before the House began to investigate the President's Ukraine-related activity. The President learned early on of the existence of a lawful whistleblower complaint from within the intelligence community that would ring the first alarm. He deployed the White House and Justice Department to intervene in an unprecedented fashion to conceal and then withhold from Congress, for the first time ever, a credible and urgent whistleblower complaint, even though the law requires that it be provided to the congressional intelligence committees. Once the impeachment inquiry was underway in late September, the President used the immense and unique power at his disposal to direct and maintain at every turn the categorical defiance of congressional scrutiny, even as he attacked the inquiry itself and its witnesses. The President offered multiple and shifting justifications for obstructing the House's inquiry, each of them deficient, while his actions and statements powerfully reflect his own consciousness of guilt. Second, the ramifications of the President's obstruction go beyond the sinister motives of simply covering up his actions. His obstruction strikes at the heart of our Constitution. It threatens the last line of defense our founders purposely enshrined in our system to protect our democracy. If presidents can obstruct an impeachment inquiry undertaken by the House, and evade accountability in the Senate. For doing so, they usurp an essential power granted exclusively to the Congress, and for a reason. Presidents could seize for themselves the power to neutralize and nullify the impeachment clause in order to shield themselves from any accountability. And if Congress is unable to investigate and impeach a president for abuse of their office, our democracy's essential check on a rogue president would fail. It would no longer protect the American people from a corrupt president who presents an ongoing threat. This is the outcome every American should be concerned about, and one that the founders warned us about. Through the impeachment clause, the framers of the Constitution empowered Congress to thoroughly investigate presidential malfeasance and to respond, if necessary, by removing the president from office. This entire framework depends upon Congress's ability to discover and then to thoroughly and effectively investigate presidential misconduct. Without the ability of Congress to do that, the impeachment power is a nullity. If you can't investigate it, you can't enforce it, you can't apply it. What we confront here in the second article of impeachment is therefore an impeachable offense aimed at destroying the impeachment power itself. When a president abuses the power of his office to so completely defy House investigators and does so without lawful cause or excuse, he attacks the Constitution itself. He confirms that he sees himself as above the law. His actions destabilize the separation of powers that defines our democracy and preserves our freedom, and establish an exceedingly dangerous precedent. And he proves that he is willing to destroy a vital safeguard against tyranny, a safeguard meant to protect the American people, just to advance his own personal interest in covering up evidence. The House presentation of the second article will therefore focus on three core areas that confirm the president's obstruction and require his removal from office. First, the singular importance and role of the impeachment clause for our democracy, and why an effort by a president to obstruct an impeachment inquiry is in and of itself an impeachable offense. Second, why the president's extensive effort to cover up evidence of his misconduct is unprecedented in American history and without lawful cause or justification. And finally, why the president's obstruction poses a direct threat to our system of self-governance, with consequences for all Americans today and in the future, and for both chambers of Congress. Over the coming days, you will hear from the House managers details of this scheme and the effort to hide it from Congress. The articles of impeachment that the House presented go to the heart of those efforts, and let me share a few key takeaways. The House of Representatives has found that using the powers of his eye office, President Trump solicited the interference of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 U.S. presidential election. He did so through a scheme or course of conduct that included soliciting the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations that would benefit his reelection, harm the election prospects of a political opponent, and influence the 2020 U.S. presidential election improperly and to his advantage. President Trump also sought to pressure the government of Ukraine to take these steps by conditioning official United States government acts of significant value to Ukraine on Ukraine's public announcement of these investigations. And he engaged in this scheme or course of conduct for corrupt purposes in pursuit of his personal political benefit. In doing so, President Trump used the powers of the presidency in a manner that compromised the national security of the United States and undermined the integrity of the U.S. democratic process. He thus ignored and injured the interests of the nation. As part of the House's impeachment inquiry, the committees undertaking that investigation served subpoenas, seeking documents and testimony deemed vital to the inquiry from various executive branch agencies and offices, current and former officials. In response, and without lawful cause, or excuse, President Trump directed executive branch agencies, offices, and officials not to comply with those subpoenas. President Trump thus interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives and assumed to himself functions and judgments necessary to the exercise of the sole power of impeachment vested by the Constitution in the House of Representatives. As George Washington and his troops retreated across the Delaware River in early December 1776, they were read the words of Thomas Paine, published that month in his pamphlet, The American Crisis. These are the times the try men's souls, the summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will in this crisis shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. 17 days later, George Washington crossed the Delaware, leading to a decisive victory for those who would come to shape our promising young country. As much as our founders feared an unchecked chief executive able to pursue his own will over the will of the people, they also feared the poison of excessive factionalism that could divert us from a difficult service to our country. As George Washington warned in his farewell address, the common and continual mischiefs of the spirit of party are sufficient to make it the interest and duty of a wise people to discourage and restrain it. Now, our political parties and affiliations are central to our democracy, ensuring that good and bad political philosophies alike are considered in the marketplace of ideas. Here, the American people can choose between the policies of one party or another and make decisions about their political leaders, up to and including the President of the United States, based on the degree to which that person represents their interests and values. That is not factionalism. That is the foundation of our democracy. But when a leader takes the reins of the highest office in our land and uses that awesome power to solicit the help of a foreign country to gain an unfair advantage in our free and fair elections, we all, Democrats and Republicans alike, must ask ourselves whether our loyalty is to our party or whether it is to our Constitution. If we say that we will align ourselves with that leader, allowing our sense of duty to be usurped by an absolute executive, that is not democracy. It is not even factionalism. It is a step on the road towards tyranny. The damage that this president has done to our relationship with a key strategic partner will be remedied over time. And Ukraine continues to enjoy strong bipartisan support in Congress. But if we fail to act, the damage to our democratic elections, to our national security, to our system of checks and balances will be long-lasting and potentially irreversible. As you will hear in the coming days, President Trump has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance. His conduct has violated his oath of office and his constitutional duty to faithfully execute the law. He has shown no willingness to be constrained by the rule of law and has demonstrated that he will continue to abuse his power and obstruct investigations into himself, causing further damage to the pillars of our democracy if he is not held accountable. He cannot be charged with a crime, so says the Department of Justice. There is no remedy for such a threat but removal from office of the President of the United States. If impeachment and removal cannot hold him accountable, then he truly is above the law. We are nearly 2.5 centuries into this beautiful experiment of American democracy, but our future is not assured. As Benjamin Franklin departed the Constitutional Convention, he was asked, "What have we got? A republic or a monarchy?" He responded simply, "A republic if you can keep it." a fair trial, impartial consideration of all of the evidence against the president is how we keep our republic. That concludes our introduction.
The majority leader is
Chief
recognized.
Justice, colleagues, I suggest we have a recess until 10 minutes to 4, at which moment we'll reconvene, subject to call of the chair.
Without objection, so ordered.
All right, Adam Schiff, the lead House manager, kicking off the case against the president, delivering kind of the broad themes of the Democratic argument against the president in somber and methodical tone. We're now roughly two and a half hours into their case. They get 24, so 22 more to go. Let's go right now to Casey Hunt, who is on Capitol Hill right now at the Capitol. Casey, he concluded by saying that's essentially the opening. What follows? How will they lay out their case over the next 22 hours?
Well, Lester, you saw in what Schiff has laid out over the past few hours that they are weaving both historical and traditional concepts rooted in our legal system with this president's modern approach to governing, and showing, his off-the-cuff remarks that he's made over the course of the months while this impeachment investigation was actually underway, to try to frame out the basics that we are hearing here, the ideas that perhaps Americans have not had a chance to hear directly or be exposed to if they haven't been following every minute of the House hearing. And now what we expect going forward is for the rest of the team to center in on their areas of expertise as it relates to this investigation. We expect them to use all of their time, or at least most of it. That didn't actually happen in the Clinton impeachment, but of course, it seems as though they don't want to give in this time around. So I would expect, for example, to hear a national security argument coming from Congressman Jason Crow, one of the managers that Nancy Pelosi had selected. He is a veteran who has spoken already about how military aid impacted his own personal service. So I think that's an example of the kind of the way they're going to divide all of this up. I think there's a little bit of skepticism around what happened late last night with Congressman Jerry Nadler, who is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, obviously one of the managers, but pretty unusual to see him kind of pushed to the back of all of this. And I'm interested to watch how his role sort of unfolds from here, Lester.
All right, Casey, thank you. We're joined on our panel today by Senator Bob Kerrey, former Democratic senator from Nebraska. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
I think many of us are watching this through the eyes of what it's like to be a jury in a courtroom. These aren't 12 strangers. They're speaking to a very narrow audience of Republican senators. Did the arguments seem to be suited for this audience?
Well, first of all, as they made clear yesterday, they're not really a jury. They're more than a jury. But, I don't know. I was sitting here trying to ask myself the question, answer the question, was Schiff trying to talk me into or out of voting? He just went on way too long. I was about ready to cross the Delaware in the other direction at the end of his speech. It's a simple question. Do you think that the Congress has a right under the Constitution to impeach the president? Yes or no? Because the argument the president's using, and many Republicans are using, is this whole process is unconstitutional.
And he's doing a fact argument.
Yeah, no, don't forget the fact argument. Is it constitutional what the Congress is doing? The answer is emphatically yes. Does it have to be a crime? The answer is emphatically no. And then the follow-on question to Republicans, both in the Senate as well as outside the Senate, is this. If that was a Democratic president and he does the same thing, how would you feel about it? How would you feel if a President Biden did the same thing against one of you or your family?
Is that how you judge Clinton?
You would be outraged by it.
Is that how you judge Bill Clinton? Did you think of it in that terms for yourself? That if this had been a Republican president, where would your head be?
Yes, exactly right. And is the case sufficient to cause you to say this person should be removed from office? That's what you have to think about. And I think in this particular case, it's relatively simple.
So
how would you feel if the shoe was on the other foot?
So you've got senators who need something to push them over.
You have Americans that need something to push them over. Because yesterday's performance was appalling. You think, oh my God, this isn't the world's greatest deliberative body. This felt like a civil war. It was very unappealing.
You don't recognize that Senate from the one you served in?
Well, no, actually, I do recognize parts of it, but I do think the country needs to settle down. And the way you get them to settle down is to focus on the first question. Is this a constitutional process? The answer is emphatically yes. Do you need to have a crime? The answer is emphatically no. And thirdly, if you're a Republican, how would you feel if a Democratic president did exactly the same thing? And my belief is you would be outraged by it, and you would be inclined to vote to remove him from office.
Senator Kerry just brings up a good point that we didn't emphasize enough yesterday. The fact of the matter is, we took all day, some 14 hours, for this United States Senate to come up with a rules package. These guys, in what was known as the most partisan Senate in our lifetimes back in 99.
I'm going to interrupt here because Jay Sekulow, one of the president's attorneys, is speaking. We want to hear what he has to say.
He just went through 2.5 hours of laying out his case to go with the 11 hours of laying out their case last night. Now, unless he's making it up, it seems like he's got a lot of information, so proceed with your case. The more they do this, 2.5 hour events at a time, it undercuts their entire argument. But you know what? That's going to be ultimately for the United States Senate to decide.
The president today in Davos said that basically we have all the materials as one way of defending the fact that this is a challenging case for the Democrats. We have all the materials. Democrats say he's boasting that he's successfully obstructed Congress. How do you respond to that allegation?
First of all, this idea, I think what Jerry Nadler said last night, what he called it, executive privilege and other nonsense. These are privileges recognized by the Supreme Court of the United States that come out of the United States Constitution. This isn't nonsense. This is really what the Constitution's about. So, look, they're putting on their case. The good news is we only have 22 hours more to go of their side, and then we'll go. But let them put their case on, and we'll continue.
We saw a lot of heated...
Yeah, I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Is there something you heard today that you're especially eager to rebut?
There's a lot of things I'd like to rebut, and we will rebut. I think we said it yesterday. First of all, you notice that Adam Schiff today talked about quid pro quo. Notice what's not in the articles of impeachment. Allegations or accusations of quid pro quo. That's because they didn't exist. So, there's a lot of things we'll rebut, but we'll do it in an orderly and I hope more systematic fashion. If you got to do it one at a time.
Do you plan to take the whole 24 hours?
I can't make any determinations as to how long our proceedings are going to go. We got to base it on what they do.
And in terms of the president's mood, are you updating?
I'm not doing presidents. I don't do that. I don't discuss conversations.
Well, stay updated on
I think he's on. I have no idea. I think he's either in Davos or on the way back. Yeah. Okay. Last question.
Jay,
yes.
How much of your presentation will be based on rebutting what you're hearing today in the next 2 days versus original arguments you guys make?
Well, look, I think it's a combination of both. We will challenge aggressively the case that they're putting forward based on what we're hearing, and we also have an affirmative case that we're going to make as well. So we're going to do both. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Jay Sekulow, one of the president's attorneys, taking a brief moment in the hallway to speak to reporters. We also have standing by right now Senator John Barrasso. He's a Republican from Wyoming. Senator, good day to you. Thanks for taking time to talk to us.
Thank you, Lester.
Before we talk about the nitty-gritty of what you've been witnessing the last 2.5 hours, give us a sense of the color in the room there. We're not able to see the senators. How are they taking all this in? What's the mood? What's it like in there?
Well, we went about, 13 hours yesterday. People listened very carefully. They're still listening today. That's a great responsibility that we have. They're under the possibility of punishment by imprisonment if we talk. And I sit next to Lindsey Graham, and, he's a talkative kind of guy. So we're all trying to be in our best behavior. We're trying to pay attention. I just came from hearing 2.5 hours of the argument by Adam Schiff. To me, it was no different than what I heard yesterday. I didn't hear anything new today, and that's what I'm hearing from my Republican colleagues, that we have another 22 hours of him making presentations, but we've heard nothing new today.
He has set up a factual kind of argument. This happened, this happened, this happened. What we know about the president's defense is it's largely built on the process, that the constitutionality of this impeachment right from the get-go. Is that what you want them to respond to, or are you hearing anything that helps you make a decision here?
Well, I think many of the members have watched this process unfold. Of course, most Republicans believe that the effort was in before President Trump even took office to impeach him. The Washington Post, the day that the president took office, had the headline, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." We've seen all these activities. Nancy Pelosi said they've been at it for 2.5 years, but yet the phone call didn't happen until this past July. So it does seem that this is very partisan. They've rushed the process in the House. I think done a poor job of actually putting a case together. It's very flimsy. Now they want to bring in new witnesses, new evidence, new individuals to testify when they could have done all of that. They said that the evidence is overwhelming. Well, if it's overwhelming, they shouldn't need new witnesses. And one of the members of the prosecution team yesterday, the House team, said, look, it's critical that we do this immediately. Well, Nancy Pelosi sat on these articles for 33 days, and America has seen it as what it is, a political stunt, very partisan, directed at not just overturning the last election, but going after the next election to the point they actually are calling for President Trump's name to be eliminated from the ballot in 2020.
Senator Chuck Todd is with me. He has a question for
Chuck.
you.
Hey, Senator Barrasso, I understand this morning before the hearings began that the leadership, Senator McConnell, and I know you're part of it, you brought in, I believe, the former Attorney General Mike Mukasey to essentially make the case to your entire conference why executive privilege should be respected here in the case of some of these witnesses. Let me ask you this. Is there any room here in the middle, which is go into closed session and hear Bolton, just not with the cameras on? I mean, you've served on, you've had to get classified material in the past. It seems as if here is a eyewitness. At the end of the day, no matter what anybody thinks of this case, you have an eyewitness. Don't you want to hear this eyewitness? And if it means turning the cameras off, so be it.
Well, as you know, we're adopted the model from President Clinton's impeachment of 20 years ago, which is 24 hours of argument, presentation of the case by the House, 24 hours by the president, but with the White House, and then 16 hours of questioning. And we're then going to have the question put to us as the 100 members of the Senate. Do you need more information to make a decision, or have you heard enough information so we can go to final judgment?
You're ducking my question.
51 members will make that decision, and if people at that point say, we need to hear more, we need to hear from this witness or that witness, let's bring them in, either for deposition, for closed hearing and testimony, or in front of the entire Senate. 51 members will make that determination at that time after we've heard 48 hours of presentations and 16 hours of questions.
Sounds like you're not interested in hearing from John Bolton.
Well, I'm going to want to hear the whole case by both the House and the White House and make a decision at that time. I think by that time, people are going to have had enough information to make an informed decision and make a final judgment.
All right. Senator Barrasso, thank you very much. I know it's a short break. We appreciate you spending a few minutes with us.
Thanks for having me, Lester.
All right, let's go to Casey Hunt, who is also at the Capitol, who has new information about what follows now as the House managers make their case.
Lester, we're learning that next up for the House Democrats is going to be the Judiciary Chairman, Jerry Nadler. He will be the next in line to continue this opening argument. He, of course, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, which handled those aspects of this case, the cover-up, essentially the obstruction of Congress section of these articles. Cover-up, I should say, is the Democratic language around this, of course. It's language that really inflamed Republicans last night when Nadler used it on the floor in talking about how Republicans were handling this process. We heard a lot of anger from Republican senators this morning about how Nadler characterized them last night. It, of course, led to that admonishment from the Chief Justice, John Roberts, who admonished both Nadler and the president's team for responding back to him in a pretty heated way. So I'm interested to see exactly how he's received on the floor coming up in the next couple hours, Lester.
And see if his tone at all is changed by this. All right, thank you. We want to go to Hallie Jackson right now at the White House. Hallie, we know the president is en route back to Washington, but not out of contact, is he?
Absolutely not, because he has tweeted and retweeted, Lester, 18 times as of this moment in time since he went wheels up from Switzerland, heading back to the U.S., set to arrive later on this evening. The president very much engaged with his allies that he's been in touch with, saying that he is feeling resolved, but he also wants to, frankly, get this over with. I want to highlight a couple of things of what we've heard so far from the president's defense team and our sources in reporting this out. You very clearly heard Jay Sekulow explain that he thinks, and I'm paraphrasing here, Democrats just got to get it over with. They are working to frame the House impeachment manager's argument as repetitive and drawn out, essentially. Sekulow is a little cagey. Remember, they don't get a chance to respond for potentially several days if House Democrats do take all their time until Democrats are totally done making their case. So the defense team has to sit there, watch and listen, and underscoring our reporting this morning that the defense team wants to be responsive to the House impeachment case. That is what you heard Sekulow talk about. They want to aggressively, he says, challenge some of these issues. Here is one potential area of concern for the defense team, though. And you heard my colleague Peter Alexander, who's posted up on the Hill while I'm at the White House, ask Jay Sekulow this about the president's comments earlier this morning, where he said, honestly, we have all the material. They don't have all the material as it relates to documents and materials that the Democrats have requested. Democrats are seizing on that, arguing that that is the president saying the obstruction of Congress quiet part out loud. Sekulow dodged the question when it was put to the defense team. That may not be a tenable position because Democrats, I think you can expect them to hammer that again and again, Lester, as this goes on.
All right, Hallie, thanks. Kristen Welker has been traveling with the president. She's still in Switzerland, but before he left, we know he held an unscheduled news conference.
He did, Lester. The president sees himself as his own best communicator. We've heard him say that before. And so that is presumably what was behind his decision to hold that impromptu news conference to wage his own defense while he is preparing for his attorneys to defend him on the Senate floor. Among the key headlines, Lester, of that news conference, President Trump was asked, would he be willing to have witnesses testify in his trial? The president said, look, ultimately it's up to the Senate. But his answers got a whole lot more interesting when he was pressed on whether his former national security advisor, John Bolton, should testify. What Chuck was just talking about with Senator Barrasso. He said, look, I'd like to have him testify, but ultimately it could be a national security issue. And then he went into further detail about his thought process, saying, look, the bottom line is he didn't leave on the best of terms. And so that was a real window into why President Trump clearly not wanting John Bolton to testify. The White House, as we've been reporting, prepared to claim executive privilege if it were to come to that. Now, I asked President Trump about a key argument that his attorneys are making, that abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. He wavered in his answer. Take a look at that exchange. Can I ask you, just to be clear, and for future presidents, is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Well, you're going to talk to the lawyers about it, but I will tell you, there's nothing here. I had a very innocent conversation with a very fine gentleman from the Ukraine, and it was based on that. People don't even want to talk about the conversation. I got to watch glimpses in between all of these meetings that I just told you about. I got to watch glimpses of what is taking place, wasting time in Washington, and I watched, they don't talk about my conversation.
So there you hear defiance from President Trump, Lester. And I think as we look forward over the next several days, you can expect to see President Trump counter programming and again trying to take his own communications into his own hands. White House officials saying he is determined to defend himself even as this debate goes on the Senate floor. Lester.
Yeah, Adam Schiff did, in fact, talk a little bit about that conversation at the beginning of his presentation. Kristen, thank you very much. Let me turn to Carol Lam now, former U.S. attorney, NBC News legal analyst. You know, when they first said 24 hours over 2 days, then it was 24 hours over 3 days. Having watched 2.5 hours, is it possible that's too much time, given the narrow argument they need to really make?
Well, a trial is like any other type of exposition, right? You tell them what you're going to say, then you say it, then you tell them what you just said. Sure. And so remember now that they don't have the ability to call live witnesses. So this was what you just heard over the 2.5 hours was more of the opening statement. Now I expect what will happen is they will actually play portions of, longer portions of the testimony that all of these witnesses who came forward during the House investigation. I think a lot of these senators actually haven't heard all of that testimony. So I'm speculating, but I think that is going to take up quite a bit of time.
Yeah, one senator admitted it to us. Republican John Kennedy said to a reporter, 9 of 10 senators haven't read the brief, and the one that claims he did is probably lying.
Right.
I mean, he was sort of half joking, but that is the attitude you have to have, right?
The senators need to actually see the live witnesses to judge their credibility, to judge their demeanor. That's important. And then at the end, each side will have 2 hours to make their closing arguments, what would more traditionally be known as a closing argument. So that's how I would expect most of the time to be taken up.
And Senator Kerry, we mentioned over and over again, this is a political process. So how much of the decision-making is not necessarily in that room right now listening to this presentation, but what they will hear when they leave that room, what they read in the papers, what they see on cable TV?
Look, first of all, to compare this, the leadership of the Republicans in the Senate are doing to the Clinton trial is preposterous. We had 100-0 vote on the rules. And we did because our 2 leaders got together and wrote those rules. And we had all the evidence delivered to us before the trial began. Unlike this particular situation where the leader decides right at the last minute, we're going to deliver the evidence because he's got a couple people in his own party that were objecting to not doing that. Plus, yes, I understand executive privilege. I was on the 9/11 Commission. We ran into that all the time. But the court has decided what isn't executive privilege. And many of the things that are being withheld are not covered by Supreme Court decisions. So again, I just repeat it. I mean, I do think the most important question is the president right when he says this is unconstitutional? He's the guy being tried. And that's what he's saying. This entire process is unconstitutional. It isn't. The entire process does not have to find him guilty of a crime. You saw him stammering and having difficulty with the abuse of power question, and rightfully so. And I put it to Republicans in the audience. Imagine if you have a President Biden in 2021 and he does exactly the same thing. How are you going to feel about it?
Because there will be, whatever happens here, this will be precedent.
Oh, yeah, no. When Joe Dunford once said, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, if you pass by something in substandard and you don't do anything about it, that's the new standard. I don't think the Republic is at risk, but if this goes forward, as I think is likely, and he's acquitted on the basis that it's unconstitutional, what you're going to have is a further weakening of the checks and balances that were written into the Constitution in the first place. All right, we understand that Senator Chuck Schumer, the minority leader, is speaking right now in the hallway. Perhaps we can let you listen to that.
Rhetoric that he thought should be toned down. I was so impressed with the House manager's case. It was on the facts. It answered the questions. It talked about why we had witnesses and documents. The president's lawyers never answered the question of witnesses and documents. They talked about a lot of other things, did some finger pointing, but never answered the question. I think if you were a juror listening to both sides, you would have sided with the president's, the House managers, because the president's counsel didn't directly answer the question why we shouldn't have witnesses and documents.
Senator, do you think Jerry Nadler is right?
I've said what I'm going to say on that issue, okay? Any others on other subjects? I answered her question.
Senator,
yep.
Sir, would you be open to, say, a witness trade for Hunter Biden?
No, I think that's off the table. First of all, the Republicans have the right to bring in any witness they want. They haven't wanted to, and that trade is not on the table.
What more do House managers have to say, do you think, to convince?
If House managers continue to do what they've done over the last 2 hours, I think that it will continue to make a powerful case. First step, witnesses and documents. Second step, we get a real fair trial, and who knows what happens once there's a real fair trial. If there's not a fair trial, if they just shut it down, any acquittal of President Trump will have little value.
You don't think there needs to be a change?
Republicans have shown no indication that they're changing their minds at all during this process. What makes you think shift speech?
No, well, I don't think that's entirely accurate. They changed their minds on a couple of things McConnell put in the resolution. I think because the public wants a fair trial, and it may happen on witnesses and documents as we move through the week. That's what I hope. That's what I pray for the sake of the Republic, but I certainly think it's not out of the question. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Chuck Schumer making a few comments and clearing up one of the storylines that was bubbling out there this morning. There might be talk of this trade where Hunter Biden would testify on behalf of the president's lawyers, allowing a John Bolton or some others, and he essentially taking that off the table.
It's interesting, Lester. Rand Paul, who's one of the president's allies on this issue, on the impeachment issue, has said as a threat, if Republican senators do vote for Bolton, he will on his own ask for Hunter Biden. And he made it clear he knows that makes some Republicans uncomfortable. So it's pretty clear the Republican majority, there is not a majority to bring Biden in as a witness. They don't want to do this. So it is fascinating here, I think, where Democrats, you have some Democrats knowing the Republicans don't want to be the ones that bring Biden in. Some of them want to call that bluff. Obviously, Schumer's a little nervous about that. But this Biden issue tangles up Republicans more so, frankly, than it does, I think, the Democrats.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes to pass. Let's go to Hallie Jackson right now again. Hallie, what do you have?
So a couple of things here, Lester. On this topic of witness testimony, I do think it's significant that Senator Schumer says that is now off the table, this idea of a trade, John Bolton for Hunter Biden. And again, everything that we have heard, and Lester, we reported this 24 hours ago from our sources, it is now being confirmed publicly that the White House would invoke almost certainly executive privilege if John Bolton were to be voted on to be called by senators. And by the way, that's not even a done deal yet. That's still a question mark. But there is a concerted push to try to prevent that from happening. The president's allies have said that his attitude is he wants to get this over with as quickly as possible. That is what we are hearing just in the last couple of hours as the president is making his way over to Switzerland. And I want to go back to something that the senator said just a moment ago related to this idea of the case the president's defense team is making, because I spoke with Alan Dershowitz, who is an attorney for President Trump. He is somebody you will see on the Senate floor making oral arguments once the defense team does have their moment to shine, if you will, in the spotlight. And Dershowitz specifically is making the case that you're talking about here, that the president's conduct does not, whatever it is, does not rise to the level of an impeachable offense under the Constitution. But very notably, Lester, Dershowitz would not say whether he believed the president, when you look at the facts at hand, actually abused the power of his office. And that has been significant because this is somebody who is arguing on behalf of President Trump, making the very public case for him on the Senate floor, who, to Chuck's point a moment ago, isn't speaking to necessarily the facts of the case and the sort of substance of it, but to the constitutional threshold of where this is. So I think that is going to be an argument you will hear hammered very heavily by the president's defense team when they get their turn, likely starting on Saturday.
All right, Hallie, thank you. And watching along with us, our justice correspondent, Pete Williams. Pete, what stands out to you so far?
Well, a couple of points. First of all, if the White House does assert executive privilege over Bolton's testimony, then what happens then? The Senate would subpoena him. The president would assert executive privilege and sue, basically, the Senate, and then it would go to court. Now, it's not clear how long it would take. If you look at the timeline in the Nixon case, when there was a request by a grand jury for the White House tapes, that was a ruling by a lower court judge, and that's where it would first go at the end of May, and it basically took about 5 weeks to get a decision. The Supreme Court decided the case July 9th, moving at what for the Supreme Court is hyperspeed. So basically, it took a month. It could happen a little faster than that, but I wouldn't think it would happen a lot faster because you'd go to the district court first and say, here's why he shouldn't testify. The other side has to reply. The judge has to maybe have a hearing, issue a ruling. Then you ask the Supreme Court to take the case. The other side has to weigh in. The court would probably hear argument. The point is, this is not an instantaneous process. And if they really do duke it out over Bolton's testimony, it could stretch beyond the trial or stretch the trial out.
And would it likely also mean the same thing for all the other witnesses that Democrats want, Mulvaney and the others?
Yes, although, I guess there's a couple of questions here. One is, in the Nixon case, this was a request for documents, for tapes, in essence, not for live testimony. Whether that would make a difference or not, I don't know. Does that make the executive privilege claim stronger? Not clear. Also, there's the question of the fact that Bolton's clearly no longer in the government. Does that, lower the threshold or the hammer the White House has over him?
Yeah, we understand the senators are gathering again. They should be back from a break shortly. And it's a good time for me to remind you that these pictures you're seeing are coming from Senate TV. They control the cameras. They are not showing the senators for whatever reason. We're under Senate rules, media cameras, other cameras not allowed there. But let's go as we hear Jerry Nadler now take over.
And your patience last night as we went into the long hours. Truly thank you. The House managers will now undertake to tell you the story of the President's Ukraine scheme. As we tell this story, it is important to note that the facts before us are not in dispute. There are no close calls. The evidence shows that President Trump unlawfully withheld military assistance appropriated by Congress to aid our ally in order to extort that government into helping him with his re-election, then tried to cover it up when he got caught. This is the story of a corrupt government-wide effort that drew in ambassadors, cabinet officials, executive branch agencies, and the office of the president. This effort threatened the security of Ukraine in its military struggle with Russia and compromised our own national security interests because the president cared only about his personal political interests. In the spring of 2019, the people of Ukraine elected a new leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, who campaigned on a platform of rooting out corruption in his country. This pledge was welcomed by the United States and its allies. But the new government also threatened the work of President Trump's chief agent in Ukraine, Rudy Giuliani. As President Zelensky was taking power, Mr. Giuliani was already engaged in an effort to convince Ukrainian officials to announce two sham investigations. The first was an effort to smear former Vice President Joe Biden. The second was designed to undermine the intelligence community's unanimous assessment that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. One obstacle to Mr. Giuliani's work was Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. A 33-year veteran of the Foreign Service, Ambassador Yovanovitch had partnered with Ukraine to root out the kind of corruption that would have allowed Mr. Giuliani's lies to flourish. In order to complete his mission, Mr. Giuliani first needed Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way. And so in early 2019, Mr. Giuliani launched a public smear campaign against the ambassador, an effort that involved Mr. Giuliani's allies in Ukraine, the president's allies in the United States, and eventually President Trump himself. Please remember that the object of the president's Ukraine scheme was to obtain a corrupt advantage for his re-election campaign. As we will show, the president went to extraordinary lengths to cheat in the next election. That scheme begins with the attempt to get Ambassador Yovanovitch, quote, out of the way, unquote. By all accounts, Ambassador Yovanovitch was a highly respected and effective ambassador. Witnesses uniformly praised her 33-year career as a nonpartisan public servant and told us that she particularly excelled in fighting corruption abroad. President George Bush named her as an ambassador twice, and President Obama nominated her as ambassador to Ukraine, where she represented the United States from 2016 to 2019. Eradicating corruption in Ukraine has been a key policy priority of the U.S. government for years. During the House inquiry, the ambassador explained why implementing this anti-corruption policy was so important.
As critical as the war against Russia is, Ukraine's struggling democracy has an equally important challenge: battling the Soviet legacy of corruption which has pervaded Ukraine's government. Corruption makes Ukraine's leaders ever vulnerable to Russia, and the Ukrainian people understand that. That's why they launched the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, demanding to be a part of Europe, demanding the transformation of the system, demanding to live under the rule of law. Ukrainians wanted the law to apply equally to all people, whether the individual in question is the president or any other citizen. It was a question of fairness, of dignity. Here again, there is a coincidence of interests. Corrupt leaders are inherently less trustworthy, while an honest and accountable Ukrainian leadership makes a U.S.-Ukrainian partnership more reliable and more valuable to the United States.
On the evening of April 24th, 2019, Ambassador Yovanovitch was hosting an event at the U.S. Embassy, honoring the memory of an anti-corruption fighter who had been killed when acid was thrown in her face the previous year. At about 10 that night, the embassy event was interrupted by a telephone call from Washington. Ambassador Yovanovitch described this conversation with the head of the State Department's Human Resources Department.
She said that there was great concern on the 7th floor of the State Department. That's where the leadership of the State Department sits. There was great concern. They were worried. She just wanted to give me a heads up about this. And, you know, things seemed to be going on. And so she just wanted to give me a heads up.
Confused, the ambassador asked for more information from Washington. 3 hours later, they spoke again. Ambassador Yovanovitch learned that there were concerns about her, quote, up the street, that is, at the White House. The ambassador was told to get on the first plane home. Why was this respected career diplomat abruptly removed from her post? Why was she, in fact, urged by the State Department to catch the first plane home, that she was in danger, she shouldn't wait? At the time, the White House would not say, but today we know the truth. The truth is that Ambassador Yovanovitch was the victim of a smear campaign organized by Rudy Giuliani, amplified by President Trump's allies, and designed to give President Trump the pretext he needed to recall her without warning. Mr. Giuliani has admitted as much to the press. In order to understand Mr. Giuliani's smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch, you need to know about a few additional characters who Mr. Giuliani drew into his scheme. The first of these characters is Viktor Shokin, the disgraced former prosecutor general of Ukraine, who was fired by the Ukrainian government for gross corruption. In 2016, at the urging of the European Union, the International Monetary Fund, and the United States government, the Parliament of Ukraine voted to remove Mr. Shokin as Prosecutor General because he was corrupt and refused to prosecute corruption cases. At the urging of the United States, the European Union, the International Monetary Fund, all urged the Ukraine government to dismiss Mr. Shokin. The second character is Yuri Lutsenko, who succeeded Mr. Shokin as Prosecutor General. Mr. Lutsenko also proved reluctant to prosecute corruption cases, and several witnesses testified that he also had a reputation for dishonesty and corruption. Ambassador Yovanovitch and Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent both testified that the U.S. Embassy in Kiev eventually stopped working with Mr. Lutsenko altogether. Shokin, Lutsenko, and Giuliani, the goals of all three characters were aligned. Shokin had it out for Vice President Biden because of the role that the Vice President played in his 2016 firing. The Vice President, carrying out U.S. policy, urged the Ukrainian government to dismiss the corrupt Shokin. I note that the Vice President, the former Vice President, has been criticized for urging that he be fired. Lutsenko found his career trajectory fading and wanted President Trump's support to boost his political prospects in Ukraine. Giuliani needed partners in Ukraine willing to announce 2 sham investigations meant to boost President Trump's own campaign. All three wanted Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way. And so in early 2019, the smear campaign began. Ms. Lutsenko became the primary vector for false allegations against Ambassador Yovanovitch. Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent testified that Lutsenko's allegations against Ambassador Yovanovitch were motivated by revenge.
Over the course of 2018 and 2019, I became increasingly aware of an effort by Rudy Giuliani and others, including his associates Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, to run a campaign to smear Ambassador Yovanovitch and other officials at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. The chief agitators on the Ukrainian side of this effort were some of those same corrupt former prosecutors I had encountered, particularly Yuri Lutsenko and Viktor Shokin. They were now peddling false information in order to extract revenge against those who had exposed their misconduct, including U.S. diplomats, Ukrainian anti-corruption officials, and reform-minded civil society groups in Ukraine.
As Mr. Kent indicated, the smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch was orchestrated by a core group of corrupt Ukrainian officials working at Mr. Giuliani's direction. This group included two additional characters who have been in the news of late, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman. Mr. Parnas and Mr. Fruman were, of course, indicted last year on several charges, including charges related to large donations they made to support President Trump. Simply put, in doing her job well, Ambassador Yovanovitch drew Mr. Lutsenko's ire. And as Mr. Kent observed, you can't promote principled anti-corruption efforts without pissing off corrupt people. As it turned out, this statement applied to Yuri Lutsenko and to Rudy Giuliani, who feared that the ambassador would stand in the way of his corrupt efforts to coerce Ukraine into conducting investigations that would benefit the political interests of his client, President Trump. Giuliani's coordinated smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch became public in the United States in late March 2019, with the publication of a series of opinion pieces in The Hill based on interviews with Lutsenko. On March 20th, 2019, in one piece in The Hill, Lutsenko falsely alleged that Ambassador Yovanovitch had given him a so-called do not prosecute list. Not only was the allegation false, but after having helped originate the claim, Lutsenko himself would later go on to retract it. The same piece also falsely stated that Ambassador Yovanovitch had, quote, made disparaging statements about President Trump, unquote. A statement issued by the State Department declared the allegations to be a total fabrication. President Trump promoted Solomon's article in a tweet, which intensified the public attacks against Ambassador Yovanovitch. Then on March 24th, Donald Trump Jr. called Ambassador Yovanovitch a joker on Twitter and called for her removal. You can see the slides of the two tweets. These unfounded smears by the president and his son reverberated in Ukraine. Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent testified that starting in mid-March, Rudy Giuliani was almost unmissable in this, quote, campaign of slander, close quote. And according to Mr. Kent, Mr. Lutsenko's press spokeswoman retweeted Donald Trump Jr.'s tweet attacking the ambassador, further undermining her standing in Ukraine. Her standing, the United States ambassador's standing. Mr. Giuliani was not content to stay behind the scenes either. He promoted the same attacks on the ambassador on Twitter, Fox News, and elsewhere. At the end of March, the attacks intensified. Ambassador Yovanovitch sent Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs David Hale an email detailing her concerns and asking for a strong statement of support from the State Department. In reply, the State Department told her that they were unwilling to help her, their own ambassador, because if they issued a public statement supporting her, quote, it could be undermined, unquote, by the president. And they're concerned that, quote, the rug would be pulled out from underneath the State Department. The State Department cannot express support for an American ambassador threatened abroad because they are concerned that if they express support for that American ambassador, the rug will be pulled out from under them by the president. What it must have taken to convince our State Department to refuse support to its ambassador. Phone records show that Giuliani also kept the White House apprised of these developments, as you can see from these slides. Again, it is worth remembering that smearing Ambassador Yovanovitch was a means to an end. Removing her would allow the president's allies the freedom to pressure Ukraine to announce their sham investigations. So we should talk for a few minutes about the investigations that Rudy Giuliani and his henchmen were promoting on behalf of the president. Let's focus first on the allegation that Ukraine, not Russia, interfered in our last presidential election. In February 2017, shortly after the intelligence community, the CIA, the FBI, all the intelligence agencies of the United States unanimously assessed that Russia interfered in the election to help Donald Trump, this alternative theory gained some attention when Russian President Putin promoted it at a press conference. Second, he said, I'm quoting from him, it's in the Russian on the slides, I think. Second, as we all know, during the presidential campaign in the United States, the Ukrainian government adopted a unilateral position in favor of one candidate. More than that, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of the political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate, to be more precise. That's President Putin talking, shifting the blame to Ukraine. Dr. Fiona Hill best explained how the Ukraine narrative is a fictional narrative being propagated by the Russian security services.
Based on questions and statements I've heard, some of you on this committee appear to believe that Russia and its security services did not conduct a campaign against our country, and that perhaps, somehow, for some reason, Ukraine did. This is a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services themselves. The unfortunate truth is that Russia was the foreign power that systematically attacked our democratic institutions in 2016. This is the public conclusion of our intelligence agencies, confirmed in bipartisan congressional reports. It is beyond dispute, even if some of the underlying details must remain classified. The impact of the successful 2016 Russian campaign remains evident today. Our nation is being torn apart. Truth is questioned. Our highly professional and expert career foreign service is being undermined. US support for Ukraine, which continues to face armed Russian aggression, has been politicized. The Russian government's goal is to weaken our country, to diminish America's global role, and to neutralize a perceived US threat to Russian interests.
President Trump knew this too. His former Homeland Security advisor, Tom Bossert, said that the idea that Ukraine hacked the DNC server was, quote, not only a conspiracy theory, it is completely debunked, close quote. And he and other U.S. officials spent hours with the president explaining why. The second false allegation that the president wanted the Ukrainians to announce was that Vice President Biden used his power to protect the company on whose board his son sat by forcing the removal of Viktor Shokin, the corrupt former prosecutor general. It is true that Vice President Biden helped remove Mr. Shokin, who was widely believed to be corrupt. And as I said a few minutes ago, it was official policy of the United States, the European community, and others in order to fight corruption in Ukraine to ask that Shokin and Lutsenko be removed. So the Vice President Biden, in fulfilling U.S. policy, pressured Ukraine to remove Shokin, not to secure some personal benefit, but to advance the official policy of the United States and its allies. Even Ms. Lutsenko, who initially ceded the allegations against Mr. Biden in American media, later admitted that the allegations against the vice president were false. And Rudy Giuliani told Kurt Volker, the special representative for Ukrainian negotiations, who had a prominent role in the scheme, that he also knew the attacks on Joe Biden were a lie. With Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way, the first chapter of the Ukraine scheme was complete. Mr. Giuliani and his agents could now apply direct pressure to the Ukrainian government to spread these two falsehoods. And who benefited from this scheme? Who sent Mr. Giuliani to Ukraine in the first place? Of course, we could rephrase that question as the former Republican leader of the Senate, Howard Baker, asked it in 1973. What did the president know, and when did he know it?
Congressman Nadler
Mr. Chief Justice,
handing
Senators,
over questioning now. We're not quite sure what happened there.
President Trump and President Zelensky's relationship started out well. President Trump wanted the two investigations from Zelensky, and he had no reason to believe that he would not get what he wanted. On April 21st, 2019, Zelensky, who was new to politics, won a landslide victory in Ukraine's presidential election. That evening, President Trump called Zelensky to congratulate him. On that first call, Zelensky invited President Trump to visit Ukraine for the upcoming inauguration. President Trump, in turn, promised that his administration would send someone at a very, very high level. During that same April call, President Trump invited Zelensky to the White House, saying, "When you're settled in and ready, I'd like to invite you to the White House. We have a lot of things to talk about, but we're with you all the way." Zelensky immediately accepted the president's invitation, adding that the whole team and I are looking forward to that visit. Numerous witnesses testified about the significance of a White House meeting for the political newcomer. A White House meeting would show Ukrainians that America supported Zelensky's anti-corruption platform, the clear backing of the President of the United States, Ukraine's most important patron, would also send a powerful message to Russia that we had Ukraine's back. During that April 24th call, President Trump never even uttered the word corruption. But the White House call recap falsely stated that the two presidents had discussed Ukraine's anti-corruption efforts. Shortly after the phone call, Jennifer Williams, advisor to Vice President Pence, learned that President Trump asked Vice President Pence to attend Zelensky's inauguration. Williams and her colleagues began planning for Pence's trip to Kyiv. At the same time, Giuliani was trying to get Ukraine to investigate the Bidens in the alleged 2016 election interference. On April 24, Giuliani went on Fox and Friends and had this to say.
Keep your eye on Ukraine, because in Ukraine, a lot of the dirty work was done in digging up the information. American officials we used, Ukrainian officials we used, that's like collusion with the Ukrainians, and, or actually in this case, conspiracy with the Ukrainians. I think it gets some interesting information about Joe Biden from Ukraine, about his son, Hunter Biden, about a company he was on the board of for years, which may be one of the most crooked companies in Ukraine.
For this campaign to be truly beneficial to his boss, President Trump, Giuliani needed access to the new government in Ukraine. He dispatched his associates, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, to try to make inroads with the Zelensky team. On April 25, former Vice President Biden publicly announced his bid for the presidency, and immediately he was at the top of the polls. That same day, David Holmes, an American diplomat at our embassy in Ukraine, learned that Giuliani had reached out to the head of President Zelensky's campaign. As Mr. Holmes explained, the new Ukrainian government began to think that Giuliani was a significant person in terms of managing their relationship with the United States. As Giuliani and his associates worked behind the scenes to get access to the new leadership in Ukraine, President Trump was publicly signaling his interest in the investigations. On May 2nd, the president appeared on Fox News, who had asked, should the former vice president explain himself on his feeling in Ukraine and whether there was a conflict with his son's business interests. President Trump replied as follows.
I'm hearing it's a major scandal, major problem. Very bad things happened.
and we'll see what that is. They even have him on tape talking about it. They have Joe Biden on tape talking about the prosecutor, and I've seen that tape. A lot of people are talking about that tape. But that's up for them. They have to solve that problem.
The tape President Trump referenced is a video from January 2018, in which Vice President Biden explained he placed an ultimatum to the Ukrainian president to remove the corrupt prosecutor general to ensure that the taxpayer money would be used appropriately. The vice president's actions were consistent with official U.S. policy, as well as the opinions of the international community. On May 9, the New York Times published an article about Giuliani's plan to visit Ukraine. In the article, Giuliani confirmed that he planned to meet Zelensky. At that meeting, he wanted to press the Ukrainian government to pursue the investigations that President Trump promoted only days earlier. Giuliani said, "We're not meddling in an election, we're meddling in an investigation which we have a right to do." Giuliani even went so far as to acknowledge that his actions could benefit President Trump personally. He said, and I quote, "This isn't foreign policy. I'm asking them to do an investigation they're doing already and that other people are telling them to stop. And I'm going to give them reasons why they shouldn't stop it, because that information would be very, very helpful to my client and may turn out to be helpful to my government." That's it. Right there, Giuliani admitting he was asking Ukraine to work on investigations that would be very, very helpful to the president. He was not doing foreign policy. He was not doing this on behalf of the government. He was doing this for personal interests of his client, Donald J. Trump. The next morning, on May 10, amid coverage of his planned trip to Ukraine, Giuliani tweeted further about Biden, then had a flurry of calls with Parnas, who was helping in planning his trip to Ukraine. That same day, Giuliani also spoke with Ambassador Volker on the phone for more than 30 minutes. Ambassador Volker had learned that Giuliani intended to travel to Ukraine and had called to warn Giuliani that Prosecutor General Lutsenko is not credible. Don't listen to what he is saying. Later that day, Giuliani had a 17-minute call with a masked White House number before speaking again with Parnas for 12 minutes. That same day, on May 10, Politico asked President Trump about Giuliani's upcoming trip, and he replied, "I have not spoken to him at any great length, but I will. I will speak to him before he leaves." But that evening, on Fox News, Giuliani announced, "I'm not going to Ukraine because I think I'm walking into a group of people that are enemies of the president." Separately, in a text message to Politico, Giuliani alleged that the original offer for a meeting with Zelensky was a setup. He said it was a setup orchestrated by several vocal critics of President Trump who were advising Zelensky. Giuliani declared, "Zelensky is in the hands of avowed enemies of President Trump." But Giuliani had not stopped trying. He had Parnas send a letter from him to Zelensky's senior aide on May 11 asking for a meeting. That later made it clear that Giuliani was representing President Trump as a private citizen and that he was working with President Trump's knowledge and consent. The letter is on the slide and reads, quote, "In my capacity as personal counsel to President Trump, and with his knowledge and consent, I request a meeting with you on this upcoming Monday, May 13, or Tuesday, May 14. I will need no more than half an hour of your time, and I will be accompanied by my colleague Victoria Tunsing, a distinguished American attorney who is very familiar with this matter. But it did not appear that Giuliani and Parnas' attempts to get the meeting were working. That same day, Giuliani sent a text to Parnas asking, "This guy is canceling meeting, I think." Approximately 3 hours later, Giuliani sent Parnas drafts of a public statement that people advising the president-elect are no friends of the president. 3 days later, President Trump instructed Vice President Pence not to attend the inauguration in Ukraine. Just 3 days later, Vice Presidential staffer Jennifer Williams received a surprising call from Pence's Chief of Staff. She described it during her public testimony.
On May 13th, an assistant to the Vice President's Chief of Staff called and informed me that President Trump had decided that the Vice President would not attend the inauguration in Ukraine. She did not provide any further explanation. I relayed that instruction to others involved in planning the potential trip. I also informed the NSC that the Vice President would not be attending so that it could identify a head of delegation to represent the United States at President-elect Zelensky's inauguration.
Notably, Williams confirmed that the inauguration date had not yet been scheduled at the time of that phone call. So the reason for President Trump's decision was certainly not due to a scheduling conflict. Secretary of Energy Rick Perry ultimately led the delegation to the inaugural. Accompanying Secretary Perry were Ambassador to the European Union Gordon Sondland, Ambassador Volker, and NSC Director for Ukraine, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Senator Rob Johnson also attended many of the inaugural events with the delegation. When asked if this delegation was a good group, Holmes replied, "It was not as senior a delegation as we might have expected." After the inauguration, Ambassadors Volker and Sondland left Kyiv with a very favorable impression of President Zelensky. Ambassador Volker said they believed it was important that President Trump personally engaged with the President of Ukraine in order to demonstrate full U.S. support for him. When the inauguration team returned to the United States, they had a meeting with President Trump on May 23. The May 23 meeting with President Trump proved to be important for two good reasons. First, with Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way, President Trump authorized Ambassador Sondland, Secretary Perry, and Ambassador Volker to lead engagement with the new administration in Ukraine. And two, President Trump instructed them to satisfy Giuliani's concerns in order to move forward on Ukraine matters. These officials were all political appointees, and Ambassador Sondland had donated $1 million to the president's inauguration. The president saw these three political appointees as officials who would fulfill his requests. Ambassador Volker testified that he, Ambassador Sondland, Secretary Perry, and Senator Johnson took turns making their case that this is a new crowd. It's a new president in Ukraine. He's committed to doing the right things, including fighting corruption. They recommended that President Trump follow through on his invitation for President Zelensky to meet with him in the Oval Office. But President Trump did not receive the recommendation well. At his public hearing, Ambassador Volker described the May 23rd Oval Office meeting with President Trump. Let's listen.
We stressed our finding that President Zelensky represented the best chance for getting Ukraine out of the mire of corruption it had been in for over 20 years. We urged him to invite President Zelensky to the White House. The president was very skeptical. Given Ukraine's history of corruption, that's understandable. He said that Ukraine was a corrupt country full of terrible people. He said, they tried to take me down. In the course of that conversation, he referenced conversations with Mayor Giuliani. It was clear to me that despite the positive news and recommendations being conveyed by this official delegation about the new president, President Trump had a deeply rooted negative view on Ukraine rooted in the past. He was receiving other information from other sources, including Mayor Giuliani, that was more negative, causing him to retain this negative view.
Witnesses said the reference to taking me down was to unfounded allegations that Ukraine had interfered in the 2016 election. This was what President Trump considered to be corruption in Ukraine. The president's words echoed Giuliani's public statements about Ukraine in early May. Rather than committing to an Oval Office meeting with the Ukrainian leader, President Trump directed the delegation to talk to Giuliani. Here is how Ambassador Sondland described that instruction from the president.
If we wanted to get anything done with Ukraine, it was apparent to us we needed to talk to Rudy.
Right. You understood that Mr. Giuliani spoke for the president, correct?
That's correct.
Ambassador Sondland saw the writing on the wall. Sondland concluded that if we did not talk to Rudy, nothing would move forward on Ukraine. The three amigos, as they called themselves, did as the president ordered and began talking to Giuliani. Dr. Hill testified, Volker, Sondland, and Perry gave us every impression that they were meeting with Rudy Giuliani at this point, and Rudy Giuliani was also saying on the television, and indeed has said subsequently, that he was closely coordinating with the State Department. Like Dr. Hill, Ambassador Bolton closely tracked Giuliani's Ukraine-related activities. Hill testified about a conversation she had with Bolton in May of 2019. That conversation was revealing, so let's listen.
On television making these statements, and I had already brought to Ambassador Bolton's attention the attacks, the smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch, and expressed great regret about how this was unfolding and, in fact, the shameful way in which Ambassador Yovanovitch was being smeared and attacked. And I'd asked if there was anything that we could do about it. And Ambassador Bolton had looked pained, basically indicated with body language that there was nothing much that we could do about it. And he then, in the course of that discussion, said that Rudy Giuliani was a hand grenade that was going to blow everyone up.
Did you understand what he meant by that?
I did, actually.
What did he mean?
Well, I think he meant that, obviously, what Mr. Giuliani was saying was pretty explosive in any case. He was frequently on television making quite incendiary remarks about everyone involved in this, and that he was clearly pushing forward issues and ideas that would, probably come back to haunt us. And, in fact, I think...
According to Hill's description, Bolton said that Giuliani's influence could be an obstacle to increased White House engagement with Ukraine. He instructed his staff not to meet with Giuliani. In June, Volker and Sondland relayed to Ambassador Taylor that President Trump wanted to hear from Zelensky before scheduling the meeting in the Oval Office. Ambassador Taylor testified that he did not understand at the time what that meant. Around this time, the president publicly expressed that he thought it would be okay to accept foreign interference to assist his campaign if it was in the form of opposition research on his opponent. Let's listen to that shocking interview.
Campaign this time around, if foreigners, if Russia, if China, if someone else offers you information on an opponent, should they accept it or should they call the FBI?
I think maybe you do both. I think you might want to listen. There's nothing wrong with listening. If somebody called from a country, Norway, we have information on your opponent. Oh, I think I'd want to hear it.
You want that kind of interference in our elections?
It's not an interference. They have information. I think I'd take it.
Shocking video. Meanwhile, Giuliani continued to press Ukraine to do the president's political dirty work. On June 21, for instance, Giuliani tweeted the following: "New press of Ukraine still silent on investigation of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election and alleged Biden bribery of President Poroshenko. Time for leadership, and investigate both if you want to purge how Ukraine was abused by Hillary and Obama people." The quid pro quo scheme was taking shape. Giuliani was publicly advocating for Ukraine to conduct politically motivated investigations, while President Trump refused to schedule an Oval Office meeting for Ukraine's new president. As Ambassador Sondland testified, the scheme to pressure Ukraine to conduct these investigations would only get more insidious with time.
Mr. Chief Justice, the Majority Leader expressed a preference for a break about 2 hours in, so it's the House Manager's request that I present, and then we take the break if that's acceptable for everybody. Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, Counsel for the President, and the American people, where were you on July 25th, 2019? It was a Thursday. Members of the U.S. Senate were here in this chamber. On July 25th, across the Atlantic, our 68,000 troops stationed throughout Europe were doing what they do every day, training and preparing to support our allies and defend against Russia. The professionalism and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform is a source of great strength. But America is also strong, and America is also secure because we have friends. On July 25th, 2019, one of those friends was a man named Oleksandr Markiv. In a story told by Sabra Ayers of the Los Angeles Times, Oleksandr was a soldier in the Ukrainian army, defending his country and Europe against Russian-backed forces on Ukraine's Eastern Front. He was in a trench. He was 38 years old. Oleksandr would later die defending his country during a mortar attack on his fighting position, giving his life, just like over 13,000 of his fellow Ukrainians, on the front lines of the fight for liberty in Europe. That same Los Angeles Times article painted a picture of what the Ukrainians were going through during this time. Quote, "Tens of thousands of Ukrainians, like Markiv, volunteered to help fight the Russian-backed separatists in the east. Many of them were sent to the front line wearing sneakers and without flak jackets and helmets, let alone rifles and ammunition. Ukrainians across the country organized in an unprecedented, united civil movement not seen since World War II, to raise money to supply their ragtag military with everything from soldiers' boots to bullets. And while our friends were at war with Russia, wearing sneakers, some without helmets, something else was happening. On July 25th, President Trump made a phone call. He spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky and asked for a favor. And on that same day, just hours after his call, his administration was quietly placing an illegal hold on critical military aid to support our friends. So why should any American care about what's happening in Ukraine? Timothy Morrison, former senior director for Europe and Russia at the NSC, put it bluntly.
Third, I continue to believe Ukraine is on the front lines of a strategic competition between the West and Vladimir Putin's revanchist Russia. Russia is a failing power, but it is still a dangerous one. The United States aids Ukraine and her people so they can fight Russia over there, and we don't have to fight Russia here. Support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty has been a bipartisan objective since Russia's military invasion in 2014. It must continue to be.
We help our partner fight Russia over there so we don't have to fight Russia here. Our friends on the front lines and trenches with sneakers. Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2014, the United States has stood by Ukraine. Our diplomats and military commanders have long said that supporting Ukraine makes us safer. But you don't need me to tell you that. You all know it very well. When the funding for this security assistance came up for a vote under this roof, 87 of you voted for the aid. And many of you have been staunch advocates for Ukraine, working in a nonpartisan way to support our friends. And that support makes a lot of sense, because politics should not play a part in ensuring that Ukraine can battle Russian aggression and ensure that freedom wins in Europe. This body has in so many ways set that example. Protecting Europe from Russia is not a political game. Let me provide some background. In early 2014, in what became known as the Revolution of Dignity, Ukrainian citizens demanded democratic reforms and an end to corruption, ousting the pro-Russian president. Within days, Russian military forces and their proxies invaded Ukraine, annexing Crimea and occupying portions of eastern Ukraine. Since 2014, more than 13,000 Ukrainians have been killed because of the conflict, and over 1.4 million have been forced from their homes. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is the first attempt to redraw Europe's borders since World War II. In 2017, then Secretary of Defense James Mattis summed it up well. He said, quote, "Despite Russia's denials, we know they are seeking to redraw international borders by force, undermining the sovereign and free nations of Europe." And as Ambassador Taylor put it, Russian aggression in Ukraine dismissed, quote, "dismissed all the principles that have kept the peace and contributed to prosperity in Europe since World War II. It's clear that Russia is not just a threat in Europe, but for democracy and freedom around the world. Our friends and allies have also responded, imposing sanctions on Russia and providing billions of dollars in economic, humanitarian, and security assistance to Ukraine. This has been an international effort. Today, the European Union is the single largest contributor of foreign assistance to Ukraine, having provided roughly $12 billion in grants and loans since 2014. And the United States has provided over $3 billion in assistance in that time. Because we all know that we can't separate our own security from the security of our friends and allies. That's why the U.S. has provided economic security and humanitarian assistance in the form of equipment and training. Ambassador Taylor testified that American aid is a concrete demonstration of our, quote, commitment to resist aggression and freedom and defend freedom. He also detailed the many benefits of our assistance for Ukraine's forces.
Mr. Chairman, the security assistance that we provide it takes many forms. One of the components of that assistance is counter-battery radar. Another component are sniper weapons. These weapons and this assistance it allows the Ukrainian military to deter further incursions by the Russians against Ukrainian territory. If that further incursion, further aggression were to take place, more Ukrainians would die. So it is a deterrent effect that these weapons provide. It's also the ability, it gives the Ukrainians the ability to negotiate from a position of a little more strength when they negotiate an end to the war in Donbass, negotiating with the Russians. This also is a way that would reduce the number of Ukrainians who would die.
I would like to make a finer point of how this type of aid helps, because I know something about counter-battery radar. In 2005, I was an Army Ranger serving in a Special Operations Task Force in Afghanistan. We were at a remote operating base along the Afghan-Pakistan border. And frequently, the insurgents that we were fighting would launch rockets and missiles onto our small base. But luckily, we were provided with counter-battery radar. So 20, 30, 40 seconds before those rockets and mortars rained down on us, an alarm would sound. And we would run out from our tents and jump in to our concrete bunkers and wait for the attack to end. This is not a theoretical exercise, and the Ukrainians know it. For Ukraine, aid from the U.S. actually constitutes about 10% of their military budget. It's safe to say that they can't fight effectively without it. So there is no doubt U.S. military assistance to Ukraine makes a real difference in the fight against Russia. In 2019, Congress provided $391 million in security assistance. This included $250 million through the Department of Defense, the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, and $141 million through the State Department's Foreign Military Financing Program, FMF. President Trump signed the bill to authorize this aid in August 2018 and signed another bill to fund it the following month. The aid was underway. The train was leaving the station and following the same track it had followed every single year. But all of this was about to change. In July of 2019, President Trump ordered the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, to put a hold on all of the aid. The president personally made this decision even after his own appointed advisors warned him that it wasn't in our country's interest to withhold the aid, after overwhelming support in this Senate and against long-standing policy even in his own administration. But what's most interesting to me about this is that he was only interested in the Ukraine aid, nobody else. The U.S. provides aid to dozens of countries around the world, lots of partners and allies. He didn't ask about any of them, just Ukraine. The most important question here is, why would he do that? What was his motivation? Well, we now know why. This hold shocked people across our own government. The Department of Defense, along with the State Department, had already certified to Congress that Ukraine had implemented sufficient anti-corruption reforms to get the funds. And the Defense Department had already notified Congress of its intent to deliver the assistance. So let's recap all of this. Congress had already funded it. Our own government had already certified that it met all the standards it had met every other year. And Congress had already been notified just like every other year. In a series of meetings of the national security agencies, everyone except the OMB supported the provision of the assistance. And OMB, as we know, is headed by Mick Mulvaney, the President's Chief of Staff. Ukraine experts at DoD, the State Department, and the White House emphasized that it was in the national security interest of the U.S. to continue to support Ukraine in its fight. But it wasn't just the national security concern, because many people thought that the hold was just outright illegal. And they were right. It was. The President's hold did violate the law because just last week, Congress's independent, nonpartisan watchdog, the Government Accountability Office, released an opinion finding that the hold was illegal. President Trump held the military aid money for so long that the administration ran out of time to spend the money. Ultimately, even after the president lifted the hold on September 11th, again with no clear explanation why, we, the Congress, had to pass another law to extend the deadline, delaying the delivery of the aid. In the same LA Times article that told the story about our friend Mr. Markiv, Ukrainian defense spokesperson said that even though the hold had been lifted, this was in September, quote, "It has not reached us yet." That spokesperson went on to say, quote, "It is not just money from the bank. It is arms, equipment, and hardware." And to this day, millions of dollars still haven't been spent. Although our government neither informed Ukraine of the hold nor publicly announced it, Ukraine quickly learned about it. On July 25th, the same day as President Trump's call with President Zelensky, officials at Ukraine's embassy here in Washington emailed DoD to ask about the status of the funding. By mid-August, officials at DoD, the State Department, and the NSC received numerous questions from Ukrainian officials about the hold. Everyone was worried. And not just because of the urgent need for the equipment on the front lines, but also because of the message that it sent. You see, President Zelensky had just been sworn in. They were very vulnerable. And as we all know, Vladimir Putin looks for vulnerability. He looks for hesitation. He looks for delay. And any public sign of a hold on that aid could be a sign of weakness that could show him it was time to pounce. President Trump's hold on the Ukraine assistance was eventually publicly reported on August 28th. As we will explain, Ukraine fully understood that the hold was connected to the investigations that President Trump wanted. On February 28th, DoD notified Congress that it had intended to deliver $125 million of assistance appropriated in September, including, quote, more than $50 million of assistance to deliver counter-artillery radar and defense lethal assistance. Congress cleared the notification, which enabled DoD to begin spending the funds. For Ukraine to receive the remaining $125 million, Congress required that the Secretary of Defense, in coordination with the Secretary of State, certify that the government of Ukraine had taken substantial anti-corruption reforms. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Laura Cooper and senior officials across our government conducted a review to evaluate whether Ukraine had met the required benchmarks. Ms. Cooper explained that the review involved, quote, polling in all the views of the key experts on Ukraine defense and coming up with a consensus view, which was then run up the chain in the Defense Department to quote, ensure we have approval. By May 23rd, the anti-corruption review was complete and DoD certified to Congress that Ukraine had complied with all of the conditions and that the remaining half of the aid should be released. But again, you don't have to take my word for it. On May 23rd, in a letter to Congress, one of President Trump's senior political appointees, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, wrote, quote, On behalf of the Secretary of Defense and in coordination with the Secretary of State, I have certified that the government of Ukraine has taken substantial actions to make defense institutional reforms for the purposes of decreasing corruption, increasing accountability, and sustaining improvements of combat capability enabled by U.S. assistance." End quote. Congress then cleared the funding, which should have allowed Ukraine to receive the aid, but we know that's not what happened. On June 18th, as DoD was preparing to send the aid, they issued a press release, like they normally do, announcing that it would provide $250 million in security assistance to Ukraine for, quote, "additional training, equipment, and advisory efforts to build the capacity of Ukraine's armed forces." So this included sniper rifles, rocket-propelled grenades, counter-artillery radar, command and control, electronic warfare, secure communications, vehicles, night vision, and medical equipment. However, according to the New York Times, one day after the Defense Department issued this press release, one day, Assistant to the President Robert Blair, who works for Mick Mulvaney, called OMB, Acting Director Russell Vought, to tell him, quote, "We need to hold it up." The "it" was the assistance. That same day, June 19th, President Trump gave an interview on Fox News where he raised the so-called CrowdStrike conspiracy theory that Ukraine, not Russia, had interfered in the 2016 election, a line he would echo.
We want to pause here briefly to allow some stations to return to their regular programming. For the rest of you, our NBC News coverage continues.
To try to take attention away from Russian interference and shift it onto Ukraine. And it's a theory that has been universally debunked by U.S. intelligence and law enforcement. Nonetheless, the president, spurred by the June 18th press release, and with the false theory that Ukraine interference in the with the false theory about the Ukraine interference, supposedly, in the 2016 election, the president started asking about the Ukraine assistance. And on June 19th, OMB Associate Director for National Security, Michael Duffy, emailed Elaine McCusker, the DoD comptroller. He said, quote, "The president had questions about the press report and that he was seeking additional information." This was a reference to an article in the Washington Examiner, shown here on the slide in front of you. The White House withheld this email from the House, of course. We first learned of it from Duffy's deputy, Mark Sandy, who testified that he was copied on it. Subsequently, as a result of a lawsuit under the Freedom of Information Act, the public, and therefore Congress, received a copy of that email. But the White House still refuses to comply with the subpoenas for this and other documents. On June 20th, McCusker responded to President Trump's inquiry by providing Sandy information on the Security Assistance Program. Sandy shared the information with Duffy, but he did not know whether Duffy shared the information with the White House. Laura Cooper also recalled receiving an email inquiry about Ukraine's security assistance, quote, "a few days after DoD's June 18th press release." She noted that it was, quote, "relatively unusual to receive questions from the president." In response, DoD provided materials explaining that the $250 million funding package was for additional training, equipment, advisory efforts to build the capacity of Ukraine's armed forces. DoD emphasized, quote, "almost all of the dozens of vendors are U.S. companies," meaning that this funding also benefited U.S. businesses and workers. Nonetheless, President Trump put the wheels in motion to freeze the funds shortly after learning about DoD's plan to release the funds. According to a New York Times article on June 27th, Chief of Staff Mulvaney emailed Blair, quote, "I'm just trying to tie up some loose ends. Did we ever find out about the money from Ukraine and whether we can hold it back?" Blair reportedly responded that it would be possible, but not pretty. He added, quote, "expect Congress to become unhinged." And I suppose he said that for all the reasons we talked about earlier, because this chamber and our chamber on the other side of the Capitol resoundingly supports it. And that was just the Defense Department assistance to Ukraine. For 2019, Congress also appropriated $141 million to Ukraine through the State Department. Unlike the Defense Department funding, which was approved by Congress and ready to be spent, OMB blocked the State Department from even seeking Congress's approval to release the funds. And I'd like to pause here to once again stress that we have learned a lot about the circumstances around the initial hold only from the public release of and reporting about these emails in the past few weeks. The White House has refused to provide these emails in response to a subpoena. Mick Mulvaney and Rob Blair refused to comply with a subpoena to testify. These emails are just a few of the many thousands that likely exist on this topic, but which have been concealed from Congress and the American people because of the ongoing obstruction. In fact, last night, as we were here late into the night, sometime around midnight, a new tranche of documents were released under a Freedom of Information Act request by an independent watchdog that had been asking for them. They were released last night between Mr. Duffy and Elaine McCusker and others on the things that I'm talking about right now. Unfortunately, as you can see, there isn't a lot to read here because it's all blacked out. So if the president's lawyers contest any of the facts that I'm talking about, you should demand to see the full record. The American people deserve to see the full truth when it comes to presidential actions. But back to the timeline. From July to September 2019, the president and his advisors at the White House and OMB implemented the hold on Ukraine assistance through an unusual and unlawful process. First, on July 3rd, the State Department notified DOD and NSC staff that OMB was blocking this notification to Congress. According to Jennifer Williams, Vice President Pence's aide, the hold on this assistance, quote, came out of the blue because it had not been previously discussed by OMB or NSC. Around July 12th, President Trump directed that a hold be placed on the DOD security assistance as well. That day, Mr. Blair sent an email to Duffy at OMB informing him that, quote, that the president is directing a hold on military support funding for Ukraine. Around July 15th, Tim Morrison learned from Deputy Director or Advisor Charles Kupperman, quote, that it was the president's direction to hold the assistance. Several days later, Duffy and Blair again exchanged emails about Ukraine and security assistance. And Sandy testified that in these emails, Duffy asked Blair about the reason for the hold. Blair provided no explanation. Instead, he said, quote, we need to let the hold take place. And then, quote, revisit the issue with the president. Between July 18th and July 31st, the NSC staff convened several interagency meetings at which the hold on security assistance was discussed. Remember those dates, July 18th to July 31st. According to Mark Sandy and other witnesses, several facts emerged. First, the agencies learned that the president himself had directed the hold through OMB. Second, no justification or explanation was provided for the hold, despite repeated questions. Third, except for OMB, all agencies supported military aid because it was in the national security interest of the United States. And fourth, many were concerned that the hold was outright illegal. Ambassador Taylor learned of the hold on July 18th. He said, quote, the directive had come from the president to the chief of staff to OMB and that he, quote, sat in astonishment because one of the key pillars of our strong support for Ukraine was threatened. David Holmes, a diplomat at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, testified that he was shocked by the hold. Although there was an initial there was initially some question as to whether the hold applied to DoD funds, which was already cleared by Congress. It soon became clear that the hold applied to all $391 million. Tim Morrison testified that DoD officials raised concerns at a meeting on July 23rd about whether it was, quote, actually legally permissible for the president to not allow for the disbursement of the funding. These concerns related to possible violations of the Impoundment Control Act, the law that gives the president the authority to delay or withhold funds only if Congress is notified of those intentions and approves the proposed action. Of course, neither of those things had been done. The issue was escalated quickly, and at a senior-level meeting on July 26th, OMB remained the lone voice for holding the aid. According to Tim Morrison, OMB said that President Trump was concerned about corruption in Ukraine. Cooper from DoD also attended the July meeting. She received no further understanding of what was meant by corruption. There was never a principals meeting convened on this issue, but there was a fourth and final interagency meeting on July 31st. Remember that date? A fourth and final one. There is a process for making sure that U.S. aid money makes it to the right place, to the right people. And Mr. Chief Justice, I do see a lot of members moving and taking a break. We would like to take a break at this time. I have another probably 15 minutes.
Oh, I think we can continue.
Okay.
If I may, what I was going to suggest was at 6:30, we take a 30-minute break for dinner.
Okay.
If that would work.
So break at 6:30? Yep, okay.
What I was going to suggest was a break for dinner at 6:30 for about 30 minutes. That work? Yeah.
Okay. So we know there was a hold, but there was no lawful way to implement that hold. So the OMB had to use creative methods. There is a process for making sure that U.S. aid money makes it to the right place, to the right people, a process that has been followed every year since Congress approved security assistance to Ukraine. The administration needed to find a creative way of getting around that process. Later in the evening of July 25th, the OMB found that way. Even though DoD had already notified Congress that the funds would be released, here is how it worked. First, OMB issued guidance asserting that there was an ongoing review of assistance, even though none of the witnesses who testified were aware of any review of assistance. Second, OMB also attempted to hide the hold in a series of technical footnotes and funding documents. And third, OMB's leadership also transferred responsibility for approving funding obligations from career civil servant Mark Sandy to a political appointee, Mark Duffy, someone with no relevant experience in this funding. Based on recent public reporting and documents DoD released under the Freedom of Information Act, we learned that on July 25th, approximately 90 minutes after President Trump's phone call with President Zelensky, Mr. Duffy put this three-pronged plan into motion when he sent an email to senior DoD officials, copying Sandy. The email is in front of you. In this email, Duffy stated, quote, based on guidance I have received and in light of the administration's plan to review assistance to Ukraine, please hold off on any additional DoD obligations of these funds pending direction from that process. Duffy also underscored, quote, given the sensitive nature of the request, I appreciate you keeping that information closely held to those who need to know to execute the direction. In other words, don't tell anybody about it. Later that day, Sandy approved and signed the first July 25th funding document, which delayed funding until August 5th. Sandy testified that the purpose of this and subsequent footnotes, quote, was to preclude obligation for a limited period of time, but enable planning and casework to continue. Sandy also testified that his use of footnotes was unusual and that in his 12 years of OMB experience, he could, quote, not recall another event like it. On July 29th, Duffy told Sandy he would no longer be responsible for approving the release of DoD Ukraine funding. This was only weeks after Sandy had raised questions about the legality of the president's hold. Duffy also revoked the authority for approving the release of the State Department funding from Sandy's colleague at OMB. In short, Duffy assumed approval authority for all $391 million of the assistance. Over the next several weeks, with Duffy in charge, OMB continued to issue funding documents that kept kicking the can down the road, supposedly to allow for an interagency process. And remember, an interagency process that had already wrapped up back in July. While inserting the whole time footnotes throughout the apportionment documents, stating that the delay wouldn't affect the program. And yet concerns continued to be relayed within DoD that it had. In total, OMB issued 9 of these documents between July 25th and September 10th. Even as OMB was implementing the president's hold, officials inside OMB advocated for the release of the funds. On August 7th, OMB staff sent a memo to Director Vaught, recommending removing the hold because the assistance was consistent with the national security strategy in terms of 1, supporting a stable, peaceful Europe, 2, the fact that the aid countered Russian aggression, and 3, that there was bipartisan support for the program. This meant that experts at every single relevant agency involved opposed the hold. By mid-August, DoD raised concerns that it might not be able to fully spend the DoD funds before the end of the fiscal year. Laura Cooper testified that DoD estimated $100 million of the aid was at risk of not getting to Ukraine. DoD concluded that it could no longer support OMB's claim that the footnotes, quote, quote, this brief pause in obligations will not preclude DoD's timely execution of the final policy direction, end quote. Sandy testified that this sentence in the footnote was, quote, at the heart of that issue about ensuring that we don't run afoul of the Impoundment Control Act. Records produced in response to a FOIA lawsuit show that Mr. Duffy and Ms. McCusker exchanged emails on August 20th, and on that date, OMB modified the footnote. These emails are almost entirely redacted. However, all the subsequent footnotes issued by OMB during the pendency of the hold removed the sentence regarding DoD's ability to fully obligate the funds by the end of the fiscal year. Nevertheless, OMB continued to implement the hold at the president's direction. We know from emails released last night that as of September 5th, OMB was continuing to instruct DoD to hold the aid. OMB gave these emails to a private organization just because of a FOIA lawsuit. On September 5th, Duffy emailed McCusker the following, quote, no movement from Ukraine. Footnote forthcoming to continue hold through Friday, end quote. We know that McCusker responded to OMB with a lengthy email detailing DoD's serious concerns, but OMB redacted almost the whole thing. As I explained last night, OMB has key documents that President Trump has refused to turn over to Congress. Key documents that go to the heart of one of the ways in which the president abused his power. Concerns about whether the administration was bending, if not breaking the law, contributed to at least 2 OMB officials resigning, including an attorney in OMB. According to Sandy, one colleague specifically disagreed with OMB General Counsel about the application of the Impoundment Control Act. As I mentioned earlier, the Independent and Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office has already said that the hold was illegal. But you remember the OMB correspondence referencing the, quote, interagency process. As we now know, there was no interagency process. It had ended months before. They made it up. They had to make it up because they couldn't say the real reason for the hold. Sometime prior to August 16th, Ambassador Bolton had a one-on-one meeting with President Trump. According to Morrison, at that meeting, the president, quote, was not ready to approve the release of the assistance. Ambassador Bolton instructed Morrison to look for other opportunities to get the president's cabinet together to, quote, have the direct, in-person conversation with the president about this topic. Everyone was worried, including the president's national security advisor. In mid-August, Colonel Vindman drafted a presidential decision memorandum for Ambassador Bolton to present to President Trump for a decision on Ukraine security assistance. The memorandum recommended that the hold be lifted. Morrison testified that the memorandum was never provided to the president because of other competing issues. Morrison testified that a meeting with the president was never arranged in August, reportedly because of scheduling problems. According to recent press reports, on August 30th, Secretary of Defense Esper, Secretary of State Pompeo met with President Trump and implored him to release the security assistance because doing so was in the interests of the United States. However, President Trump continued to ignore everybody. Later that day, Duffy emailed Undersecretary of Defense Elaine McCusker and wrote, quote, clear direction from POTUS to hold. The Ukrainian government knew of President Trump's hold on security assistance well before it was publicly reported on August 28th. This was not surprising. U.S. diplomat Catherine Croft testified it was, quote, inevitable that it was eventually going to come out. She said 2 individuals from the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington approached her approximately a week apart, quote, quietly and in confidence, to ask me about an OMB hold on Ukraine security assistance. She could not precisely recall the dates of these conversations, but testified that she was, quote, very surprised at the effectiveness of my Ukrainian counterparts. Everyone was worried. So why would these diplomats quietly make this inquiry? It's because if it had gone public, it would show that weakness against Russia that was so concerning to everybody involved. She said, quote, I think that if this were public in Ukraine, it would be seen as a reversal of our policy. It would be a really big deal in Ukraine and an expression of declining U.S. support for Ukraine. Meanwhile, Laura Cooper testified that DOD heard from the Ukrainian embassy on July 25th, the same day as President Trump's call to President Zelensky.
On July 25th, a member of my staff got a question from a Ukraine embassy contact asking what was going on with Ukraine security assistance. Because at that time, we did not know what the guidance was on USAI. The OMB notice of apportionment arrived that day, but this staff member did not find out about it until later. I was informed that the staff member told the Ukrainian official that we were moving forward on USAI, but recommended that the Ukraine embassy check in with state regarding the FMF.
USAI referred to the $250 million that OMB blocked DOD from sending to Ukraine. FMF referred to the $141 million that they blocked from the State Department. On July 25th, Cooper's staff also received 2 emails from the State Department revealing that the Ukrainian embassy was, quote, asking about security assistance and that the Hill knows about the FMF situation to an extent, and so does the Ukrainian embassy. One of Cooper's staff members reported additional contacts with Ukrainian officials about the hold in August. Finally, we know the Ukrainians knew about the hold because the New York Times published an interview with the former Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Elena Zirkle. She stated that she and President Zelensky's office received a cable in late July informing them of the hold. In short, by the time of Politico's report on August 28th, the Ukrainians were well aware that the aid was not only important, was not the only important official act that the White House was withholding from them. The long-sought White House visit for President Zelensky was also in limbo. As all of this transpired, Ukrainian troops were still on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, facing off against Russian-backed forces, dying in defense of their country. Ambassador Bill Taylor visited those Ukrainian troops on July 26. He recalled seeing, quote, the armed and hostile Russian-led force on the other side of the damaged bridge across the line of the contact. When asked to reflect on that visit, here is what Ambassador Taylor had to say.
Let's talk about July 26th, a lot of years later. You go to the front, you go to Donbass with Ambassador Volker, I believe, and you're on the bridge and you're looking over on the front line at the Russian soldiers. Is that what you recalled?
Yes, sir.
And you said the commander there, the Ukrainian commander, thanked you for the American military assistance that you knew was being withheld at that moment.
That's correct.
How'd that make you feel, sir?
Badly.
Why?
Because it was clear that that commander counted on us. It was clear that that commander had confidence in us. It was clear that that commander was appreciative of the capabilities that he was given by that assistance, but also the reassurance that we were supporting him.
Like me, Ambassador Taylor is a combat veteran. In fact, he was awarded a Bronze Star. Ambassador Taylor knew how vital our military aid was to those Ukrainian troops because he knows what it feels like to have people counting on you. Members of the U.S. Senate, I know you believe that aid is important too, because 87 members of this body voted to support it. President Trump did not think the aid was important last year. He ignored you and the direction of Congress. He betrayed the confidence of our Ukrainian partners and U.S. national security when he corruptly withheld that aid. And he did so because he simply wanted to help his own political campaign. Our men and women in uniform deserve better. Our friends and allies deserve better. The American people deserve better.
Chief Justice Roberts, senators, and counsel for the president. Now I want to talk to you about the White House meeting that President Trump offered to President Zelensky during their first phone call in April. But as you know, that meeting has not been scheduled. It was never scheduled. Ambassador Sondland testified that after the May 23rd meeting with President Trump, it became clear that President Zelensky would not be invited to the Oval Office until he announced the opening of investigations that would benefit President Trump's re-election. During his testimony, Ambassador Sondland stressed that it was a clear quid pro quo. Let's listen.
I know that members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes. Mr. Giuliani conveyed to Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and others that President Trump wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing to investigations of Burisma and the 2016 election. Mr. Giuliani expressed those requests directly to the Ukrainians, and Mr. Giuliani also expressed those requests directly to us. We all understood that these prerequisites for the White House call and the White House meeting reflected President Trump's desires and requirements.
Ambassador Sondland also testified that the scheme to pressure Ukraine into fulfilling the president's requirements for an Oval Office meeting became progressively and more specific and problematic what he described as a continuum of insidiousness. He explained the evolution from generic requests to investigate corruption to calls to pursue specific allegations against President Trump's political opponents. Here is Ambassador Sondland again.
Well, Mr. Chairman, when we left the Oval Office, I believe on May 23rd, the request was very generic for an investigation of corruption in a very vanilla sense, and dealing with some of the oligarch problems in Ukraine, which were longstanding problems. And then as time went on, more specific items got added to the menu, including the Burisma and 2016 election meddling specifically, the DNC server specifically. And over this continuum, it became more and more difficult to secure the White House meeting because more conditions were being placed on the White House meeting.
In short, Ambassadors Volker and Sondland understood that to get the meeting scheduled, they needed to get Mr. Giuliani's agreement first. On June 27, Ambassador Sondland explained to Ambassador Taylor that President Trump needed to hear from the Ukrainian leader before he would consent to a White House meeting. Here is how Ambassador Taylor explained it.
On June 27th, Ambassador Sondland told me during a phone conversation that President Zelensky needed to make clear to President Trump that he, President Zelensky, was not standing in the way of investigations.
Diplomat David Holmes testified that he understood early on the investigations to mean the Burisma Biden investigations that Mr. Giuliani and his associates had been speaking about publicly. Mr. Holmes noted that while President Trump was withholding an Oval meeting with Ukraine's newly elected leader, he agreed to meet with Ukraine's chief foe, Vladimir Putin. Mr. Holmes had this to say.
Also on June 28th, while President Trump was still not moving forward on a meeting with President Zelensky, he met with Russian President Putin at the G20 summit in Osaka, Japan, sending a further signal of lack of support to Ukraine.
Ambassador Volker did not dispute other witnesses' testimony that President Trump conditioned Oval Office meetings on President Zelensky's willingness to announce investigations. Indeed, Ambassador Volker helped matters along. Ambassador Volker testified that at a conference in early July, he suggested that President Zelensky speak to President Trump on the phone to discuss the investigations. During his testimony, Ambassador Volker described that encounter.
And in the July 2nd or 3rd meeting in Toronto that you had with President Zelensky, you also mentioned investigations to him,
Yes.
right? And again, you were referring to the Burisma.
I was thinking
in
of
2016.
Burisma in 2016.
Okay. And you understood that that's what the Ukrainians interpreted references to investigations to be related to Burisma and the 2016 election.
I don't know specifically at that time if we had talked to that specifically, Burisma 2016 with President Zelensky. That was my assumption, though, that they would have been thinking that too.
Mr. Giuliani became an inescapable presence to both Ukrainian officials and American diplomats. To the Ukrainians, Rudy Giuliani was seen as both a potential channel to President Trump and an obstacle to a productive U.S.-Ukraine relationship. A top aide to President Zelensky texts to Volker that, "I feel that the key for many things is Rudy, and I'm ready to talk with him at any time." But everyone understood that Mr. Giuliani was no rogue agent. He was acting at the direction of the president. Ambassador Sondland clearly described Mr. Giuliani's role in regard to the president. Let's listen.
Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing the investigations of the 2016 election, DNC server, and Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew these investigations were important to the President.
Concerned about Mr. Giuliani's influence began to grow. On July 10th, at a meeting between Ambassador Taylor and 2 Ukrainian officials in Kyiv, Ukrainian officials said they were very concerned because Mr. Giuliani had told the corrupt Prosecutor General Lysenko that President Trump would not meet with the Ukrainian leader. Back in Washington, 2 important encounters at the White House further revealed the existence of a corrupt quid pro quo. Ambassador Sondland first broached the investigation in a meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office with Bolton's Ukrainian counterpart and President Zelensky's top aide. Also present were Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and NSC officials Dr. Hill and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. Toward the end of the meeting, the Ukrainians raised the topic of an Oval Office meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. Ambassador Bolton started to respond when Ambassador Sondland interjected and raised the demands of the investigation. Here is how Lieutenant Colonel Vindman recalled the conversation.
To the best of my recollection, Ambassador Sondland said that in order to get a White House meeting, the Ukrainians would have to provide a deliverable, which is investigations, specific investigations.
Ambassador Volker separately confirmed this recollection during his testimony.
I participated in the July 10th meeting between National Security Advisor Bolton and then Ukrainian Chairman of the National Security and Defense Council, Alex Danylyuk. As I remember, the meeting was essentially over when Ambassador Sondland made a general comment about investigations. I think all of us thought it was inappropriate.
Ambassador Bolton also found Ambassador Sondland's reference to be inappropriate, and he abruptly ended the meeting. However, Ambassador Sondland was not deterred. He convened a second meeting where he discussed what needed to happen before an Oval Office meeting. Apparently, Ambassador Sondland had received his marching orders from the president, and he was determined to carry them out. Bolton sent Dr. Hill to join that meeting and report back, and this is what Dr. Hill had to say.
And so when I came in, Gordon Sondland was basically saying, well, look, we have a deal here that there will be a meeting. I have a deal here with Chief of Staff Mulvaney. There will be a meeting if the Ukrainians open up or announce these investigations into 2016 in Burisma. And I cut it off immediately there. Because by this point, having heard Mr. Giuliani over and over again on the television and all of the issues that he was asserting, by this point it was clear that Burisma was code for the Bidens, because Giuliani was laying it out there.
After the meeting, Dr. Hill followed up with Ambassador Bolton and relayed what transpired. Bolton was alarmed. In other words, Ambassador Bolton didn't want any part of it. He directed Dr. Hill to brief the NSC's top attorney, John Eisenberg, as she explained during her hearing.
What was that
Question
specific
you're
instruction?
The specific instruction was that I had to go to the lawyers, to John Eisenberg, our senior counsel for the National Security Council, to basically say, you tell Eisenberg, Ambassador Bolton told me, that I am not part of this whatever drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland are cooking up.
What did you understand him to mean by the drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland were cooking up?
I took it to mean investigations for a meeting.
Did you go speak to the lawyers?
I certainly did.
Senators, as a former chief of police, I think it's quite interesting that Ambassador Bolton categorized the corrupt scheme, the pressure campaign, as a, quote, drug deal. I think that Ambassador Bolton was trying to send us a very powerful message. A message that not only would the lawyers, the top lawyer, understand, but that every person would understand. Every member of the House, every member of the Senate, every member of our great country, every citizen. And Ambassador Bolton also wanted to make clear, especially to the top attorney, that he did not want to have anything to do with a drug deal in progress. But we do know. We know now, of course, that Ambassador Bolton can testify directly about this. He can testify directly for himself about this meeting if he appears before this body, as he has indicated that he is prepared to do if this body is willing to issue a subpoena. We need to hear from Ambassador Bolton, and I know the American people want to hear from Ambassador Bolton as well. Dr. Hill testified that she spoke to Mr. Eisenberg twice. Dr. Hill also indicated that Mr. Eisenberg took notes of their meeting, which we, to no surprise now, do not have, we have not received because of the president's obstruction. It's clear Ambassador Sondland was not operating a rogue operation. He testified that everyone was in the loop. Let's listen once again.
Everyone was in the loop. It was no secret. Everyone was informed via email on July 19th, days before the presidential call. As I communicated to the team, I told President Zelensky in advance that assurances to run a fully transparent investigation and turn over every stone were necessary in his call with President Trump.
In the email referenced, Ambassador Sondland wrote the following to Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Perry, and Mr. Mulvaney regarding President Zelensky. He is prepared to receive POTUS's call. We'll assure him that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation and will turn over every stone. Both Mulvaney and Perry responded to the email, noting that the head of state call would be scheduled right away. Now, you may be asking, what did Mulvaney know about these investigations? And did he have any conversations with President Trump about them? Senators, this body is entitled to see all of the evidence. And you know what? The American people are entitled to hear all of the evidence. And while the nature of the drug deal we've talked about was uncontested, it is important for the country to know that everyone was involved. Because we've heard it, everyone was in the loop. Now, later that day, July 19th, Ambassador Sondland texted Ambassadors Volker and Taylor about the upcoming head of state telephone call. And the text said, looks like POTUS call tomorrow. I spoke directly to Zelensky and gave him a full briefing. He's got it. Ambassador Volker replied to Sondland's text, "Most important is for Zelensky to say that he will help investigations." The evidence shows that the Ukrainians understood what they needed to do to earn a White House meeting with the president. On July 20th, the day after Ambassador Sondland's phone call with President Zelensky, Ambassador Taylor spoke with the Ukrainian National Security Advisor. Ukraine's National Security Advisor conveyed that the Ukrainian president did not want to become an instrument in U.S. politics. Here is how Ambassador Taylor explained that concern.
What did you understand it to mean when that Zelensky had concerns about being an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics?
Mr. Daniluk understood that these investigations were pursuant to Mr. Giuliani's request to develop information, to find information about Burisma and the Bidens. This was very well known in public. Mr. Giuliani had made this point clear in several instances in the beginning, in the springtime, and Mr. Daniluk was aware that that was a problem.
And would you agree that because President Zelensky is worried about this, they understood at least that there was some pressure for them to pursue these investigations? Is that fair?
Mr. Daniluk indicated that President Zelensky certainly understood it, that he did not want to get involved in these type of activities.
The next day, Ambassador Taylor relayed the Ukrainian leader's concerns to Volker and Sondland. But Ambassador Sondland did not back down. Specifically, Ambassador Sondland texted in response to Ambassador Taylor's worry. Absolutely, but we need to get the conversation started and the relationship built, irrespective of the pretext. Again, Ambassador Sondland had his marching orders, and he was determined to carry them out. A call between President Trump and President Zelensky was scheduled for July 25th. Before the call, President Trump spoke to Sondland and reiterated his expectation that the Ukrainian leader would commit to the investigations. Ambassador Sondland subsequently contacted Ambassadors Volker and relayed the message to him. Volker then texted Zelensky's top aide with President Trump's instructions. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down the date for a visit to Washington. Senators, in other words, even before the July 25th phone call with President Zelensky, before it ever took place, Ukraine understood what it needed to initiate, that it needed to initiate the investigations into the debunked conspiracy theory about the 2016 election as a condition for President Zelensky, the newly elected Ukrainian president, to visit the White House. Ambassador Sondland testified that acting on President Trump's direct orders, he and Ambassador Volker prepped President Zelensky for the telephone call.
And you would agree that the message in this that is expressed here is that President Zelensky needs to convince Trump that he will do the investigations in order to nail down the date for a visit to Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
That's correct.
By this time, nonpartisan career officials involved with Ukraine policy had become aware of this quid pro quo. Here is what 3 of them said during their testimony. Ambassador Taylor, the meeting President Zelensky wanted was conditioned on investigations of Burisma and alleged Ukrainian influence in the 2016 elections. Ambassador David Holmes, it was made clear that some action on a Burisma-Biden investigation was a precondition for an Oval Office visit. Dr. Hill, there seems to be an awful lot of people involved. You know, basically turning a White House meeting into some kind of asset that was dangled out to the Ukrainian government. A White House visit, a visit to the Oval Office dangled out to the Ukrainian government. Senators, I ask you to think about those words as we decide, as you decide, what action you will take. Think about those words. There was no doubt the direction came from the President of the United States. The President was the center of this scheme. Ambassador Sondland testified that Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew these investigations were important to the President. Ambassador Sondland added that Mr. Giuliani followed the direction of the President, and we followed the President's orders. However, as Ambassador Taylor testified, Ambassador Bolton was not interested in having, did not want to have the call because he thought it was going to be a disaster. He thought that there could be some talk of investigations or even worse than that. He thought, what was Ambassador, I ask you today, Senators, what was Ambassador Bolton so afraid that President Trump would say to the newly elected Ukrainian president? What was the National Security Advisor so afraid that President Trump would say to President Zelensky? And this is another topic we'd like to ask Ambassador Bolton about if and when he appears before this body.
Mr. Chief Justice, distinguished members of the Senate, I thank you once again for your indulgence and for your courtesy as we all undertake our solemn constitutional responsibilities during this Senate trial. George Washington once observed in his farewell address to the nation that the Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. That means everyone. And in fact, that is what makes our great country so distinct from authoritarian regimes and enemies of democracy. Vladimir Putin is above the law in Russia. Erdogan is above the law in Turkey. Kim Jong-un is above the law in North Korea. But in the United States of America, no one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. That is what this moment is all about. As we all know, Congress is a separate and co-equal branch of government. We don't work for this president or any president. We, of course, work for the American people. We have a constitutional responsibility to serve as a check and balance on an out-of-control executive branch. That is not the Democratic Party playbook. That is not the Republican Party playbook. That is the playbook in a democratic republic. James Madison once observed in Federalist 51 that the Congress should serve as a rival to the executive branch. In my humble opinion, why would Madison use the word rival? It's because the framers of the Constitution, I think, did not want a king. They did not want a dictator. They did not want a monarch. They wanted a democracy. The Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. It is through that lens that we proceed today. For the next few moments, I would like to discuss President Trump's July 25th phone call with Ukraine's newly elected leader. The president claims that his call was perfect. Nothing can be further from the truth. The call is direct evidence of President Trump's solicitation of foreign interference in the 2020 election as part of a corrupt scheme. It is important, of course, to remember the context of this call. The new Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, was in a vulnerable position and viewed American and diplomatic military support as critical to his standing and to Ukraine's fragile future as a democracy. Equally significant, as outlined by my colleagues, America has a strong national security interest in supporting Ukraine against Russia's continued aggression. William Taylor, West Point graduate, Vietnam War hero, ambassador to Ukraine, appointed by Donald Trump, testified, Ukraine is a strategic partner of the United States, important for the security of our country as well as Europe. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, National Security Council officer, Trump appointee, Purple Heart recipient, Iraq War veteran, testified a strong and independent Ukraine is critical to our national security interests. Ukraine remains under attack by Russian-backed separatists in Crimea. It is an ongoing hot war. Ukraine is a friend, Russia is a foe. Ukraine is a democracy, Russia is a dictatorship. The United States may very well be one of the only things standing between Russia and Ukraine being completely overrun as part of Vladimir Putin's continued aggression against the free world. That is why this Congress allocated $391 million in military and security aid to a vulnerable Ukraine on a bipartisan basis, because it is in America's national security interests. On the July 25th call, Mr. Trump could have endeavored to strengthen the relationship with this new Ukrainian leader. Instead, President Trump focused on securing a personal favor. He wanted Ukraine to conduct phony investigations designed to enhance his political standing and solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. On a July 25th call, President Trump maligned a highly respected American ambassador known as an anti-corruption crusader. At the same time, he praised a corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutor. And on multiple occasions, President Trump directed Ukraine's new leader to speak with his personal lawyer, Rudolph Giuliani, on an official call. Mr. Giuliani is not a member of the Trump administration. For these and other reasons, the July 25th call warrants our close scrutiny. It presents significant and shocking evidence of President Trump's corrupt intent. The call lays bare the president's willingness to do whatever it takes to get what he wants, even if his behavior undermines the national security interests of the United States of America. At the beginning of the call, President Zelensky mentioned U.S. military aid, and he states, "I would also like to thank you for your great support in the area of defense." The great support in the area of defense includes the security assistance passed by this Congress on a bipartisan basis that Donald Trump held up in violation of the law. Immediately after President Zelensky raised the issue of defense support, President Trump responded, "I would like you to do us a favor, though." These words will live in infamy. First, President Trump said to President
We want to pause here briefly to allow some stations to return to regular programming. For the rest of you, our coverage continues.
"I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation in Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people, the server, they say, Ukraine has it." President Trump continued, "I would like to have the Attorney General call you or your people, and I would like you to get to the bottom of it. As you saw yesterday, that whole nonsense ended with a very poor performance by a man named Robert Mueller, a Vietnam War hero, by the way. A very poor performance by a man named Robert Mueller, an incompetent performance. But they say a lot of it started with Ukraine. Whatever you can do, it's very important that you do it if that's possible." Who is the they referred to by President Trump, putting forth the baseless conspiracy theory that the Ukrainians, not the Russians, were behind the hack of the Democratic National Committee server in 2016? They means Russia. They means Putin. They are enemies of the United States. Not a single witness who testified before the House knew of any factual basis for President Trump's belief in the CrowdStrike Ukraine fairy tale. To the contrary, the U.S. intelligence community and this Senate Intelligence Committee assessed that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. As Dr. Fiona Hill testified, the theory that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election is, quote, "a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services." The conspiracy theory that President Trump advanced on the July 25th phone call is stone-cold Russian propaganda. As early as February 2017, Vladimir Putin began to promote this lie during a press conference, saying, quote, "The Ukrainian government adopted a unilateral position in favor of one candidate. More than that, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of the political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate, to be precise." Those are the words of Vladimir Putin, a script apparently adopted by President Donald John Trump. If there was any doubt about who benefits from this unfounded, Russian-inspired conspiracy theory advanced by Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin made it clear when he said in November of 2019, "Thank God no one is accusing us anymore of interfering in U.S. elections. Now they're accusing Ukrainians." Unfortunately, this is not the first time President Trump tried to capitalize on Russian propaganda and misinformation for his own political benefit. On July 24th, just one day before this call, Special Counsel Robert Mueller testified before Congress that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 election in sweeping and systematic fashion in order to support the Trump campaign and divide America. Mr. Mueller also found that the Trump campaign welcomed Russian interference in the 2016 election and utilized it as part of its campaign messaging. Despite the clear and overwhelming conclusion of U.S. intelligence agencies, as well as the distinguished Senate Intelligence Committee, that Russia, not Ukraine, interfered in the 2016 election, President Trump continued to press the new Ukrainian leader to announce an investigation into the CrowdStrike Ukraine conspiracy theory. Why? President Trump sought a political favor. That's why. As part of a scheme to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. The second demand made by President Trump on the July 25th call related to the campaign of Vice President Joe Biden, who announced his intention to run for the office of the presidency last April. Throughout the spring and early summer of last year, public polling consistently showed that Biden would decisively defeat President Trump. In fact, on June 16th of last year, June 16th, a Fox News poll showed that President Trump would lose to Joe Biden by 10 points. The concern with Joe Biden's candidacy provides motive for President Trump's demand that the Ukrainian government investigate the former vice president and his son, Hunter. Here is what President Trump said on that call. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution. And a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. Now, the Trump administration officials who participated in the impeachment inquiry unanimously testified that there was no factual support for the allegation that Vice President Biden did anything wrong or misused his authority. when he pressed for the removal of Ukraine's corrupt former prosecutor general. Joe Biden did nothing wrong. The witnesses testified that Vice President Biden was in fact carrying out official U.S. policy to clean up the Prosecutor General's office in Ukraine. This policy, of course, aligned with the perspective of many in this very distinguished body, as well as our European allies throughout the world, as well as the International Monetary Fund. Vice President Biden did not remove Yuri Lutsenko, the corrupt prosecutor. The Ukrainian government did, with the support of the free world. Nonetheless, on October 3rd, 2019, when a reporter asked President Trump, "What exactly did you hope Zelensky would do about the Bidens after your phone call?" President Trump responded as follows.
Mr. President, what exactly did you hope Zelensky would do about the Bidens after your phone call? Exactly.
Well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer.
Start a major investigation into the Bidens. The evidence of wrongdoing by President Trump is hiding in plain sight. During the July 25th call, President Trump also repeatedly pressed the Ukrainian president to coordinate with his personal attorney, Rudolph Giuliani. Why was Rudolph Giuliani's name mentioned multiple times during the July 25th phone call? Giuliani is not the Secretary of State. He's not an ambassador. He's not a member of the diplomatic corps. Rudolph Giuliani is a cold-blooded political operative for President Trump's re-election campaign. That is why he was referenced multiple times on that July 25th phone call. And it is evidence of corrupt intent by President Trump. By the time the call took place, President Zelensky understood Giuliani's connection to the shakedown scheme. He recognized Giuliani's role as the president's political operative as matters related to Ukraine. Zelensky informed President Trump that one of his aides spoke with Mr. Giuliani just recently, and we are hoping very much that Mr. Giuliani will be able to travel to Ukraine and we will meet once he comes. The Ukrainian leader knew Giuliani represented President Trump's political interest in his country and could help unlock the long sought-after Oval Office meeting that President Zelensky desired. The phony investigations sought by President Trump on the July 25th call were not designed to bolster the national security interests of the United States of America. Quite the contrary, President Trump sought to benefit himself and his own re-election prospects. On the July 25th call, President Trump also suggested that President Zelensky speak with the Attorney General, William Barr, about the two fake investigations that the president sought. This is important to keep in mind. At no time during this entire sordid scheme was there an ongoing American law enforcement investigation into the phony slander related to Joe Biden or the conspiracy theory related to Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. At no time was there an ongoing American law enforcement investigation. America is the leader of the free world. We do not urge other sovereign countries to target American citizens, absent any legitimate basis whatsoever, absent any scintilla of evidence. Apparently, President Trump does not play. During the July 25th call, President Trump didn't raise legitimate corruption concerns as it relates to Ukraine. President Trump did not mention the word corruption once. The president did, however, viciously malign former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, a distinguished anti-corruption advocate whom he abruptly removed because she was seen as an obstacle to his geopolitical shakedown. Ambassador Yovanovitch joined the diplomatic corps under President Ronald Reagan and subsequently served 3 other Republican presidents. She is a highly respected diplomat and foreign service professional. Yet, President Trump told the new Ukrainian leader, the former ambassador from the United States, the woman, was bad news, and the people she was dealing with in the Ukraine were bad news. So I just want to let you know that. He didn't stop there. Later in the call, President Trump ominously added, well, she's going to go through some things. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. Ambassador Yovanovitch did not know of President Trump's disparaging remarks at the time. She didn't learn of them until the call record became public in September. Asked whether she felt threatened by President Trump's statement that she was going to go through some things, Ambassador Yovanovitch answered that she did. Here is what she said.
The next excerpt, when the president references you, was a short one, but he said, well, she's going to go through some things. What did you think when President Trump told President Zelensky and you read that you were going to go through some things?
I didn't know what to think, but I was very concerned.
What were you concerned about?
She's going to go through some things. It didn't sound good. It sounded like a threat.
Did you feel threatened?
I did.
During that same call, President Trump also took the opportunity to praise Yuri Lutsenko. Mr. Lutsenko is the former Ukrainian prosecutor general who was widely regarded by the entire free world, including our European allies and the International Monetary Fund, to be corrupt and incompetent. But Donald John Trump, our president, praised him on that call. He told President Zelensky, quote, I heard you had a prosecutor who was very good, and he was shut down, and that's really unfair. A lot of people are talking about that, the way they shut your very good prosecutor down. And you had some very bad people involved. Think about this contrast. The president bashed a career American diplomat, an anti-corruption champion, who he unceremoniously removed because she was viewed as an obstacle to his efforts to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election, and at the same time praised someone who he thought could be an asset, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor, who the free world viewed as an obstacle to the rule of law. The idea that President Trump cares about corruption is laughable. It's laughable. Plain reading of the rough transcript of the July 25th call also sheds light on the quid pro quo involving the Oval Office meeting that had been sought. President Zelensky said on the call, "I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also wanted to ensure that we will be very serious about the case and will work on the investigation." As all of you know, here in this distinguished body, quid pro quo is a Latin term. It means this for that. The statement that I just read shows that President Zelensky fully understood at the time of this July 25th call that if he yielded to President Trump's demand for phony investigations, he would get the White House meeting in the Oval Office that he desperately sought. This for that. President Trump has repeatedly insisted that his July 25th conversation with President Zelensky was a perfect call. His staff at the White House apparently believed otherwise. The press office issued a short and incomplete summary of the July 25th call. Let me read it for your hearing. Today, President Donald J. Trump spoke by telephone with President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine to congratulate him on his recent
Senate will be in order. The Sergeant at Arms will restore order in the gallery.
And the scripture says, "For the Lord loves justice and will not abandon his faithful ones." Official White House call readout, July 25th, 2019. Today, President Donald J. Trump spoke by telephone with President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine to congratulate him on his recent election. President Trump and President Zelensky discussed ways to strengthen the relationship between the United States and Ukraine, including energy and economic cooperation. Both leaders also expressed that they look forward to the opportunity to meet. That is the official White House call readout dated July 25th, 2019. The official readout provided to the American people omitted key elements of the president's conversation. Let's review. The official readout did not mention the phony investigations requested by President Trump. The official readout did not mention the Oval Office meeting sought by President Zelensky. The official readout did not mention President Trump's elevation of a debunked conspiracy theory promoted by Vladimir Putin about 2016 election interference. The official readout did not mention President Trump's demand that Ukraine investigate his domestic political rival, Joe Biden. The official readout did not mention that President Trump maligned and threatened Ambassador Yovanovitch. And the official readout did not mention that President Trump praised a corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutor. The complete conversation, however, between President Trump and President Zelensky that we just outlined offers powerful evidence that President Trump abused his power and solicited foreign interference in the 2016 election, the 2020 election. Several members of the president's staff listening in on the call immediately grew concerned. As he sat in the White House Situation Room listening to the conversation, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman realized that the president's demands of the Ukrainian leader were inappropriate and improper. He quickly recognized that as the president began referencing the Bidens and CrowdStrike, the call was diverging from the official National Security Council approved talking points that he helped prepare. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, 20-year Iraq War veteran, Purple Heart recipient, and American patriot. He testified in the context of the call that due to the unequal bargaining position of the two leaders and Ukraine's dependence on the United States, the favor that President Trump sought would have been perceived by President Zelensky as a demand. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman worried that the call would undermine U.S. national security interests, and he knew immediately that he had a duty to report the contents of the call to White House lawyers.
I was concerned by the call. What I heard was inappropriate, and I reported my concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. It is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and a political opponent. I was also clear that if Ukraine pursued an investigation, it was also clear that if Ukraine pursued an investigation into the 2016 elections, the Bidens and Burisma, it would be interpreted as a partisan play. This would undoubtedly result in Ukraine losing bipartisan support, undermining U.S. national security, and advancing Russia's strategic objectives in the region.
Recounting the content of the call based on his detailed handwritten notes, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman told the lawyers that he believed it was wrong for President Trump to ask President Zelensky to investigate Vice President Biden. Other witnesses were also troubled by what they heard. Vice President Pence's advisor, Jennifer Williams, expressed concern that President Trump raised a domestic political matter on an official call with a foreign leader. She testified that the mention of investigations struck her as unusual and possibly political in nature. She said, "I guess for me, it shed some light on possible other motives behind a security assistance hold." Timothy Morrison, a former Republican congressional staffer who replaced Dr. Fiona Hill in July of 2019, also reported the call to National Security Council lawyers. After the call, President Trump continued to push the scheme forward. On July 26, the very next day, Ambassador Sondland and Ambassador Taylor met with President Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials in Kyiv. According to David Holmes, the Ukraine-based U.S. diplomat who served as the note-taker. The Ukrainian leader mentioned that President Trump had brought up some very sensitive issues during the July 25th call. Very sensitive issues. Ambassador Sondland, private meeting with Andrei Yermak, President Zelensky's top aide. The two men insisted that the meeting be one-on-one with no note-taker, perhaps due to the sensitive issues that might come up. Ambassador Sondland testified that he and President Zelensky's aide probably discussed the issue of investigations. After these key moments in Ukraine, Ambassador Sondland went to lunch with David Holmes and two other American officials. Mr. Holmes sat directly across from Ambassador Sondland, close enough to hear the details of an extraordinary telephone call between Mr. Sondland and President Trump. As Mr. Holmes relayed during his sworn testimony under oath, Ambassador Sondland pulled out his unsecured cell phone and said that he was going to call President Trump to give him an update. What happened next was shocking.
While Ambassador Sondland's phone was not on speakerphone, I could hear the president's voice through the earpiece of the phone. The president's voice was loud and recognizable. And Ambassador Sondland held the phone away from his ear for a period of time, presumably because of the loud volume. I heard Ambassador Sondland greet the president and explain he was calling from Kyiv. I heard President Trump then clarify that Ambassador Sondland was in Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland replied, yes, he was in Ukraine, and went on to state that President Zelensky, quote, loves your ass.
We want to pause here briefly to allow some stations to return to regular programming. For the rest of you, our coverage continues.
Adding that President Zelensky will do anything you ask him to do.
He's going to do it. He will do anything you ask him to do. Immediately after this call with President Trump, Mr. Holmes followed up with Ambassador Sondland.
After the call ended, Ambassador Sondland remarked that the president was in a bad mood. As Ambassador Sondland stated, it was often the case early in the morning. I then took the opportunity to ask Ambassador Sondland for his candid impression of the president's views on Ukraine. In particular, I asked Ambassador Sondland if it was true that the president did not give an expletive about Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland agreed that the president did not give an expletive about Ukraine. I asked why not. And Ambassador Sondland stated that the president only cares about big stuff. I noted there was big stuff going on in Ukraine, like a war with Russia. And Ambassador Sondland replied that he meant big stuff that benefits the president, like the Biden investigation that Mr. Giuliani was pushing. The conversation then moved on to other topics.
During the July 25th call, President Trump asked for the favor of these two phony political investigations immediately after the Ukrainian president brought up defense assistance for Ukraine. And the following day, Ambassador Sondland confirmed to President Trump that Ukraine would indeed initiate the investigations discussed on the call, which was the only thing President cared about with respect to Ukraine. He didn't care that Russia was forcefully occupying eastern Ukraine. President Trump didn't care that thousands of Ukrainians apparently have died fighting for their democracy. He didn't seem to care that supporting Ukraine bolsters America's national security, but he cared about himself as it relates to the prospects of his reelection in 2020. In November, President Trump denied that he spoke to Ambassador Sondland on July 26, telling reporters, "I know nothing about that." But in his public testimony, Ambassador Sondland contradicted that assertion with official records he obtained from the White House. Ambassador Sondland further explained that Holmes' testimony refreshed his reelection about the July 26 call, which Ambassador Sondland had not originally described when he first appeared at a deposition before the House.
Also, on July 26, shortly after our Kiev meetings, I spoke by phone with President Trump. The White House, which has finally shared certain call dates and times with my attorneys, confirms this. The call lasted 5 minutes. I remember I was at a restaurant in Kiev, and I have no reason to doubt that this conversation included the subject of investigations. Again, given Mr. Giuliani's demand that President Zelensky make a public statement about investigations, I knew that investigations were important to President Trump.
President Trump said that his July 25th conversation was a perfect call. It was far from perfect. In a perfect call, the president would not demand a political favor from a vulnerable Ukraine under attack by a Russian foe. In a perfect call, the president would not demand that a foreign leader investigate a Russian-inspired conspiracy about the 2016 election. In a perfect call, the president would not pressure a foreign government to target an American citizen for political personal gain. In a perfect call, the president would not solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. In a perfect call, the president would not threaten the well-being of a highly respected American ambassador and say that she was going to go through some things. In a perfect call, the president would not praise a disgraced former prosecutor who the free world viewed as corrupt and incompetent. And in a perfect call, the president would not have directed a foreign leader to follow up with Rudolph Giuliani, a human hand grenade. This was not a perfect call. It is direct evidence that President Donald John Trump corruptly abused his power and solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, colleagues, we'll now take a 30-minute break for dinner and reconvene at 5 minutes after 7. So I ask consent the Senate stand in recess until that time.
Without objection, so ordered.
So there is the dinner break. We are now at about the 5.5-hour mark of the 24 hours over 3 days in some form that we expect the Democrats and the House impeachment managers to make their case. I want to check in with our correspondents, but I got Carol Lamb here with me right now. Look, I don't want to force you to judge these arguments all the way through. What are you looking for the rest of these arguments to sort of tell you where the Democrats are headed here? Well, what have they done well, and what have they done? What do they still need to improve on?
I know it seems tedious to viewers, and it may be tedious in the Senate, but they have to do this. They have to go into all the excruciating details to build this narrative that they know is there. You know, I have to say, if the only issue here was, did these events happen? I mean, this is an overwhelming case. The evidence is overwhelming, but they have to put all of this out there.
You and I were talking, boy, if they would just refer to a timeline all the time, this might be easier to follow. Do you think they should come up with some sort of construction to almost make it easier to follow this a bit linear, in a linear fashion.
That is a trial technique. That is, you want to make it as helpful, as easy for if this was a regular trial, for the jurors as possible, because it's a lot of numbers and dates and figures coming in, and so it's helpful to have something that the senators can keep looking back at and saying, oh, I see where this fits in now, and that may be something that they decide to do in their closing argument.
All right, let me go to Capitol Hill. Casey Hunt, our Capitol Hill correspondent. So, Casey, we are halfway through round one of 3 days of rounds of the House impeachment managers. It seemed at the last break, the Republican talking point was, oh, we're not learning anything new, which I get what they're doing there. What's the feeling just in what you're hearing and seeing right now?
I think that's what they're sticking to here, Chuck, and that kind of repetitive, okay, fine, you haven't told me anything lately, is the message that they, at least we should say, the president's defenders are trying to push here. And, I think what you and Carol were talking about is exactly right. I think the big question here is how much of this is sinking in. There clearly have been moments on the floor that have broken through where people have told a compelling anecdote, or in particular, I noticed when I was sitting in the chamber that they are able to grab the senators' attention when they play video clips. You'll see them all kind of turn to the TVs that are sitting on the floor. You'll see them sometimes make comments to each other about what they've seen, quiet comments, obviously, because they're not supposed to officially talk. But otherwise, it's hard to really see how they are paying close attention and absorbing every word. Now, obviously, some of them are taking very careful, copious notes. I saw Rand Paul had a hidden crossword puzzle in his stack of documents that he was ostensibly reviewing as he's on the floor.
He's probably not the only one doing a crossword.
Not the only one, although I don't want to, I don't want to necessarily report that there are any others doing similar things. However, it's a struggle, I think. And, my question is how does this translate with the American people? We know that it's clearly breaking through, and people who are very attuned to this, who are already high information voters, are paying very close attention. And we are hearing from offices that, they're getting comments from their constituents, although it's not necessarily that kind of overwhelming tide that we sometimes see with major issues. But, the question here is, how is this going over with perhaps lower information voters who are going to make the presidential race decisions, but also, of course, the decisions in these Senate races that so many of these moderate senators are considering. So, I think there are a lot of open questions still at this stage. I mean, clearly we know what the messaging channels are going to be, and I think we're just really waiting to see if we're going to get a curveball here on the witness question.
Let me go down to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Hallie Jackson, the part of today, tomorrow, and Friday that I know you're curious about and I am is how will the president handle the fact that essentially Democrats have an uninterrupted period of time to lay this out without a rebuttal, without him being able to insert his little adjoinders in there. He's just landed. He's just gotten there. Do you expect him to be able to handle this, or is he going to insert himself?
It's interesting you phrase it that way, Chuck. I was going to jump in and say how to handle the fact that it is not about him over these next 3 days and his defense, right? It's about his conduct. But here's what I would say, Chuck. The president is inserting himself. We tallied up the number of tweets and retweets today, just today. He broke a record. His last record was 123 tweets back at the last big impeachment day when the House Judiciary Committee was considering sending the articles over to the full House initially. So the president is inserting himself by talking about this so much and by trying to drive the news cycle, by tweeting about this. He is retweeting his allies, people that he likes. This is a concerted effort, it appears, by the White House to try to get their messaging out there. You are seeing his attorney, Jay Sekulow, come out during breaks. We saw that at the last break. We may or may not see that this break, to give the White House message, which I find interesting because behind the scenes, I'd heard grumbling during this whole impeachment process about how Adam Schiff, for example, or Jerry Nadler would come out during breaks in the House proceedings and talk to the cameras. And now here the White House is, doing the same, trying to, frankly, I think, seize on and capitalize on, at least the defense team, some of the interest around this and make sure that even though Adam Schiff and his team has the stage right now, backstage or in the wings, you have the president's defense team still trying to sell their argument. They'll get their opportunity probably starting on Saturday. And I'll tell you, the word I keep hearing again and again in conversations with my sources is fluidity, flexibility. They want to make sure that they are responding in kind to what they're hearing from the impeachment managers here. And the president, we know, is so engaged in this. So far, the reviews seem to be mostly positive from President Trump, at least publicly, and from what I've heard privately from some of his aides. But remember, if it starts to get a little too, I don't want to say dull, but if the president starts to feel like his team is losing their audience, then you might see some potential fireworks there.
Definitely something to watch for there. Hallie Jackson, thank you. By the way, let me go back to Kasie Hunt very quickly, because I want to ask you about a moment very early in this new round after the break, and that was Gerald Nadler's role. Chuck Schumer was pretty rough. He clearly seemed to not want to talk about that issue, that senators are not happy, particularly some Republican senators unhappy with Congressman Nadler. Are they trying to use him less now?
Well, Chuck, nobody's ever going to say that outright, and there's been actually quite a bit of kind of trying to manage the personalities among the House group on the part of the House Speaker and others. But it's very clear that Nadler got off on the wrong foot with the Senate with what happened last night. And in fact, at a press conference this morning, one reporter said they asked Adam Schiff a question. Jerry Nadler tried to answer it, and Nadler was told by Schiff that actually Adam Schiff was going to be taking the questions today. So I think that kind of gives you a little taste of that. There's clearly some frustration. I think it's very clear that the consensus all the way along inside the Democratic House sort of members and people who are involved in it has been that Speaker Pelosi is doing this with Adam Schiff. And, you know, because Nadler is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, he's involved. But he's not necessarily playing the kind of role that would be typical of someone in his position.
Gotcha. Kasie Hunt, thank you there. Let me check in with Pete Williams. All right, Pete. I feel like we're sitting here just trying, okay, we're in the middle of the race, you know, it's lap 200, there's 300 laps to go, but what have you observed?
Well, I guess a couple of things, Chuck. First of all, number one, I have to say something about the Chief Justice and how quickly he responded to that brief protest that suddenly someone yelled in the gallery. He was clearly prepared for it. He immediately knew the script of what to say, so obviously he was well prepared for that, just indicating all of the eventualities that he's had to contend with. And by the way, it's not the first time he's had to deal with that. Occasionally, it does happen in the U.S. Supreme Court, that someone will suddenly stand up in their seat and start yelling, maybe once a term on average. So he's had to contend with that before. I just was impressed by how quickly he knew what incantation to say about the Senate Sergeant of Arms.
You think he's got it written right there? Do you think he's got some of the wordings written very quickly to refer to, or?
Apparently so. Yeah. Or tab 46 in the notebook. The second thing that I just have to wonder is trying to hold the attention of senators on the Senate floor. This does seem awfully glacial to me. Now, as Carol said, you have to lay out all the facts. You have to build a case. The only question is whether it really takes 12 hours to do it, or whether it could be speeded up a little bit in maybe in an age. This is sort of the tempo you would have expected to hear during the Johnson impeachment.
Right, and that's a century and a half ago. Carol, respond to that. Look, listen to what just happened. Kasie Hunt just told you, your audience, your jurors are getting groggy. Right. Pete Williams just said the same thing. You're in the role of Adam Schiff here. What do you do tonight?
Well, first I have to tell you that this is a trial attorney's dream. You've got 24 hours to talk to the jurors, but you also have 100 jurors, and they are, at any given point, doesn't matter how great a job you're doing, there's a percentage of them who are not going to be paying attention. So just because of that, you need some repetition, and you have to hope that at
rough.
Any given point,
because the repetition looks glacial, doesn't it?
And it does. And if there was somebody who was actually listening for the entire time, they would say, "Why are you repeating yourself so many times?" But you've got to get everybody hearing all parts of this, and so some repetition is necessary.
I guess you have to assume 1 out of 5 senators may have been nodding off at any moment in time, is what you're, or
probably not a bad assumption.
Or eye glazing over type of thing. All right, Carol, thank you. So with the Senate in recess for dinner, we're going to conclude our coverage in the impeachment trial for now. When the trial resumes shortly, you can watch continuing coverage on NBCNews.com. For our entire team here at NBC News, from Washington, D.C. to right here in New York City, I'm Chuck Todd here in New York. Good day.
everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Special coverage of President Trump's impeachment trial. Today, the first day of opening arguments. Leanne Caldwell joins me now from the Capitol, where the House managers have been making their arguments today. They are taking a quick break for dinner. Leanne, we heard several hours of arguments from several of the House managers. What have they established so far today?
Well, what they're trying to establish is the record. They're operating under the assumption that some of these senators, maybe even most of these senators, hadn't paid much attention to this entire process or this investigation up until this point. So Adam Schiff, the main prosecutor, the main manager in this case, he led off really giving an overview and a summary of what the rest of the case was going to look like. And he really attempted anyway, to tug at the senators' heartstrings, try to appeal to their sense of fairness, their sense of duty as senators, to hear all of the facts in the case and to contemplate them thoroughly and accurately. And then after Schiff wrapped with his defense, then each of the managers took their area of specialty and really broke down each area of this entire investigation. One talked about the withholding of funding for the Department of Defense to Ukraine. Another talked about the president's withholding of a meeting at the White House with the Ukrainian president. And so the managers' method was, in fact, very methodical. You know, a lot of it was repetitious, repetitive, but they're trying to prove their points and make sure that that they are accurately and fulfilly, I guess.
I like that word, Leanne. That's good.
Yeah, fulfilling. Yeah.
Hey, look, we get what you're saying here. Yeah, it hits it right on the head.
Right, and so they have a big job to do because this is a very complicated subject as well. At first, it was just a phone call, a transcript of a phone call and a whistleblower complaint. But the more they investigated, there was a lot of information, very complicated information full of timelines where the dates matter, the sequential matters of it. And so what they were trying to do is really paint a story and paint a picture for the senators here, Allison.
Leanne, Adam Schiff wasted no time quoting Alexander Hamilton. He did that right out of the gate. I want to play his opening comments.
When a man, unprincipled in private life, desperate in his fortune, bold in his temper, possessed of considerable talents, having the advantage of military habits, despotic in his ordinary demeanor, known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty, when such a man is seen to mount the hobby horse of popularity, to join in the cry of danger to liberty, to take every opportunity of embarrassing the general government and bringing it under suspicion, to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day, it may justly be suspected that his object is to throw things into confusion, that he might ride the storm and direct the whirlwind. Those words were written by Alexander Hamilton.
Leanne, the internet was loving this, especially because Schiff followed it with a reference to Hamilton the musical. But what was he getting at here? What kind of tone was he setting just off the bat?
So my interpretation is he was challenging the senators not to look at this purely politically. You know, the president is still very popular among the base. A lot of these senators tie their political fortune to this president. And so, you know, what I took is Adam Schiff challenging them on that notion that don't necessarily do what is good for you politically, but do what is right. And so you know, we'll see if it works or if it backfires on him.
Sure.
But that's the message that I think that Adam Schiff is trying to get across, Allison.
Leanne, in Senator Nadler's opening arguments, Senator Nadler, excuse me. Wow, it's been a long day, huh? That's where we are. In Nadler's opening argument, he got right into the argument that President Trump's dealings in Ukraine were designed to cheat in the 2020 election. I'd like to play that for you, too.
Please remember that the object of the president's Ukraine scheme was to obtain a corrupt advantage for his re-election campaign. As we will show, the president went to extraordinary lengths to cheat in the next election. That scheme begins with the attempt to get Ambassador Yovanovitch, quote, out of the way, unquote.
How did Nadler back that up?
Well, he went through the facts of the case and talking about about the Bidens and how the entire. One of the themes that these impeachment managers have been honing in on throughout this entire day is not only is that the president didn't actually care about the actual investigation. He wanted the announcement of an investigation. So into the Bidens, into Hunter Biden, who's on the board of this energy company, Burisma. So that, they're saying, really flies in the face of the president and his team's argument that the president was concerned about corruption. Because perhaps, say, if the Bidens were corrupt, then the managers are saying that then he would actually want an investigation into them. But no, he just wanted an announcement of an investigation to hurt the Bidens politically, Joe Biden specifically, politically, Allison.
Leanne, the question of witnesses, of course, still a really big issue today. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer talking about the possibility of trading witnesses. Listen to his answer here.
Sir, would you be open to, say, a witness trade for Hunter Biden?
No, I think that's off the table. First of all, the Republicans have the right to bring in any witness they want. They haven't wanted to, and that trade is not on the table.
Later on, Val Deming said that John Bolton should testify. It doesn't seem like we've made any progress here, have we?
No, well, there was an entire day of voting yesterday on calling witnesses, and all those votes came down along party lines with every Republican opposing. But they are going to be faced with this question later on in the process. Chuck Schumer, as you played, he really shot down this idea of a one-for-one swap, saying, OK, if you allow John Bolton to come testify, perhaps we'll give you Hunter Biden to come testify. Schumer said that's not going to happen. But I also asked Senator Lindsey Graham about that entire idea today as well. And he said that he's not interested in a trade either. The reason is because Republicans are really honing in on this issue of executive privilege, that if Hunter or if John Bolton or Mick Mulvaney, the acting chief of staff, do come and testify, that it'll shatter the protections of the president of being able to communicate with some of his closest advisors. So if they're willing to come spill those conversations out in public in an impeachment trial, Republicans say that that is detrimental to the office of the presidency, not only now but the future. So it really seems like they are taking this argument and making this essential and critical in their defense for the president and their opposition to having any more witnesses come before the Senate. Allison.
Leanne, you're our eyes on the ground. You always give us such great color commentary. So I want to ask you for some follow-ups on the mood today. For starters, has anyone fallen asleep? We know Jim Risch won that distinction yesterday.
Yeah, Jim Risch yesterday, Senator Inhofe today.
Okay.
He was the first to fall asleep within just the first 30 minutes of this trial opening. To be fair, it was a very late night last night, and he is 85 years old.
Fair.
So this is
also, to be fair,
tough.
It is hard to sit there and not be allowed to speak at all at pain of imprisonment.
Right, exactly. And I mean, remember high school trying to stay awake, but but it was very interesting. His seat neighbor, Senator Todd Young of Indiana, gently nudged Senator Inhofe
that's a good friend.
on the arm to wake him up, and then whispered to him, probably saying, I don't know if he's saying this, but I could imagine him saying, the press is watching you, do not fall asleep. You will be on Twitter soon. And, I don't know if that happened, but Inhofe then nodded. So
that's a pretty good guess. I imagine it went down like that. I bet you can guess what I'm going to ask you next then. Did we get any milk drinkers? Because as we told our viewers yesterday, the only options for the senators during the trial, water, sparkling, and milk. Anyone go for the milk today? No one did yesterday.
Not yesterday, but today our colleague Casey Hunt was in the chamber, and Senator Tom Cotton drank 2 glasses of milk.
He really went for it.
I mean, he really did. Knowing Senator Cotton, I am not surprised. His favorite thing for dinner is sheet cake and milk. So maybe he was just having his milk a little earlier, and he'll go home and have sheet cake for dinner tonight.
Sheet cake and milk. I like that. That's good. All right, my last question for you. Did anyone bring treats for the press today? I know yesterday you said Pat Toomey brought snacks and candy from Pennsylvania, and he even brought some for the reporters.
Yeah, sadly, it was quite empty. From what I saw, I did not see any snacks, no treats, nothing left in the press gallery. Maybe they didn't have time to go pick it up, from their 2 a.m. exit last night into today. So
I don't know. Pat Toomey setting the bar pretty high. They might have to chip in and bring some snacks from some other states there.
The night's still young, Allison.
There could be sheet cake. You never know, Leanne. Thanks so much. We'll catch up with you a little later.
Great. Thanks.
Start an impeachment inquiry. Pushing Ukraine to look into the Biden.
Read the transcript. They want to move quickly.
Removing the president from office.
We're going inside impeachment with the reporters of NBC News. Article 2, Inside Impeachment, hosted by me, Steve Kornacki.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
The journey has begun. It'll take us through the debate stages, along the trails of Iowa and New Hampshire, onward to the town halls and convention halls, into the spin rooms and ballrooms. And as this journey unfolds, we'll be on the ground, at the big board, navigating the twists and turns every step of the way.
We have nearly 2.5 centuries of examples where the checks and balances of the constitutional system have worked. The framers designed the government for a moment like this. We weren't supposed to just give a pass to somebody whose team we decided to be on. We were supposed to actually think for ourselves. That's why we fought the revolution. That's why we've struggled again and again and again to make real those promises.
Dateline episodes are now available as podcasts. Listen anytime, anywhere. Subscribe now so you don't miss a twist.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Won nearly 90%.
Good afternoon from the Spin.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
We have an all-star panel to walk us through some of the legalities of today's trial proceedings. MSNBC legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Cynthia Oxney, attorney and NBC legal analyst Danny Savalos. He's here with me. Cynthia, let me start with you. House manager and chairman of the Intel Committee, Adam Schiff, outlining the Democrats' opening arguments. I'd like to play something he said that pretty much sums up his case for Trump's removal from office.
Impeachment exists for cases in which the conduct of the president rises beyond mere policy disputes to be decided otherwise and without urgency at the ballot box. Instead, we are here today to consider a much more grave matter, and that is an attempt to use the powers of the presidency to cheat in an election. For precisely this reason, the president's misconduct cannot be decided at the ballot box.
Your reaction to that strategy?
I mean, I think it's basically true. I mean, that's the beauty of the strategy. I mean, he was very effective today, more effective than I thought, when he was talking about the facts in the argument than when he was quoting Hamilton. But I thought he was very effective at not only repeating and going through the facts, but then taking a pause and then asking the question, why is that important, and then answering it. Very effective today. I thought his tone was good. He was appealing to the better angels of the Senate. And he was also taking the time, in my opinion, to appeal to the other jury, in this case, the American voter. Some have criticized, it's getting too boring. But the truth of the matter is different people tune into television at different times. And so we really need to make sure that not only are all the senators awake for this argument, but that everybody who tunes in during the day, over the course of their day, gets the information that they need in order to be really educated about what's happened in the White House.
Danny, this morning in Davos, the president talked about the documents Senate Democrats have been trying to access. Here's what he said.
We're doing very well. I got to watch enough. I thought our team did a very good job. But honestly, we have all the material. They don't have the material.
Danny, the Democrats jumped on that one right away, saying the president's bragging about obstructing justice there. You're a defense attorney. What do you say?
Isn't it amazing that President Trump has successfully gotten us to a point where we automatically think when he says something like that, oh, he's not so great with words. What he meant instead of material is substance. He meant probably, because I'm sure that's exactly what he's going to say. Let me say that this way. He has to say that. There's no other defense to saying we have the material, they don't have the material. Because if he does mean documents and records that we're refusing to turn over, that just bolsters the Article 2 argument that he's obstructing Congress. So that is not a good position. But amazingly, he will claim, or his defenders will claim, he meant we have the substance. We have the more powerful argument. And you know what? We'll accept it. We'll accept it because he's created an atmosphere where we think, oh, he doesn't really communicate well. He doesn't have a very strong vocabulary. He meant material, or did he mean, better argument or stronger argument or substance or facts? And we'll buy it. We'll buy it because that's what we've been conditioned to buy now.
Cynthia, White House attorney Jay Sekulow told reporters today what he's most eager to rebut when it's the defense's turn. Here's a little bit of what he said.
Notice what's not in the articles of impeachment. Allegations or accusations of quid pro quo. That's because they didn't exist.
Does quid pro quo, the term quid pro quo, need to be specifically mentioned in the articles?
No, it doesn't at all. That was kind of a silly argument, frankly, in my opinion. The abuse of power includes the quid pro quo. It includes a violation of the Impoundment Act. It includes essentially extortion and bribery. It is an umbrella term to cover the president misusing his authority as the president for his own personal political gain. And quid pro quo is part of that abuse of power.
Danny, we saw the president talking just a moment ago. He addressed the press several times today. If you were his lawyer, would you be okay with that?
Oh, that's a softball. Of course not. As a defense attorney, the first thing I tell my clients is do not make public statements. But the other thing as a defense attorney is sometimes you have a client who's going to do exactly what they want to do. After all, with many clients...
Wait a second. You think this is one of those examples?
Right, and exactly that, especially in criminal defense. Sometimes the client that does whatever they want to do, that's why they're your client to begin with, because they do everything in life their way or the highway, and that's how they've arrived at this point. Similarly with Trump, he's done everything. Even I'm called to mind of his dance when he was being inaugurated, and he mouthed the words to Frank Sinatra's "My Way." This is someone that does things his way. When his attorneys meet with him, he's telling them how it's going to be. And that's why he goes through a lot of attorneys, because sooner or later, the attorney has to do what's best for the client, not exactly what the client wants. So similarly, I am certain every single lawyer he has had has tried to say to him, dial down the social media, and I'm sure every single lawyer has gone back to the other lawyers and said, he's not doing it. We have a decision to make. Can we continue to represent him, or do we have to withdraw? And in most cases, they stay on board unless he materially destroys their own defense.
Cynthia, one more pretty powerful statement we heard from Adam Schiff. I'd like to play that.
After you consider the evidence and weigh your oath to render a fair and impartial verdict, I suggest to you today the only conclusion consistent with the facts and law, not just the law but the Constitution, is clear, as described by a constitutional law expert's testimony before the House, if this conduct is not impeachable, then nothing is.
If this is not impeachable, nothing is. What do you make of Schiff's argument? I mean, is the Senate potentially setting a dangerous precedent here if they acquit?
Absolutely. That was the quote from the law professor from the House committee meeting. He was very compelling. And if you think about it, he's really right. I mean, if you can take a national security issue and put your personal interest above the national security of the nation and so corrupt the entire process of foreign aid so that you can twist it for your own good instead of for the good of the nation and the way Congress has allocated the money. I mean, if you can't impeach somebody for that, what can you do to impeach them? I thought he was very effective. He had the right tone. He appealed to them in a very compelling way. The other person who was really good, I thought, was Congressman Crow from Colorado. As he would go through the case, he would say, if they dispute these facts, demand to see the documents. He had that as a theme, and it was very good. And of course, I'm just a groupie for Jeffries, who responded to the heckler with scripture. I mean, come on, get better than that.
I know. People loved yesterday when he quoted Biggie. Today he responded with scripture. He won a lot of points over the last couple of days. Danny, I know you wanted to react to something Cynthia said.
I totally agree with Cynthia that if this kind of abuse of power isn't impeachable, nothing is. This is exactly what the framers had in mind. But the one thing that I think we're learning from this impeachment is that there really is no such thing as precedent. So that we've had two other presidential impeachments.
Right.
You can't use all these judge impeachments as any guidance because they're different, fundamentally different. So you look at the two that we've had, and what you learn is that, number one, precedent really only applies in judicial cases, not in Senate impeachment trials, because having the sole power to impeach, they can recreate the rules every time they impeach. And since we've only had 3 total, even if something was precedential, none of these cases are going to be enough alike to even compare them. So no matter what, there really isn't any such thing as a dangerous precedent, because the next impeachment that comes around, we're going to be able to pick at the facts and say that's totally different. And ultimately, the Senate is not bound by anything it did before. And the reason we know that is that it's done some pretty out there things with prior impeachments, including arguably impeaching people that couldn't be impeached in the first place. The first impeachment was of a senator. You can't really impeach senators. They did it anyway. So the idea that it's a dangerous precedent is dangerously maybe not the case.
Let me ask you what you think about how Chief Justice Roberts has been doing. I mean, we've talked so much about both sides in this. This is a new venue for him. Any impressions? I know yesterday he kind of had to tell the crowd to tone it down a little bit, that he felt like, the House managers and the president's lawyers were just kind of a little out of line, and he wanted them to respect where they were.
Yes, that's exactly right. And he's conducting this trial exactly the way I expected him to. Number one, he was a clerk for Chief Justice Rehnquist, who was largely a wallflower, and I don't say that in a pejorative way. Rehnquist saw his duty as doing very little, and as he said, I did it very well, to quote one of his favorite plays or works of theater. So the Chief Justice's role is to preside, but the Senate retains the sole power to impeach. And Chief Justice Roberts is very aware that no matter what his ruling is, a slim majority of the Senate can overrule him. So if he's going to decide to make a ruling, and it's a controversial one, he knows ultimately it's up to the Senate to make the final decision. So he has conducted the trial exactly the way I expect. And I just want to add, I think this is true, but isn't it interesting? This may be the first trial that Chief Justice Roberts has ever presided over as a judge. He was immediately appointed to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, which is an appellate court. And now, of course, the Supreme Court's an appellate court. So I don't know that he's ever presided over a trial, so to speak, as a judge. This may be his first. So apologies if I'm wrong.
Oh, no, we got to get the fact checkers on that, because if it isn't, I'd love to find out what it was. It's really interesting.
Yeah, this could be his first. Cynthia, maybe you know. I'm not sure.
I think you're right. But can I say one else thing that I think we really learned that we need to think and talk about? And that is that we need a way to enforce subpoenas. When the House and the Senate have a subpoena, there needs to be a fast-track way so that they can be enforced. Because this really is ridiculous, that we all know, everybody in the room knows all these documents exist, and everybody knows that the president is hiding them. And the Republicans don't want to pressure them to come out, and the Democrats want to get them, but we uniformly realize that they exist. And there's no way to enforce them, really. within any kind of a time frame, because things go to the district court, then they go to the appellate court, then they go to the en banc, then they go to the Supreme Court, and they bounce around, and it takes months. There needs to be a fast-track court. There needs to be a judge assigned to deal with these issues, and everything needs to go very speedily with specific time limits, so that you aren't, you know, you have 30 days to get an answer out of the judge and 30 days to do the appeal. Something has to happen that's different about how we handle subpoenas from the House and the Senate, because right now they're not really co-equal branches of government because they can't get the information that they need.
Cynthia, Danny, thank you both so much for being with us. I have no doubt we'll either talk to you later tonight, some point tomorrow. I don't think we'll see the end of the week without talking to you again. Thanks for always being with us. Today, the first of 3 days of opening arguments from House managers in President Trump's trial. Here with me now to discuss, former Assistant Watergate Special Prosecutor Jill Wine-Banks. Jill, great to see you. You are someone who has a ton of perspective and expertise here. What were your biggest takeaways so far today?
Well, the biggest takeaway is that the rules are really intended to cover up and are not fair. I think this idea of a 12-hour day, you talked about senators falling asleep. It's impossible for anyone to sit and listen consistently for 12 hours and not doze off. And it's true for the public as well. And I mean, I stayed up till 2 in the morning last night listening. And it's just not fair to the viewers, to the American public, to people who will have to vote based on information they get here, to have it crammed in like that. And to have it in a situation where we don't know if there are going to be any witnesses, any documents. And Cynthia is right, we need to figure out a way to get a fast track for subpoenas, because the only reason the House didn't have witnesses that they would now like is because the president said you can't have them. And the one where they did subpoena is McGahn. That was in April. It is almost a year, and it still hasn't been resolved. So there would be no impeachment possible right now, because we'd still be waiting for that. Now, as to whether or not Chief Justice has actually sat in on a trial, I don't know. But this isn't really a trial, because so far all this is a summary, just like you would have in an appellate case. This is exactly up Justice Roberts' abilities, because this is what he does. He listens to oral arguments. He listens to the facts as presented from a cold record, and then he judges on that. So I would like to see a trial. I'd like to see witnesses. That's what people want to see. More than 71% of the country wants witnesses. And I think we need to have the kind of outpouring that we had during Watergate, where huge bags of mail in days before there was any other way to communicate, actual letters, people wrote letters.
Can you imagine?
It was huge. I mean, we were inundated, and the White House was inundated.
Sure.
And it made a difference. 3 days after Richard Nixon fired the special prosecutor, 3 days after he said, I will not turn over the tapes, I don't care what the court says, 3 days later, the mail made a difference. So everyone listening to this show should get on the phone and start calling their senators and saying, we want witnesses. You voted against having any decision on it. Really, the way it was set up, McConnell was very clever. He didn't make them actually vote against witnesses. He let them table the decision to later. But that impedes what the prosecution can do now, because you can't say to the jury, which is us as well as the senators, you can't say, in this case, you are going to hear witness A say the following, because you don't know if witness A is going to say that, because you don't know if they're going to be allowed to say that. And so it really does impede what you can do. Despite that, today was brilliant. All of the presenters were really good. They all did a very, very fine job. Schiff was outstanding in his presentation and handling of all of the issues that have come up. So I think it was a good day for anyone who would listen and who gets a summary from today. Will see what the crimes committed were, and there were crimes, even though you don't need a crime to impeach someone. You do have the Impoundment Act violation, you have federal election law violation, you have bribery, I mean, there are definitely crimes, but abuse of power was also established as a crime. It is exactly what our founders meant when they added the words of impeachment to the Constitution. The kinds of things now, and it is true, if this isn't impeachable, then we should just take it out of the Constitution because nothing could be impeachable.
Jill, you mentioned some of the presentations today. I'd like to play a little bit from Adam Schiff when he was pushing for key witnesses. Let's listen to that.
You will hear from witnesses who have not yet testified, like John Bolton and Mick Mulvaney, Mr. Blair and Mr. Duffy. And if you can believe the President's words last month, you will also hear from Secretary Pompeo. You will hear their testimony at the same time as the American people. That is, if you allow it, if we have a fair trial.
Will we, though? Do you really think that we actually will at any point?
I think that was a great statement, and it is what should happen if the senators will vote for it. I remain hopeful that people listening, because there was a very clever way of getting in, this is what they would say, this is why they are important, this is why they're relevant. And if that is true, how can they go back to their districts? How can they go back to their states and tell their constituents, I didn't care, I didn't want to hear, I wanted this over with? It's ridiculous. Everybody should want to hear those witnesses. I don't care what your predisposition is. And by the way, the one thing that I wish that Justice Roberts had done is to do what a judge would do in a normal case, which is to say to the jury, it's okay if you have knowledge of this case. It's okay if you have an opinion. What's not okay is for you not to judge on only the evidence here. I need you to be able to swear to me that you can set aside your opinion and your bias and vote on the evidence that you hear in this chamber. That's what I would have liked to have heard, because we know that at least 2 members of the Senate have said they don't care about the evidence. They're going to work with the defense to make sure he's acquitted. And that's something that is not permitted.
So, Joe, what do you make of the job that Chief Justice Roberts has done so far?
So far, I mean, he's doing fine. There's been nothing that's called upon him to act in an extraordinary way. He responded to what he thought was perhaps non-senatorial behavior, and he stopped when there was an outbreak, an eruption in the audience. So he's done a fine job, and he's also doing his day job. Now, I will point out that today is the day that is the last one until February 23rd of oral arguments in the court. And while he has a job to do, and while he has to have conferences with his fellow justices, it does mean that we don't have to start this trial at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and go to 3 o'clock in the morning. We could start this earlier, and he could be there and take a break of sufficient length that he could go back to the court to do whatever he has to do at the court, but to let people see this during daylight, not to bury it after midnight. And so I would like to see this at a time when voters get to see what's going on.
Well, and just to be clear, too, I mean, they have split up, so they're going to be 8-hour days now. But, I mean, given that they're 8-hour days, we're at a dinner break at 7:20. I mean, this is going to go for quite a bit more. Jill, I'm going to let you go in a moment, but one last question for you, because I was remiss the last time you were on. I didn't ask you about your pin. Tell me about the pin today.
Well, today's pin is an ostrich that a fan sent to me, and it represents all of the Republicans who are burying their head in the sand, who are refusing to pay attention to the evidence and allow witnesses.
Jill Wine-Banks, thanks. Always great to see you.
Thank you.
Done for the evening.
All right, we're going to head back to the Senate now for continuing coverage of the impeachment trial.
Don't keep it up too long. So we will do our best not to keep it up too long. I'm going to turn now to the part of the chronology that picks up right after that July 25th call. And walk through the increasingly explicit pressure campaign waged on Ukraine in order to get President Trump's deliverable, the investigations meant to tarnish his opponent and help his reelection. Now, remember, by the end of July, Ukraine was aware of President Trump's requests for investigation to help his political efforts and had come to know that President Trump put a freeze on security assistance. So this is by the end of July. They also clearly understood that President Trump was withholding an Oval Office meeting until those investigations were announced. Both were very critical to Ukraine as a sign of U.S. support and as a matter of their national security. And their national security, of course, implicates our national security. In the weeks after the July 25th call, President Trump's handpicked representatives escalated their efforts to get the public announcement of the investigations from Ukraine. So let's go through this step by step, because the 3 weeks following the July 25th call tell so much about this pressure scheme. Let's start with July 26. On July 26, so this is the day after the call, Ambassador Volker sends a text message to Giuliani. And that text message says, "Hi, Mr. Mayor. You may have heard the president had a great call with Ukrainian president yesterday. Exactly the right messages as we discussed. Please send dates when you will be in Madrid. I am seeing Yermak tomorrow morning. He will come to you in Madrid. Thanks for your help, Kurt." So here we are the day after that call. As my colleague demonstrates, this same day, so July 26th, the date of that second infamous call between President Trump this time and Gordon Sondland that you heard the diplomat David Holmes describe. So that's same day, July 26th, that we're talking about right now, where there's this text message. Now, of course, in that July 25th call, the president wants to connect Rudy Giuliani with the president of Ukraine and his people. And so this is a follow-up where Ambassador Volker is saying to Giuliani, it was a great call with Ukraine president, exactly the right messages as we discussed. And we know, of course, those messages were the need to do this political investigation. Please send dates when you'll be in Madrid. I'm seeing Yermak tomorrow morning. He will come to you in Madrid. So here is Ambassador Volker, one of the three amigos, following up, arranging this meeting between Giuliani and the Ukrainians. Giuliani replied, setting a meeting in Europe with President Zelensky's top aide for the very next week. Quote, "I will arrive on August 1 and until 5, he wrote. Now remember, on July 22nd, so a few days before this and before the call, Ambassador Volker had connected Giuliani originally with Yermak, and they agreed to meet. So this is a follow-up. You have that arrangement being made by Volker and Giuliani before the call, then you have the call, and now you have the follow-up to arrange the meeting in Madrid. And so they do meet in Madrid. This is August 2nd. Andrei Yermak, Zelensky's top aide, flew to Madrid, meets with Rudy Giuliani, who they know represented the president's interests. Both Giuliani and Yermak walk away from this meeting in Madrid, clearly understanding that a White House meeting is linked to Zelensky's announcement of the investigations. In separate conversations with Giuliani and Yermak after this Madrid meeting, Volker said he learned that Giuliani wanted the Ukrainians to issue a statement, including specific mentions of the two investigations that the president wanted. According to Ambassador Volker's testimony, Yermak told him that his meeting with Giuliani was very good and immediately added that the Ukrainians asked for a White House meeting during the week of September 16th. Yermak presses Volker on the White House meeting date, saying that he was waiting for confirmation. Maybe you know the date. And this is a recurrent theme that we've seen through the text messages and other documents, and that is the recurrent request for this meeting, the pressing for this meeting by the Ukrainians because it was so important to them. Giuliani's objective was clear to Ambassadors Volker and Sondland, who took over communications with Yermak. Here's Ambassador Sondland.
I first communicated with Mr. Giuliani in early August, several months later. Mr. Giuliani emphasized that the president wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing Ukraine to look into the corruption issues. Mr. Giuliani specifically mentioned the 2016 election, including the DNC server, and Burisma as two topics of importance to the president.
Giuliani exerted significant influence in this process. In fact, when on August 4th, Yermak inquired again about the presidential meeting, Ambassador Volker turned not to the National Security Council staff or to the State Department to arrange it and follow up. He turns to Giuliani again. Volker told Yermak that he would speak with Giuliani later that day and would call the Ukrainian president's aide afterward. Volker then texts Giuliani to ask about the Madrid meeting and to set up the call that he had mentioned to Yermak. Giuliani replies that the meeting with Yermak was excellent and that he would call later. Phone records obtained by the committees show a 16-minute call on August 5th between Ambassador Volker and Giuliani. Ambassador Volker then texts Yermak, "Hi, Andre. Had a good long talk with Rudy. Call anytime. Kurt." Separately, Volker told Ambassador Sondland, Giuliani was happy with that meeting and it looks like things are turning around. A reference to Volker's hope that satisfying Giuliani would break down President Trump's reservations concerning Ukraine. But things had not turned around by the end of that first week of August, by August 7th. The aid was still on hold, and there had been no movement on setting a date for the White House meeting. Ambassador Volker then reaches out to Giuliani to try to get things moving. Ambassador Volker texts Giuliani to recommend that he report to the boss, meaning President Trump, about his meeting with Yermak in Madrid. Specifically, he wrote, this is Volker writing to Giuliani, "Hi, Rudy. Hope you made it back safely. Let's meet if you're coming to D.C. and would be good if you could convey results of your meeting in Madrid to the boss so we can get a firm date for the visit." So this is Ambassador Volker following up Giuliani. Giuliani's met with the top aide to the president of Ukraine in Madrid. And he wants Giuliani to convey to the boss, to Trump, how good that meeting in Madrid was about the investigations so they can get the president of Ukraine in the door at the White House. Now, think about how unusual this is. This is the president's personal lawyer who's on this personal mission on behalf of his client to get these investigations in Ukraine. The president of Ukraine can't get in the door of the Oval Office. And who are they going to? Are they going to the Security Council? No. Are they going to the State Department? No. They tried all that. They're going to the president's personal lawyer. Does that sound like an official policy to try to fight corruption? Why would you go outside of the normal channel to do that? You wouldn't. No, you go to your personal attorney who's on a personal mission that he admits is not foreign policy when your objective has nothing to do with policy. When your objective is a corrupt one. Now, what does that mean, to have a corrupt objective? Well, it means an illicit one. It means an impermissible one. It means one that furthers your own interests at the cost of the national interest. The willingness to break the law, like the Impoundment Control Act, by withholding aid, is indicative of that corrupt purpose, the lengths the president would go, not in furtherance of U.S. policy, but against U.S. policy. Not even a difference on policy at all. The mere pursuit of personal interest, the pursuit of an illegal effort to get foreign interference, is the very embodiment of a corrupt intent. So here we are, August 7th. And Volker is saying, Rudy, if you're coming to D.C., let's get together. It'd be good if you can talk to the boss, because we can't get a meeting other way. Around that time, Ambassador Volker received a text message from Yermak, who asked him, and this is Yermak asking Volker, "Hi, Kurt, how are you? Do you have some news about the White House meeting date?" And Volker responds, "Not yet. I texted Rudy earlier to make sure he weighs in following your meeting. Gordon," meaning Sondland, "should be speaking with the president on Friday. We are pressing this." So there is, Gordon Sondland is pressing this. This is the man you've heard from already, Gordon Sondland, the man who says there was absolutely a quid pro quo. You've asked about a quid pro quo. There was a quid pro quo. about this White House meeting. This is what they're talking about right here. Gordon will be speaking with the president on Friday. We are pressing this. Ambassador Volker's contact with Giuliani spurred a flurry of communications. The patterns of calls from August 8th strongly suggest Giuliani is attempting to call the White House to speak to a senior White House official, left a message, then had a 4-minute call with that official later that night. We don't know from the call records who that White House official was, but recall that Giuliani has publicly stated that when he spoke to the White House, he usually spoke to President Trump, his client. Also on August 8th, Yermak texts Volker that he had some news. Ambassador Volker replies that he can talk then, and Ambassador Volker updates Giuliani in a text the next day. Volker says to Giuliani in the text, "Hi, Mr. Mayor, I had a good chat with Yermak last night. He was pleased with your phone call. Mentioned," he's referring to President Zelensky here, "making a statement. Can we all get on the phone to make sure I advise," and here he's referring to President Zelensky, "correctly as to what he should be saying. Want to make sure we get this done right." So here, August 9th, there's an effort by Volker to make sure that they get the statement right about the investigations. Because if they can't get the statement right, he ain't going to get in the door of the Oval Office. It also makes clear who is exactly in charge of this, and that's Rudy Giuliani. Ambassador Volker is checking with Rudy Giuliani about what he should advise President Zelensky. And we know that Giuliani is taking his orders from President Trump. Text messages and call records obtained by the committees show that Ambassador Volker and Giuliani connected by phone twice around noon on August 9th for several minutes each. Following the calls with Giuliani, Ambassador Volker created a 3-way group chat using WhatsApp that included himself, Ambassador Sondland, and Yermak. Ambassador Volker initiated the chat around 2:20 that day. And this is Volker chatting with Sondland and Yermak. It's a 3-way chat. And Volker says, "Hi, Andre," meaning Yermak. "We have all consulted here, including with Rudy. Could you do a call later today or tomorrow, your afternoon time?" And Sondland says, "I have a call scheduled at 3 p.m. Eastern for the 3 of us. Ops will call." Call records obtained by the committee show that on August 9th, Ambassador Sondland twice connected with phone lines associated with the White House. Once in the early afternoon for about 18 minutes and once in the late afternoon for about 2 minutes. We know that Ambassador Sondland had direct access to President Trump. After all this activity, Ambassador Sondland and Volker thought they had a breakthrough. Finally, a breakthrough. Minutes after this call, which was likely with Tim Morrison about a possible date for the White House meeting, Ambassador Volker and Sondland discussed the agreement they believed they had reached. And it starts with Sondland in this text message. "Morrison ready to get dates as soon as Yermak confirms." Volker says, "Excellent. How did you sway him?" "Not sure I did," says Sondland. "I think POTUS really wants the deliverable." Well, we know what that deliverable is. It's the political investigations. Volker says, "But does he know that?" And Sondland says, "Yep. Clearly lots of convos, meaning conversations, going on." And Volker says, "Okay, then that's good. It's coming from 2 separate sources." Ambassador Sondland told the committees that the deliverable required by President Trump was a press statement from President Zelensky committing to do the investigations into the Bidens and the allegation of Ukraine election interference that President Trump mentioned on July 25th. But Tim Morrison testified that he didn't know anything about the deliverable. He was just involved in trying to schedule the White House meeting, which everyone wanted to schedule as a sign of support for President Zelensky and our ally Ukraine. But Trump's agents wouldn't just accept Ukraine's word for it. Ambassador Sondland then recommended to Ambassador Volker that Yermak share a draft of the press statement to ensure that the statement would comport with the president's expectations. So here on August 9th, so we're still less than 2 weeks after the July 25th call, or I guess we're about 2 weeks. Sondland says in this message, to avoid misunderstandings, might be helpful to ask Andre for a draft statement, parentheses embargoed, so that we can see exactly what they propose to cover. Even though Z, referring to Zelensky, does a live presser, they can still summarize in a brief statement. Thoughts? And Volker says, agree. At his deposition, Ambassador Sondland said that he suggested reviewing a written summary of the statement because he was concerned that President Zelensky would say whatever he would say on live television and it still wouldn't be good enough for Rudy / the president, unquote. Yermak, in turn, was concerned that the announcement would still not result in the coveted White House meeting. On August 10th, Yermak texted Volker attempting to schedule a White House meeting before the Ukrainian president made a public statement in support of the investigations into Burisma and the 2016 election. So you can see what's going on here. The president and his agent, Giuliani, they want this public statement of the investigations before they'll give a date. And the Ukrainians want a date before they have to commit to making public they're going to do the investigations. And so you've had this standoff where each is trying to get the deliverable first. But there's no debate about what the deliverable is on either side. There's no debate about the quid pro quo here. You give me this, I'll give you that. You give me the White House meeting, I'll give you the public announcement, the investigation into your political rival. No, no, no. You give me the announcement of the investigation into my rival, and then I'll give you the meeting. The only debate here is about which comes first. So August 10th, Yermak texts Volker, I think it's possible to make this declaration and mention all these things which we discussed yesterday, but it will be logic to do after we receive a confirmation of date. We inform about date of visit, about our expectations and our guarantees for future visit. Let's discuss it. Ambassador Volker responded that he agreed, but that first they would have to iron out a statement and use that to get a date, after which President Zelensky would give the statement. The two decided to have a call the next day and to include Ambassador Sondland. Yermak texts Ambassador Volker, excellent. Once we have a date, we will call for a press briefing announcing upcoming visit and outlining vision for the reboot of U.S.-Ukraine relationship, including, among other things, Burisma and election meddling in the investigations. Yermak was also in direct contact with Ambassador Sondland regarding this revised approach. In fact, he sent Ambassador Sondland the same text message. Ambassador Sondland kept the leadership of the State Department in the loop. On August 10th, he told Ambassador Volker that he had reported to T. Ulrich Breckbull, counselor of the Department of State, who Sondland testified frequently consulted with Secretary Pompeo. Sondland wrote to Volker, I briefed Ulrich, all good. So Ulrich is in the loop. Sondland and Volker continued to pursue the statement from Zelensky on the investigations. The next day, Ambassador Sondland emails Breckbull and Lisa Kenna, the State Department's executive secretary, about efforts to secure a public statement and a big presser from President Zelensky. Sondland hoped it might, quote, make the boss happy enough to authorize an invitation. After first being evasive on the topic, Secretary Pompeo has subsequently acknowledged that he listened in on the July 25th call. Now, since he was on the call, Pompeo must have understood what would make the boss, that is the president, happy enough to schedule a White House meeting. Again, everyone was in the loop. On August 11th, Ambassador Volker sent Giuliani a text message. This is Volker to Giuliani. Hi, Rudy. We have heard back from Andre again. They are writing the statement now and will send it to us. Can you talk for 5 minutes before noon today? And Giuliani says, yes, just call. That's August 11th. On the next day, August 12th, Yermak sent Ambassador Volker an initial version of the draft statement by text. Notably, as we saw earlier, this statement from the Ukrainians doesn't explicitly mention Burisma, Biden, or 2016. Election investigations that the president has been seeking. So you can see what's going on here now. There was this game of chicken. You go first. No, we'll go first. You give us the date, we'll give you the statement. No, you give us the statement, we'll give you the date. And now, realizing, okay, they've got to give the statement first, Ukraine tries to give them a generic statement that doesn't really go into specifics about these investigations. And why? You can imagine why. Ukrainians don't want to have to go out in public and say they're going to do these investigations. Because they're not stupid. Because they understood this would pull them right into U.S. presidential politics. Because it was intended to. Which isn't in Ukraine's interest, it's not in our interest either. And Ukraine understood that. And so they resisted. First they resisted having to do the public statement, and then they wanted to make sure they'd get the deliverable. And then when they had to make the statement, they didn't want to be specific for one thing, for another thing. This is what Zelensky campaigned on. He was going to fight corruption. He was going to end political investigations. So he didn't want to be specific. So he sends the statement that doesn't have the specific references. And Ambassador Volker explained during his testimony that was not what Giuliani was requesting, and it would not satisfy Giuliani or Donald Trump. Now, presumably, if the president was interested in corruption, that statement would have been enough. But all he was interested in was an investigation or an announcement of an investigation into his rival and this debunked theory about 2016. Now, the conversation that Volker referred to in his earlier testimony took place on the morning of August 13th, when Giuliani made clear that the specific investigations related to Burisma, Code for Biden's, and the 2016 election had to be included in order to get the White House meeting. So the Americans sent back to the Ukrainian top aide a revised draft that includes now the two investigations, and you've seen the side by side. This was then the essence of the quid pro quo regarding the meeting, and this direction came from President Trump. Here is how Ambassador Sondland put it.
Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing the investigations of the 2016 election, DNC server, and Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew these investigations were important to the President.
Now, according to witness testimony, as you might imagine, Ukrainian officials were very uncomfortable with the draft that Giuliani, Volker, and Sondland were negotiated. They understood that the statement was the deliverable that President Trump wanted. But yielding to President Trump's demands would, in essence, force President Zelensky to break his promise to the Ukrainian people to root out corruption, because politically motivated investigations are a hallmark of the kind of corruption that Ukraine has been plagued with in the past. Mr. Yermak tried to get some confirmation that the requested investigations were legitimate. In response to the draft statement, Yermak asks Volker, quote, whether any request had ever been made by the U.S. to investigate election interference in 2016. In other words, whether any request had been made by any official U.S. law enforcement agency through formal channels, as you would expect if it were a legitimate request. Ambassador Volker tried to find a satisfactory answer. On August 15th, Volker's assistant asked Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent whether there was any precedent for such a request for investigations. At his deposition, Kent testified that, if you're asking me, have we ever gone to the Ukrainians and asked them to investigate or prosecute individuals for political reasons? The answer is, I hope we haven't, and we shouldn't, because that goes against everything that we are trying to promote in the post-Soviet states for the last 28 years, which is the promotion of the rule of law. The next day, we're now on August 16th. In a conversation with Ambassador Bill Taylor, the U.S. ambassador in Kyiv, and Ambassador Taylor stepped in when Ambassador Yovanovitch was pushed out, Taylor, quote, amplified the same theme and told Kent that, quote, Yermak was very uncomfortable with the idea of investigations and suggested it should be done officially and put in writing. As a result, it became clear to Kent in mid-August that Ukraine was being pressured to conduct politically motivated investigations. Kent told Ambassador Taylor, that's wrong, and we shouldn't be doing it as a matter of U.S. policy. Ambassador Volker claimed that he stopped pursuing the statement from the Ukrainians around this time because of the concerns raised by Zelensky's aide. At his deposition, and despite all of his efforts to secure a statement announcing these very specific political investigations desired by the president, Ambassador Volker testified that he agreed with Yermak's concerns and advised him that making those specific references was not a good idea because making those statements might look like it would play into our domestic politics. Without specific references to the politically damaging investigations that Trump demanded, the agreement just wouldn't work. Ukraine did not release the statement, and in turn, the White House meeting was not scheduled. As it turns out, Ambassador Sondland and Volker did not achieve the breakthrough after all. Now let's go into what finally breaks the logjam, because that involves the military aid. With efforts to trade a White House meeting for a press statement announcing the investigations temporarily scuttled, Sondland and Volker go back to the drawing board. On August 19th, Ambassador Sondland told Volker that he drove the larger issue home with Yermak, President Zelensky's top aide, particularly that this was now bigger than a White House meeting, bigger than just a White House meeting, and was about the relationship per se. The relationship per se, not just about the meeting anymore. It's about everything. It's about everything. By this time in late August, the hold and security assistance had been in place for more than a month, and there was still no credible explanation offered by the White House, despite some, like Ambassador Sondland, repeatedly asking. There were no interagency meetings since July 31st, and the Defense Department had withdrawn its assurances that it could even comply with the law, which indeed it couldn't. Every agency in the administration opposed the hold. As the Government Accountability Office confirmed, concerned DOD and OMB officials had been right that the president's holding of the aid was an unlawful act. But President Trump was not budging. At the same time, despite the persistent efforts of numerous people, President Trump refused to schedule the coveted White House visit for President Zelensky until the investigations were announced that would benefit his campaign. Here is what Ambassador Sondland said about the hold on funds and its link to the politically motivated investigations in Ukraine.
In the absence of any credible explanation for the suspension of aid, I later came to believe that the resumption of security aid would not occur until there was a public statement from Ukraine committing to the investigations of the 2016 elections and Burisma, as Mr. Giuliani had demanded.
From the embassy in Kyiv, David Holmes reached the same conclusion, a conclusion as simple as 2 + 2 = 4.
Mr. Holmes, you have testified that by late August, you had a clear impression that the security assistance hold was somehow connected to the investigations that President Trump wanted. How did you conclude that? How did you reach that clear conclusion?
So we've been hearing about the investigation since March, months before, and we've been. President Zelensky had received a letter, congratulatory letter from the president saying he'd be pleased to meet him following his inauguration in May. We hadn't been able to get that meeting, and then the security hold came up. with no explanation. And I'd be surprised if any of the Ukrainians, you said earlier, we discussed earlier, sophisticated people, when they received no explanation for why that hold was in place, they wouldn't have drawn that conclusion.
Because the investigations were still being pursued?
Correct.
And the hold was still remaining without explanation?
Correct.
So this to you was the only logical conclusion that you could reach?
Correct.
Sort of like 2 + 2 = 4?
Exactly.
Sondland explained the predicament he believed he faced with a hold on aid to Ukraine.
As my other State Department colleagues have testified, this security aid was critical to Ukraine's defense and should not have been delayed. I expressed this view to many during this period, but my goal at the time was to do what was necessary to get the aid released, to break the logjam. I believe that the public statement we had been discussing for weeks was essential to advancing that goal. I really regret that the Ukrainians were placed in that predicament, but I do not regret doing what I could to try to break the logjam and to solve the problem.
On August 22nd, Ambassador Sondland tried to break that logjam, as he put it, regarding both the security assistance hold and the White House meeting. Ambassador Sondland described those efforts in his public testimony. Let's listen to him again.
In preparation for the September 1 Warsaw meeting, I asked Secretary Pompeo whether a face-to-face conversation between Trump and Zelensky would help to break the logjam. And this was when President Trump was still intending to travel to Warsaw. Specifically, on August 22nd, I emailed Secretary Pompeo directly, copying Secretary Kenna. I wrote, and this is my email to Secretary Pompeo, should we block time in Warsaw for a short pull-aside for POTUS to meet Zelensky? I would ask Zelensky to look him in the eye and tell him that once Ukraine's new justice folks are in place in mid-September, that Zelensky should be able to move forward publicly and with confidence on those issues of importance to POTUS in the U.S. Hopefully that will help break the logjam. The Secretary replied, yes.
Sondland also explained that both he and Secretary Pompeo understood that issues of importance to the president were the 2 sham investigations the president wanted to help his reelection efforts, and that reference to the logjam meant both the security assistance and the White House meeting. At the end of August, National Security Advisor John Bolton arrived in Ukraine for an official visit. David Holmes took notes in Ambassador Bolton's meetings and testified about Ambassador Bolton's message to the Ukrainians.
Shortly thereafter, on August 27th, Ambassador Bolton visited Ukraine and brought welcome news that President Trump had agreed to meet President Zelensky on September 1st in Warsaw. Ambassador Bolton further indicated that the hold on security assistance would not be lifted prior to the Warsaw meeting, where it would hang on whether President Zelensky was able to, quote, favorably impress President Trump.
Well, let's think about that for a minute. Unless you have something further to say. Let's think about that for a minute. Bolton further indicated that the hold on security assistance would not be lifted prior to the Warsaw meeting, where it would hang on whether President Zelensky was able to favorably impress President Trump. Well, what do you think would favorably impress President Trump? What were the only 2 things that President Trump asked of President Zelensky? What were the 2 things that Rudy Giuliani was asking of President Zelensky and his top aides? What would favorably impress Donald Trump? Would Donald Trump be favorably impressed if President Zelensky were to tell him about this new corruption court or new legislation in the Rada or how negotiations with the Russians were going, or how they're bringing about defense reform. Had any of those things ever come up in any of these text messages, any of these emails, any of these phone calls, any of these conversations? Of course not. Of course not. There was only one thing that was going to favorably impress President Trump in Warsaw, and that is if Zelensky told him to his face, I'm going to do these political investigations. I don't want to do them. You know I don't want to do them. I've resisted doing them, but I'm at war with Russia, and I can't wait anymore. I can't wait anymore. I'm sure that would have impressed Donald Trump. But the meeting between the two presidents never happened in Warsaw. President Trump canceled the trip at the last moment. Before Bolton left Kyiv, Ambassador Taylor asked for a private meeting. Ambassador Taylor explained that he was extremely concerned about the hold on security assistance. He described the meeting to us during his testimony.
Near the end of Ambassador Bolton's visit, I asked to meet him privately, during which I expressed to him my serious concern about the withholding of military assistance to Ukraine while the Ukrainians were defending their country from Russian aggression. Ambassador Bolton recommended that I send a first-person cable to Secretary Pompeo directly, relaying my concerns.
Now, in the State Department, sending a first-person cable is an extraordinary step. State Department cables are ordinarily written in the third person. As Ambassador Taylor testified at his deposition, sending a first-person cable gets attention because there are not many first-person cables that come in. In fact, in his decades of service in the diplomatic corps, he had never written a single one until now. Taylor sent that cable on August 29th. Would you like me to read that to you right now? I would like to read it to you right now, except I don't have it, because the State Department wouldn't provide it. But if you'd like me to read it to you, we can do something about that. We can insist on getting that from the State Department. If you'd like to know what John Bolton had in mind when he thought that Zelensky could favorably impress the president in Warsaw, we can find that out too, just for the asking, and a document called a subpoena. So Taylor sends that cable August 29th. The State Department did not provide that cable to us in response to subpoena. But witnesses who reviewed it described it as a powerful message that described the folly of withholding military aid from Ukraine at a time when it was facing incursion from Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. That cable also sought to explain that U.S. assistance to Ukraine was vital to U.S. national security as well. Now, why don't they want us to see that cable? Why don't they want us to see that cable? Maybe they don't want you to see that cable because that cable from a Vietnam veteran describes just how essential that military assistance was, not just to Ukraine. Maybe they don't want you to see that cable because it describes just how important that military assistance is to us. To us. President's Council would love you to believe this is just about Ukraine. You don't need to care about Ukraine. Who cares about Ukraine? How many people could find Ukraine on a map? Why should we care about Ukraine? Well, we should care about Ukraine. They're an ally of ours. If it matters to us, we should care about the fact that in 1994, when we asked them to give up their nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the Soviet Union, and they didn't want to give them up, and we were worried about proliferation, we said, hey, if you give them up, which you don't want to do because you're worried the Russians might invade, if you give them up, we will help assure your territorial integrity. We made that commitment. I hope we care about that. I hope we care about that because they did give them up. And you know what? Just what they feared took place. The Russians moved across their border, and they remain occupying part of Ukraine. That's the word of America we gave. And we're breaking that word. Why? For help with a political campaign? Ambassador Taylor was exactly right. That's crazy. It's worse than crazy. It's repulsive. It's repugnant. It breaks our word. And to do it in the name of these corrupt investigations is also contrary to everything we espouse around the world. I used to be part of a commission in the House on democracy assistance, where we would meet with parliamentarians, and I know my Senate colleagues do much the same thing. And we would urge our colleagues to observe the rule of law, not to engage in political investigations and prosecutions. I don't know how we make that argument now. I don't know how we look our allies or these burgeoning democracies in the face, our fellow parliamentarians, and make that argument now. How do we make that argument now? Now, testimony indicated that Secretary Pompeo eventually carried that cable into the White House. But there's no evidence that those national security concerns that they don't want you to see were able to outweigh the president's personal interest in his getting foreign help in his reelection campaign. There's no evidence at all. Now we get to August 28th. Politico was the first to publicly report that President Trump had implemented a hold on nearly $400 million of U.S. military assistance to Ukraine that had been appropriated by Congress. Now that the worst-kept secret was public, Ukrainian officials immediately expressed their alarm and concern to their American counterparts. As witnesses explained, the Ukrainians had two serious concerns. One, of course, was the aid itself, which was vital to their ability to fight off Russia. But in addition, they were worried about the symbolism of the hold, that it signaled to Russia and Vladimir Putin that the United States was wavering in its support for Ukraine. Witnesses testified that this was a division that Russia could and would exploit to drive further wedge between the United States and Ukraine to its advantage. This second concern was likely why Ukrainian officials had wanted the hold to remain a secret in the first place, because it would add to the negative impact to Ukraine if the hold itself became public. It's bad enough that the President of the United States put a hold on their aid. It was going to be far worse if it became public, as indeed it did. Andrei Yermak, the same Zelensky aide, sent Ambassador Volker a link to the Politico story, and then texted, "Need to talk with you." Other Ukrainian officials also expressed concerns to Ambassador Volker that the Ukrainian government was being singled out and penalized for some reason. Well, what do we think that reason was? Why were they being singled out? Why was that country being singled out? That was the one country that this president could lever for help against an opponent he feared. That's why Ukraine was being singled out. On August 29th, Yermak also contacted Ambassador Taylor. Yermak said the Ukrainians were very concerned about the hold on military assistance. He said that he and other Ukrainian officials would be willing to travel to Washington to explain to U.S. officials the importance of this assistance. Ambassador Taylor, who was on the ground in Ukraine, explained the Ukrainian viewpoint and, frankly, their desperation.
In September, the Minister of Defense, for example, came to me, I would use the word desperate, to figure out why the assistance was being held. He thought that perhaps if he went to Washington to talk to you, to talk to the Secretary of Defense, to talk to the President, he would be able to find out and reassure, provide whatever answer was necessary to have that assistance released.
Without any official explanation for the hold, American officials could provide little reassurance to their Ukrainian counterparts. It has been publicly reported that President Trump, Secretary Esper, and Secretary Pompeo met in late August and that they all implored the president to release the aid. But President Trump continued to refuse to release the aid. As of August 30th, the president was clearly directing OMB to continue the hold on security assistance. In documents reviewed by Just Security but withheld from the Congress by OMB on the president's instructions. OMB official Michael Duffy emailed DOD Controller Elaine McCusker that there is, quote, clear direction from POTUS to continue the hold. So here we are, August 30th. A month after that July 25th call. Aid still being withheld. Ukrainians still holding on, still not willing to capitulate, not willing to violate Zelensky's whole campaign pledge about not engaging in corrupt investigations. That same day, August 30th, Republican Senator Ron Johnson spoke with Ambassador Sondland to express his concern about President Trump's decision to withhold military assistance to Ukraine. Senator Johnson described that call in an interview with the Wall Street Journal. According to Senator Johnson, Ambassador Sondland told him that if Ukraine would commit to, quote, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, if President Trump has that confidence, then he'll release the military spending. Senator Johnson added, at that suggestion, I winced. My reaction was, oh God, I don't want to see those two things combined. The next day, August 31st, Senator Johnson spoke by phone with President Trump regarding the decision to withhold aid to Ukraine. According to the Wall Street Journal, President Trump denied the quid pro quo that Senator Johnson had learned of from Ambassador Sondland. At the same time, however, President Trump refused to authorize Senator Johnson to tell Ukrainian officials on his upcoming trip to Kyiv that the aid would be forthcoming. The message that Ambassador Sondland communicated to Senator Johnson mirrored that used by President Trump during the July 25th call with President Zelensky, in which President Trump twice asked the Ukrainian leader to get to the bottom of it, including in connection to an investigation into the debunked conspiracy theory of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. It also mirrored the language of the text message that Ambassador Volker sent to President Zelensky's aide just before the July 25th call. Indeed, despite the president's self-serving denials, the message was clear. President Trump wanted the investigations, and he would withhold not one, but two acts vested in him by the power of his office in order to get them. Now begins September. September 1st. The president was supposed to go to Warsaw, as we know, but he doesn't go to Warsaw. Mike Pence goes to Warsaw. Jennifer Williams, special advisor to the vice president for Europe and Russia, learned of the change in the president's travel plans on August 29th. The vice president's national security advisor asked, at the request of Vice President Pence, for an update on the status of the security assistance that had just been publicly revealed in Politico and would be a critical issue during the bilateral meeting between the vice president and President Zelensky in Warsaw. The delegation arrives in Warsaw and gathers in a hotel room to brief Vice President Pence before he met with the Ukrainian president. National Security Advisor Bolton led the meeting. As Williams described it, advisors in the room, quote, agreed on the need to get a final decision on security assistance as soon as possible so that it could be implemented before the end of the year. But Vice President Pence did not have authority from the president to release the aid. Ambassador Sondland also attended that briefing. At the end of it, he expressed concern directly to Vice President Pence about the security assistance being held until the Ukrainians announced the very same politically motivated investigations at the heart of this scheme. Now, you mentioned that you also had a conversation with Vice President Pence before his meeting with President Zelensky in Warsaw, and that you raised the concern you had as well that the security assistance was being withheld because of the president's desire to get a commitment from Zelensky to pursue these political investigations. What did you say to the vice president?
I was in a briefing with several people, and I just spoke up and I said, it appears that everything is stalled until this statement gets made, words to that effect, and that's what I believe to be the case based on the work that the three of us had been doing, Volker, Perry, and myself. And the vice president nodded like, he heard what I said, and that was pretty much it, as I recall.
Everyone was in the loop. Ambassador Sondland testified that Vice President Pence was neither surprised nor dismayed by the description of this quid pro quo. At the beginning of the bilateral meeting between President Zelensky and Vice President Pence, as expected, the first question from President Zelensky related to the status of the security assistance. As Vice President Pence's aide, Jennifer Williams, testified, President Zelensky explained that just equally with the financial and physical value of the assistance, that it was the symbolic nature of that assistance that really was the show of U.S. support for Ukraine and for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Later that day, Vice President Pence spoke to the President about his meeting with President Zelensky. But the hold on security assistance remained in place well after Vice President Pence returned from Warsaw. And after the meeting, the Warsaw meeting with Vice President Pence, Ambassador Sondland quickly pulled aside Andriy Yermak, Zelensky's top aide, and informed him that the aid would not be forthcoming until Ukraine publicly announced the 2 investigations that President Trump wanted. So here we are. After the meeting, right after the meeting, they're still in Warsaw. And Zelensky pulls aside his Ukrainian counterpart, Yermak, and explains the aid is not coming until the investigations are announced.
Based on my previous communication with Secretary Pompeo, I felt comfortable sharing my concerns with Mr. Yermak. It was a very, very brief pull-aside conversation that happened within a few seconds. I told Mr. Yermak that I believed that the resumption of U.S. aid would likely not occur until Ukraine took some kind of action on the public statement that we had been discussing for many weeks.
I mean, let's let that sink in for a minute, too. You've heard my colleagues at the other table say Ukrainians felt no pressure. There's no evidence they felt any pressure. Of course, we've already had testimony about how they did feel pressure and they didn't want to be drawn into this political campaign. And you saw over and over in these text messages and emails, no, you go first. You announce, no, you go first. And we're supposed to believe they felt no pressure. And there it is. It breaks out in the open. The military aid is being withheld. And there's a connection between the holding of the military aid and these investigations. And the first thing they're asking about, they send the copy of the article, what's happening with this aid? They're ready to come to D.C. to plead for the aid. They go to Warsaw. They meet with the vice president. It's the first question is the aid. And what happens after that meeting? Now, that's a big meeting, by the way, with the vice president, the Ukrainian delegation. It's not like in front of all those people, the vice president is going to bring it up. And so Sondland goes up to his counterpart right after that on the sidelines of that meeting, and he says, basically, you ain't getting the money until you do the investigations. And we're to believe they felt no pressure? Folks, they're at war. They're at war, and they're being told you're not getting $400 million in aid you need unless you do what the president wants, and what the president wants are these 2 investigations. If you don't believe that's pressure, that's $400 million worth of pressure. I got a bridge I want to sell you. And it's hard for us to put ourselves in the Ukrainians' position. I mean, imagine the eastern third of our country were occupied by an enemy force. And we're beholden to another country for military aid. And they're saying you're not going to get it until you do what we want. Do you think we'd feel pressured? I think we'd feel pressured. And that's exactly the situation the Ukrainians were in now. You've heard the other council say before, well, but they say they don't feel pressure. Like they're going to admit they were being shaken down by the President of the United States. You think they feel pressure now? You should see what kind of pressure they feel if they admitted that. Tim Morrison, the NSC official, witnessed the conversation between Sondland and Yermak from across the room and immediately thereafter received a summary from Ambassador Sondland. He reported the substance of that conversation to his boss, Ambassador Bolton, who told Morrison to consult with the lawyers. Go talk to the lawyers. You know, if you keep getting told you got to go talk to the lawyers, there's a problem. If things are perfect, you don't get told, go talk to the lawyers time and time again. Morrison confirmed that he did talk to the lawyers, in part to ensure there was a record of what Ambassador Sondland was doing. That record exists within the White House. Would you like me to read you that record? I'd be happy to read you that record. It's there for your asking. Of course, the president has refused to provide that record. Precisely why did Ambassador Bolton direct Morrison to tell the lawyers, to talk to the lawyers? Would you like Ambassador Bolton to tell you why he said that? He'd be happy to tell you why he said that. He's there for your asking. What did Bolton know about the freeze in aid prior to this meeting in Warsaw? What did he mean that if he can press Zelensky, it's going to depend on whether he can press Zelensky? Would you like to know what that meant? I'd like to know what he meant by that. I think we know what he meant by that. Tim Morrison also conveyed the substance of the Sondland-Yermak pull-aside to his colleague, Ambassador Taylor. So this is now Tim Morrison, told by Bolton, go talk to the lawyers, and he talks to also Ambassador Taylor, our ambassador in Ukraine.
On the evening of September 1st, I received a readout of the Pence-Zelensky meeting over the phone from Mr. Morrison, during which he told me that President Zelensky had opened the meeting by immediately asking Vice President about the security cooperation. The Vice President did not respond substantively, but said that he would talk to President Trump that night. The Vice President did say that President Trump wanted the Europeans to do more to support Ukraine and that he wanted the Ukrainians to do more to fight corruption. During the same phone call with Mr. Morrison, he described a conversation Ambassador Sondland had with Mr. Yermak in Warsaw. Ambassador Sondland told Mr. Yermak that the security assistance money would not come until President Zelensky committed to pursue the Burisma investigation. I was alarmed by what Mr. Morrison told me about the Sondland-Yermak conversation.
Ambassador Taylor then explained why he was so alarmed by this turn. Let's hear that as well.
You said previously that you were alarmed to learn this. Why were you alarmed?
It's one thing to try to leverage a meeting in the White House. It's another thing, I thought, to leverage security assistance to a country at war, dependent on both the security assistance and the demonstration of support. It was much more alarming. The White House meeting was one thing, security assistance was much more alarming.
Upon learning from Mr. Morrison that the military aid may be conditioned on Ukraine publicly announcing these two investigations, Ambassador Taylor sends an urgent text message to Ambassador Sondland asking, are we now saying that security assistance and White House meeting are conditioned on investigations? And the response by Ambassador Sondland, call me. Well, you know what that means, right? You get a text message that's putting it in black and white. Are we saying security assistance and the White House meeting are conditioned on investigations? Call me. In other words, don't put this in writing. Call me. Ambassador Taylor did in fact call Sondland. Informed by notes he took at the time of the call, he summarized that conversation as follows.
During that phone call, Ambassador Sondland told me that President Trump had told him that he wants President Zelensky to state publicly that Ukraine will investigate Burisma and alleged Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. Ambassador Sondland also told me that he now recognized that he had made a mistake by earlier telling Ukrainian officials that only a White House meeting with President Zelensky was dependent on a public announcement of the investigations. In fact, Ambassador Sondland said, everything was dependent on such an announcement, including security assistance. He said that President Trump wanted President Zelensky in a public box by making a public statement about ordering such investigations.
Ambassador Taylor testified that his contemporaneous notes of the call reflect that Sondland used the phrase public box to describe President Trump's desire to ensure that the initiation of his desired investigations was announced publicly. A private commitment was not good enough. The State Department has Ambassador Taylor's extensive notes, and of course, we would like to show them to you to corroborate his testimony. But pursuant to the President's instructions, the State Department will not turn them over. You might recall from the tape yesterday, Ambassador Taylor said, they'll be shortly coming, I'm told. Well, somebody countermanded that instructions. Who do we think that was? But you should see them. If you have any question about what Sondland told Ambassador Taylor, if the President's counsel tries to create any confusion about what Sondland told Taylor about his conversation with the President, and look, Sondland had one recollection in his deposition and another recollection in the first hearing and another recollection in the declaration. You want to know exactly what happened in that conversation when it was fresh in Sondland's mind and he told Taylor about it and Taylor wrote it in its notes. You're going to want Taylor's notes. In any courtroom in America holding a fair trial, you would want to see contemporaneous notes. This Senate should be no different. Demand those notes. Demand to see the truth. We're not afraid of those notes. We haven't seen them. We haven't seen them. Maybe those notes say something completely different. Maybe those notes say no quid pro quo. Maybe those notes say it's a perfect call. I'd like to see them. I'm willing to trust Ambassador Taylor's testimony and his recollection. I'd like to see them. I'd like to show them to you. They're yours for the asking. On September 25th, the Washington Post editorial board reported concerns that President Trump was withholding military assistance for Ukraine in a White House meeting in order to force President Zelensky to announce investigations of Vice President Biden and purported Ukrainian interference in the U.S. election. The Post editorial board wrote, "We're reliably told that the president has a second and more venal agenda. He is attempting to force Mr. Zelensky to intervene in the 2020 presidential election by launching an investigation of the leading Democratic candidate, Joe Biden. Mr. Trump is not just soliciting Ukraine's help with his presidential campaign. He is using U.S. military aid the country desperately needs in an attempt to extort it." So that's September 25th. President on notice, scheme discovered. September 5th. September 7th, the evidence shows President Trump has a call with Ambassador Sondland, where the president made the corrupt bargain for military aid in the White House meeting even more explicit. On September 7th, Ambassador Sondland spoke to President Trump on the telephone. After that conversation, Ambassador Sondland called Tim Morrison to update him on that conversation. Unlike Sondland, who testified that he never took notes, Morrison took notes of the conversation and recalled it during his public testimony. Let's listen.
Now, a few days later, on September 7th, you spoke again to Ambassador Sondland, who told you that he had just gotten off the phone with President Trump. Isn't that right?
That sounds correct, yes.
What did Ambassador Sondland tell you that President Trump said to him?
If I recall this conversation correctly, this was where Ambassador Sondland related that there was no quid pro quo, but President Zelensky had to make the statement and that he had to want to do it.
And by that point, did you understand that the statement related to the Biden and 2016 investigations?
I think I did, yes.
And that was essentially a condition for the security assistance to be released?
I understood that that's what Ambassador Sondland believed.
After speaking with President Trump?
That's what he represented.
Now, you should bear in mind when Mr. Morrison says that's what he represented, that we asked Mr. Morrison about the president's calls with Ambassador Sondland, and he testified that every time he checked to see did Ambassador Sondland in fact talk with the president, when he said that he did, that yes, in fact, he talked with the president. Every time he checked, he was able to confirm it. Now, let's let this sink in for a minute. According to Mr. Morrison's testimony, former Republican staffer on the Armed Services Committee, he speaks with Sondland on September 7th, and Sondland says he's just gotten off the phone with Trump. Okay, so this is contemporaneous. Just got off the phone. Call is fresh in everybody's mind. And what was said? Morrison says, Ambassador Sondland related there was no quid pro quo, but President Zelensky had to make the statement, and he had to want to do it. No quid pro quo, but there's a quid pro quo. Now, there are notes that show this. There's a written record of this. There's a written record of what President Trump told Ambassador Sondland right after that call. Would you like to see that written record? It's called Mr. Morrison's notes. It's right there for the asking. If these fine lawyers over here want to persuade you that call didn't happen or it wasn't said or all he said was no quid pro quo, he never said, but you have to go to the mic and you have to want to do it. Well, there's a good way to find out what happened on that call because it's in writing. Is there any question why they're withholding this from Congress? Is there any question about that? They didn't claim, well, Mr. Morrison didn't claim absolute immunity, and Mr. Sondland didn't claim absolute immunity. There's no absolute immunity over these notes, no executive privilege over these notes. The notes have already been described. The conversation's already been released. There's no even plausible, arguable, invented even excuse for withholding these notes. Wouldn't you like to see them? I could tell you in any courtroom in America you'd get to see them. This should be no different. Wouldn't be any different in a fair trial anywhere in America. Morrison again informed Ambassador Bolton of this September 7th conversation, and guess what Ambassador Bolton said? I think you could probably figure this out by now. Go talk to the lawyers. Go talk to the lawyers. And yet again, for the third time, Morrison went to talk to the lawyers about this conversation with Ambassador Sondland. Morrison also called Ambassador Taylor to inform him about the conversation, and we have the testimony from Ambassador Taylor about their conversation, which is also based on his contemporaneous notes. Let's look at the conversation now between Mr. Morrison and Ambassador Taylor.
According to Mr. Morrison, President Trump told Ambassador Sondland he was not asking for a quid pro quo. But President Trump did insist that President Zelensky go to a microphone and say he is opening investigations of Biden and 2016 election interference, and that President Zelensky should want to do this himself.
Okay, so here we have two witnesses taking contemporaneous notes, both reflecting the same conversation. Conversation between Sondland and the president in which the president says no quid pro quo, but quid pro quo. There are documents that prove this. Documents that prove this, that are yours for the asking. The following day, September 8th, Sondland texts Taylor and Volker to bring them up to speed on the conversations with President Trump and subsequently President Zelensky, whom he spoke to after President Trump. Guys, multiple conversations with Z, meaning Zelensky, POTUS, let's talk. Sondland spoke to Taylor, but not Volker shortly after this text. According to Ambassador Taylor, who testified again on his real-time notes, let's hear what he said.
The following day, on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland and I spoke on the phone, He confirmed that he had talked to President Trump, as I had suggested a week earlier, but that President Trump was adamant that President Zelensky himself had to clear things up and do it in public. President Trump said it was not a quid pro quo.
So it's all very consistent here. What the president said, no quid pro quo, but Zelensky must announce the investigations publicly, was what he was telling Sondland. No quid pro quo except for the quid pro quo. The president's attorneys rely on the first half of that sentence and would like you to forget the second half ever happened. But we don't have to leave our common sense at the door. We don't have to rely on an incomplete description of that call. We have instead the detailed notes of Mr. Morrison and Ambassador Taylor. But we also know what President Trump told Sondland because Sondland relayed that message to President Zelensky. During the same September 8 conversation with Taylor, Sondland described his conversation with President Zelensky. Here's Ambassador Taylor's account of it.
Ambassador Sondland also said that he had talked to President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak and had told them that although this was not a quid pro quo, if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public, we would be at a stalemate. I understood a stalemate to mean that Ukraine would not receive the much-needed military assistance. Ambassador Sondland said that this conversation concluded with President Zelensky agreeing to make a public statement in an interview on CNN.
So not only did Ambassador Sondland relate this conversation to Mr. Morrison and Mr. Taylor, not only did Ambassador Taylor, Mr. Morrison talk about it, but Sondland confirms that he's relayed this conversation to Zelensky himself. Everyone was now in the loop on the military aid being withheld for the political investigations. Taylor continued recalling the startling analogy Ambassador Sondland used to describe President Trump's approach to Ukraine.
During our call on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that person to pay up before signing the check. Ambassador Volker used the same language several days later while we were together at the Yalta European Strategy Conference. I argued to both that the explanation made no sense. The Ukrainians did not owe President Trump anything.
Ambassador Taylor testified that at the end of the Sondland-Zelensky conversation, President Zelensky said that he had relented and agreed to do a CNN interview to announce the investigations. So there was a breakthrough after all. The promised meeting wasn't enough. The withheld security assistance broke the logjam. Zelensky was going to go on CNN and announce the investigations. Taylor, though, remained concerned that even if the Ukrainian leader did as President Trump required, President Trump might continue to withhold the vital U.S. security assistance in any event. Ambassador Taylor texted his concerns to Ambassador Volker and Sondland, stating, "The nightmare is they give the interview and don't get the security assistance. The Russians love it, and I quit." I mean, that's quite telling, too. What's Ambassador Taylor worried about? He's worried the Ukrainians are finally going to agree to do it. They're going to make the announcement, and they're still going to get stiffed on the aid. At his deposition, Ambassador Taylor elaborated, the nightmare is the scenario where President Zelensky goes out in public, makes an announcement that he's going to investigate Burisma and the interference in the 2016 election, maybe among other things. He might put that in some series of investigations, but the nightmare was he would mention those two, take all the heat from that, get himself in big trouble in this country, meaning Ukraine, or this country, meaning the United States, and probably in this country as well, meaning both, I guess, and the security assistance would not be released. That was the nightmare. If it were to happen, Taylor's testified he would quit. Early in the morning in Europe on September 9th, which was 12:47 a.m. in Washington, D.C., Ambassador Taylor reiterated his concerns about the president's quid pro quo for security assistance in another series of text messages with Ambassadors Volker and Sondland. So here are the September 9th text messages. Taylor texts to Sondland, the message to the Ukrainians, parentheses, and Russians, we send with a decision on security assistance is key. With the hold, we have already shaken their faith in us. Thus, my nightmare scenario. And Taylor goes on and says, counting on you to be right about this interview, Gordon, meaning if they do it, you darn well better come through with the military aid. And Sondland says, Bill, I never said I was right. I said we are where we are and believe we have identified the best pathway forward. Let's hope it works. And Taylor said, as I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. Ambassador Taylor testified about what he meant. He said that to withhold that assistance for no good reason other than help with a political campaign made no sense. It was counterproductive to all of what we've been trying to do. It was illogical. It could not be explained. It was crazy. In response to Ambassador Taylor's text message, Sondland replies at about 5 a.m. in Washington. So the message from Taylor goes out at 12:47 a.m. The message back from Sondland comes at 5 a.m., so it looks like it may be 5 hours later. So Taylor has texted at 12:47 a.m., as I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. There he is again, putting it in writing, for crying out loud. Hadn't Sondland said to call him about this stuff? And so 5 hours later, you get this really interesting message from Sondland. Bill, I believe you're incorrect about President Trump's intentions. The president has been crystal clear. No quid pro quos of any kind. The president is trying to evaluate whether Ukraine is truly going to adopt the transparency and reforms that President Zelensky promised during his campaign. I suggest we stop the back and forth by text. In other words, can you please stop putting this in writing? Congress may read this one day. If you still have concerns, I recommend you give Lisa Kenna or S a call to discuss them directly. Thanks. Now, as you can see, Ambassador Sondland's subsequent testimony revealed that this text and other denials of a quid pro quo were intentionally false and simply designed to provide a written record of a false explanation that could later be used to conceal wrongdoing. The text message says there were no quid pro quos of any kind, but you've seen his testimony. He swore under oath. He was crystal clear when he said there was a quid pro quo for the White House meeting, and he subsequently testified there was a quid pro quo for the security assistance as well, as confirmed by President Trump's direction to him on September 7th. Sondland's recollection of his conversation with President Trump, as I mentioned, has evolved over time. Initially, in his deposition, he testified that the conversation with the president occurred between Taylor's text of September 9th at 12:47 Washington time and his response at 5 a.m. He recalled very little of the conversation at that time other than his belief that his text message reflected President Trump's response. Subsequently, though, and again, this is one of the reasons why you do depositions in closed session. Subsequently, after the opening statements of the testimony of Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Morrison were released, which described in overlapping and painful detail Sondland's conversation with President Trump on September 7th, Ambassador Sondland submitted an addendum to his deposition testimony, which in relevant part said this. Finally, as of this writing, I cannot specifically recall if I had one or two phone calls with President Trump in the September 6 to 9 timeframe. Despite repeated requests to the White House and the State Department, I have not been granted access to all of the phone records, and I would like to review those phone records along with any other notes and other documents that may exist to determine if I can provide a more complete testimony to assist Congress. However, although I have no specific recollection of phone calls during this period with Mr. Taylor, Ambassador Taylor, Mr. Morrison, I have no reason to question the substance of their recollection about my September 1 conversation with Mr. Yermak. During his public testimony, Ambassador Sondland purported to remember more of this conversation with President Trump. Although he still couldn't, or maintained he couldn't remember if it was on September 7th or September 9th. And according to his testimony, President Trump did not specifically say there was a quid pro quo. But when Sondland simply asked the president what he wanted from Ukraine, President Trump immediately brought up a quid pro quo. According to Sondland, President Trump said, "I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. I want Zelensky to do the right thing." And I said, "What does that mean?" And he said, "I want him to do what he ran on." In his subsequent testimony, Ambassador Sondland explained that President Trump's reference to what he ran on was a nod to rooting out corruption. Here, however, corruption like Burisma has become code for the investigations that President Trump has sought. So you've got Ambassador Sondland's emerging recollection. But what you've got is actually written notes taken at the time that he does not contest. Written notes of Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Morrison. Notes which I believe will reflect quite clearly the understanding of dirt for dollars that was confirmed by this telephone call with President Trump.
Well, you weren't dissuaded then, right? Because you still thought that the aid was conditioned on the public announcement of the investigations after speaking to President Trump.
By September 8th, I was absolutely convinced it was.
And President Trump did not dissuade you of that in the conversation that you acknowledged you had with him.
I don't ever recall, because that would have changed my entire calculus. If President Trump had told me directly, I'm not—
That's not what I'm asking, Ambassador Sondland. I'm just saying, you still believed that the security assistance was conditioned on the investigation after you spoke to President Trump. Yes or no?
From a time frame standpoint, yes.
Okay, so here we have Sondland saying that whatever his recollection may be about that call, he was still very clear what the president wanted, and he was very clear there was a quid pro quo. That is consistent, obviously, with what Mr. Morrison has had to say and Ambassador Taylor. In other words, he didn't believe President Trump's denial of a quid pro quo, and neither should you. Sondland's understanding was further confirmed by President Trump's own chief of staff. On October 17, at a press briefing in the White House, Mick Mulvaney admitted that President Trump withheld the essential military aid for Ukraine as leverage to pressure Ukraine to investigate the conspiracy theory that Ukraine had interfered in the 2016 election.
So those were the driving factors. Did he also mention to me in the past that the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely, no question about that. But that's it, and that's why we held up the money.
When pressed that he had just convinced of the very quid pro quo that President Trump had been denying, Mulvaney doubled down. Let's listen to that.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happens as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy.
This evidence demonstrates that President Trump withheld the security assistance in the White House meeting with President Zelensky until Ukraine made a public statement announcing the two investigations targeted to help his political re-election efforts. But as you will learn next, he got caught, and the cover-up ensued.
Mr. Chief Justice and Senators, thank you for your patience. This is a lot of information, but you have a very important obligation, and that is ultimately to decide whether the president committed impeachable offenses. And in order to make that judgment, you have to have all of the facts. And so we're going through this chronology. We're close to being done. But it's important to know that while all of this material was going on, these deals were being made, there were other forces at work. Even before the president's freeze on U.S. military assistance to Ukraine became public on August 28th, members of both houses of Congress began to express concern. On August 9th, the Democratic leadership of the House and Senate Appropriations Committee wrote to the OMB and the White House warning that a hold on assistance might constitute an illegal impoundment of funds. They urged the Trump administration to follow the law and obligate the funding. When the news of the frozen aid broke on August 28th, congressional scrutiny of President Trump's decision increased. On September 3rd, a group of senators, both Republicans and Democrats, including Senator Jeanne Shaheen, Senator Rob Portman, Senator Dick Durbin, Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Richard Blumenthal, sent a letter to acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney expressing, and I quote, deep concerns that the administration is considering not obligating the Ukraine Security Initiative funds for 2019. 2 days later, as has been mentioned, on September 5th, a Washington Post editorial expressed concern that President Trump was withholding military assistance to Ukraine in order to pressure President Zelensky to announce these investigations. That was the first public report linking the frozen security aid to the investigations that Mr. Giuliani had been publicly pressing for, and that President Trump, as we've heard, had privately urged President Zelensky to conduct on the July 25th call. That same day, Senators Murphy and Johnson met with President Zelensky in Kiev. Ambassador Taylor went with them, and he testified, Mr. Taylor testified, that President Zelensky's, quote, first question to the senators was about withheld security assistance. Ambassador Taylor testified that both senators, quote, stressed that bipartisan support for Ukraine and Washington was Ukraine's most important strategic asset, and that President Zelensky should not jeopardize that bipartisan support by getting drawn into U.S. domestic politics. Now, Senator Johnson and Senator Murphy later submitted letters where they explained that they sought to reassure President Zelensky that there was bipartisan support in Congress for providing Ukraine with military assistance, and that they would continue to urge President Trump to lift the hold. Here is what they said in that letter. Senator Murphy said, Senator Johnson and I assured Zelensky that Congress wanted to continue this funding and would press Trump to release it immediately. And Senator Johnson in the letter said, I explained that I'd tried to persuade the president to authorize me to announce the hold was released, but that I was unsuccessful. Now, as news of the president's hold on military assistance to Ukraine became public at the end of August, Congress, the press, the public started to pay more attention to President Trump's activities with Ukraine. This risked exposing the scheme that you've heard so much about today. By now, the White House had learned that the Inspector General of the intelligence community had found that a whistleblower complaint related to the same Ukraine matter was, quote, credible and, quote, an urgent concern, and was therefore, that they were therefore required to send that complaint to Congress. On September 9th, 3 House investigating committees sent a letter to White House counsel Pat Cipollone stating that President Trump and Giuliani, quote, appear to have acted outside legitimate law enforcement and diplomatic channels to coerce the Ukrainian government into pursuing 2 politically motivated investigations under the guise of anti-corruption activity. The letter also said this: if the president is trying to pressure Ukraine into choosing between defending itself from a Russian aggression without U.S. assistance or leveraging its judicial system to serve the ends of the Trump campaign. This would represent a staggering abuse of power, a boon to Moscow, and a betrayal of the public trust. The chairs requested that the White House preserve all relevant records and produce them by September 16th. This included the transcript, or actually the call record, of the July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Now, based on witness testimony, it looks like the White House counsel's office circulated the committee's document request around the White House. Tim Morrison, a senior director at the National Security Council, remembered seeing a copy of this letter. He also recalled that the three committees' Ukraine investigation was discussed at a meeting of senior-level NSC staff soon after it was publicly announced. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman recalled discussions among the NSC staff members that the investigation, and here's a quote, might have the effect of releasing the hold on Ukraine military assistance because it would be, quote, potentially politically challenging for the administration to justify that hold to Congress. Later that same day, on September 9th, the Inspector General informed the House and Senate Intelligence Committees he'd determined that the whistleblower complaint that had been submitted on August 12th appeared to be credible, met the definition of urgent concern under the statute, and yet, he reported, that for the first time ever, the acting director of national intelligence was withholding this whistleblower complaint from Congress. That violated the law, which required him to send it in 7 days. The acting director later testified that his office initially withheld the complaint based on the advice from the White House and an unprecedented intervention by the Department of Justice. Now, according to public reporting and testimony from the acting DNI at a hearing before the House Intelligence Committee on September 26th, the White House had been aware of the whistleblower complaint for weeks prior to the IG's September 9th letter to the intelligence committees. Acting DNI McGuire testified that when he received the whistleblower complaint from the Inspector General, his office contacted the White House counsel's office for guidance. Consistent with acting DNI McGuire's testimony, the New York Times has reported that in late August, the president's current defense counsel, Mr. Cipollone, and NSC lawyer John Eisenberg personally briefed President Trump about the complaint's existence and told the president they believed the complaint could be withheld from Congress on executive privilege grounds. Now, on September 10th, the next day, Ambassador Bolton resigned from his position as National Security Advisor. On that same day, September 10th, Chairman Schiff of the House Intelligence Committee wrote a letter to the acting director demanding that he provide the complaint as the law required. The next day, on September 11th, President Trump lifted the hold on the security assistance to Ukraine. Now, numerous witnesses have testified that they weren't aware of any reason why the hold was lifted, just as there was no explanation for the hold being implemented. There was no additional review, no additional European contribution, nothing to justify the president's change in position except he got caught. Just as there was no official explanation for why the hold on Ukrainian assistance was implemented, numerous witnesses testified that they were not provided with any reason for why the hold was lifted on September 11th. For example, Jennifer Williams, who was the special advisor to Vice President Pence, testified that she was never given a reason for that decision. Neither was Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. Here's what he told us during the hearing.
Are you also aware, however, that the security assistance hold was not lifted for another 10 days after this meeting?
That's correct.
And am I correct that you didn't learn the reason why the hold was lifted?
That's correct.
Colonel Vindman, you didn't learn a reason why the hold was lifted either, is that right?
Correct.
Colonel Vindman, are you aware that the committees launched an investigation into Ukraine matters on September 9th, 2 days before the hold was lifted?
I am aware, and I was aware.
Ambassador Taylor, the person in charge at the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, who communicated the decision to the Ukrainians, also never got an explanation. Here's what he said.
Are you also aware, however, that the security assistance hold was not lifted for another 10 days after this?
9th. Finally, on September 11th, I learned that the hold had been lifted and security assistance would be provided. I was not told the reason why the hold had been lifted.
Mark Sandy, a career officer at OMB, testified he only learned of a possible rationale for the hold in early September after the acting DNI had informed the White House about the whistleblower complaint. Now, Sandy testified that sometime in early September, he received an email from his boss, Michael Duffy. Approximately 2 months after the hold had been placed, the email, quote, attributed the hold to the president's concern about other countries not contributing more to Ukraine and requested, quote, information about what additional countries were contributing to Ukraine. This was a different explanation than OMB had provided at the July 26th interagency meeting. That referenced concerns about corruption. Lieutenant Colonel testified that none of the facts on the ground about Ukrainian efforts to combat corruption or other countries' contribution to Ukraine had changed before President Trump lifted the hold. According to a press report, after Congress began investigating President Trump's scheme, the White House counsel's office opened an internal investigation relating to the July 25th call. The following slides provide excerpts from a report in the Washington Post. As part of that internal investigation, White House lawyers reportedly gathered and reviewed hundreds of documents that reveal extensive efforts to generate an after-the-fact justification for the hold on military assistance for Ukraine that had been ordered by the president. These documents reportedly include, quote, early August email exchanges between Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney and White House budget officials seeking to provide an explanation for withholding the funds after the president had already ordered a hold in mid-July on the nearly $400 million in security assistance. The Washington Post article also reported that, and this is a quote, emails show OMB Director Vaught and OMB staffers arguing that withholding the aid was legal, while officials at the National Security Council and State Department protested. OMB lawyers said that it was legal to withhold the aid as long as they deemed it a temporary hold. You should be able to see these documents, but the White House has withheld them from Congress. So the House can't verify the news report, but you could. You could do that if you could see these documents. You should subpoena them, and there's no reason not to see all the relevant documents. Now, the lengthy delay created by President Trump's hold prevented the Department of Defense from spending all congressionally appropriated funds by the end of the fiscal year, as we've mentioned before. That meant the funds were going to expire on September 30th because, as we know, unused funds do not roll over to the next fiscal year. This confirmed the fears expressed by Cooper, Sandy, and others, concerns that were discussed within the relevant agencies in late July and throughout August. Ultimately, $35 million of Ukraine military assistance, that's 14% of the DoD funds, remained unspent by the end of the fiscal year in order to make sure that Ukraine did not permanently lose the $35 million of critical military assistance that had been frozen by the White House. Congress had to pass a provision on September 27th, 3 days before the funds were to expire, to ensure that the remaining $35 million could be sent to Ukraine. Now, George Kent is an anti-corruption and rule of law expert. He told us that American anti-corruption efforts prioritize building institutional capacity, support for the rule of law, not the pursuit of individual investigations, particularly of political rivals. Here's how he explained their approach.
U.S. efforts to counter corruption in Ukraine focus on building institutional capacity so that the Ukrainian government has the ability to go after corruption and effectively investigate, prosecute, and judge alleged criminal activities using appropriate institutional mechanisms. That is, to create and follow the rule of law. That means that if there are criminal nexuses for activity in the United States, U.S. law enforcement should pursue the case. If we think there's been a criminal act overseas that violates U.S. law, we have the institutional mechanisms to address that. It could be through the Justice Department and FBI agents assigned overseas, or through treaty mechanisms, such as the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. As a general principle, I do not believe the United States should ask other countries to engage in selective, politically associated investigations or prosecutions against opponents of those in power, because such selective actions undermine the rule of law, regardless of the country.
Now, David Holmes concurred during his testimony. Holmes also compared the official approach that we believe in, that we promulgate across the world, with what the president and Mr. Giuliani actually were doing.
So our longstanding policy is to encourage them to establish and build rule of law institutions that are capable and that are independent and that can actually pursue credible allegations. That's our policy. We've been doing that for quite some time with some success. So focusing on particular cases, including particular cases where there is a interest of the president's, it's just not part of what we've done. It's hard to explain why we would do that.
Unfortunately, we do know the explanation. We know why President Trump wanted President Zelensky to announce investigations, because it would help him in his election. Now, on September 18th, approximately a week before he was supposed to meet with President Trump at the United Nations General Assembly in New York, President Zelensky spoke by telephone with Vice President Pence. During her deposition, Jennifer Williams testified, and she was Vice President Pence's assistant. She testified that Vice President Pence basically reiterated that the hold on aid had been lifted and asked a bit more about how Zelensky's efforts were going. Now, following her deposition and while preparing for her testimony at the open hearing on November 19th, Williams reviewed the documents. They've not been produced to us by the White House, and those documents refreshed her recollection of Vice President Pence's call with President Zelensky. Now, the White House blocked Williams from testifying about her refreshed recollections of the vice president's call when she appeared at the open public hearing. They claimed that certain portions of the September 18th call, including the information that Williams wanted to tell us about, were classified. On November 26th, she submitted a classified addition to her hearing testimony, where she provided additional information about the vice president's September 18th telephone call with President Zelensky. The Intelligence Committee provided this classified addition to the Judiciary Committee. It has been sent to the Senate for your review. Now, I've read that testimony. I'll just say that a cover-up is not a proper reason to classify a document. Vice President Pence has repeatedly said publicly that he has no objection to the White House releasing the actual transcript of his calls with President Zelensky, and yet his office has refused many requests by the committee to declassify Williams' addendum so the American people could also see the additional evidence about this call. We urge the senators to review it, and we ask again that the White House declassify it. As the House wrote in two separate letters, there is no basis to keep it classified. And again, in case the White House needs a reminder, it's improper to keep something classified just to avoid embarrassment or to conceal wrongdoing. Now, we've been through a lot of facts today. We've seen the president's scheme, a shakedown of Ukraine for his personal benefit, was, I believe, an obvious abuse of his power. But this misconduct, the scheme, became exposed. Congress asked questions. The press reported. Non-political officers in the government expressed concern. The whistleblower laws were activated. As this happened, there was an effort to create an after-the-fact misleading record to avoid responsibility for what the president had actually been doing. These were not the only efforts to hide misconduct, and the misconduct continued. Congressman Schiff will review some of those items.
So we have about 20 minutes left in the presentation tonight. I'd like to now go through with you the president's efforts to hide this corrupt scheme, even as it continued well into the fall of last year. On August 12th, a whistleblower in the intelligence community submitted a complaint addressed to the Congressional Intelligence Committees. This explosive document stated that President Trump had solicited foreign interference from Ukraine to assist in his 2020 re-election bid. The complaint alleged a scheme by President Trump to, quote, use the power of his office to solicit interference from a foreign country in the 2020 U.S. election. The complaint stated that the president had applied pressure on Ukraine to investigate one of the president's main domestic political rivals and detailed the involvement of the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. The complaint also stated that the whistleblower believed that the president's activities, quote, pose risk to U.S. national security and undermine the U.S. government's efforts to deter and counter foreign interference in U.S. elections. Under the law, the whistleblower was required to file the complaint with the Inspector General of the intelligence community, which was then required to vet and assess the complaint and determine if it warranted reporting to the intelligence committees. The law gives the Inspector General 14 days to conduct an initial review and then inform the Director of National Intelligence about his findings. On August 26, the Inspector General sent the whistleblower complaint and the Inspector General's preliminary determination to the Acting Director of National Intelligence. The Inspector General wrote that based on his review of the complaint, its allegations constituted an urgent concern and appeared credible under the statute. The Inspector General confirmed that the whistleblower acted lawfully in bringing the complaint and credibly raised a legitimate concern that should be communicated to the intelligence committees of Congress. The Director of National Intelligence quickly informed the White House about the complaint. Under the law, the acting Director of National Intelligence was required to forward the complaint and the Inspector General's determination to the Congressional Intelligence Committees no later than 7 days after he received it. The legal requirement is extremely clear. Upon receipt of the transmittal from the ICIG, that is the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community, the Director shall, within 7 calendar days of such receipt, forward such transmittal to the Congressional Intelligence Committees together with any comments the Director considers appropriate. Yet, despite the clear letter of the law, the White House mobilized to keep the information in the whistleblower complaint from Congress, including by inviting the Department of Justice to render an opinion as to whether the complaint could be withheld from Congress. The statutory deadline of September 2nd, when the Director of National Intelligence was required to turn it over to Congress, came and went. and the complaint remained hidden from Congress. Finally, on September 9th, a full week after the complaint was required to be sent to Congress, and once again, an urgent concern, the Inspector General, 1 week after it was required to be sent to Congress, the Inspector General wrote to the leaders of the intelligence committees to inform them that the Director of National Intelligence was withholding a whistleblower complaint in direct contravention of past practice and the law. On September 24th, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announced that the House of Representatives is moving forward with an official impeachment inquiry. The next day, the House of Representatives passed a resolution calling on the Trump administration to provide the whistleblower's complaint immediately to the Congressional Intelligence Committees. Later that day, the White House publicly released the summary of the July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky and permitted the acting Director of National Intelligence to provide the whistleblower's complaint and related documents to the Congressional Intelligence Committees. The President himself was happy to discuss the motivations for the scheme in public. That day, in a joint press availability with President Zelensky at the United Nations General Assembly, President Trump reiterated that he wanted Ukraine to investigate the Bidens.
To do more on Joe Biden and the investigation?
No, I want him to do whatever he can. This was not his fault. He wasn't there. He's just been here recently. But whatever he can do in terms of corruption, because the corruption's massive. Now, when Biden's son walks away with millions of dollars from Ukraine and he knows nothing, and they're paying him millions of dollars, that's corruption.
Finally, the day after President Trump explained to the public that he wanted Ukraine to investigate former Vice President Biden, on the morning of September 26th, the Intelligence Committee publicly released declassified redactions of two documents, the whistleblower's August 12th complaint and the Inspector General's August 26th transmittal to the Acting Director of National Intelligence. Even after the impeachment inquiry into the Ukraine matter began, President Trump and his proxy, Rudy Giuliani, have continued to publicly urge President Zelensky to launch an investigation of Vice President Biden and alleged 2016 election interference by Ukraine. On September 30, during his remarks at the swearing-in of the new Labor Secretary, President Trump stated,
Now, the new president of Ukraine ran on the basis of no corruption. That's how he got elected. And I believe that he really means it. But there was a lot of corruption having to do with the 2016 election against us. And we want to get to the bottom of it, and it's very important that we do. Thank you very much.
So here he is, this meeting at the United Nations, September 30, and he's still pursuing this bogus CrowdStrike conspiracy theory with the president of Ukraine. On October 2nd, in a public press availability, President Trump discussed the July 25th call with President Zelensky and stated the conversation was perfect, it couldn't have been nicer. He then linked his notion of corruption with the Biden investigation. On October 3rd, in remarks before he departed on Marine One, President Trump expressed his hope that Ukraine would investigate Vice President Biden and his son. President Trump actually escalated his rhetoric, urging not only Ukraine to investigate the Bidens, but China too.
Mr. President, what exactly did you hope Zelensky would do about the Bidens after your phone call? Exactly.
Well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer. They should investigate the Bidens, because how does a company that's newly formed, and all these companies, if you look at, and by the way, likewise, China should start an investigation into the Bidens, because what happened in China is just about as bad as what happened with Ukraine. So I would say that President Zelensky, if it were me, I would recommend that they start an investigation into the Bidens.
The same day, President Trump tweeted that he has an absolute right to investigate corruption. What that really means is he feels he has an absolute right to investigate or get foreign countries to investigate his political opponents. The president sent a similar tweet the next day, once again linking corruption with the Biden investigation. As president, I have an obligation to end corruption, even if that means requesting the help of a foreign country or countries. It is done all the time. This has nothing to do with politics or a political campaign against the Bidens. This does have to do with corruption. Give him credit for being so obvious. This has nothing to do with politics or a political campaign against the Bidens, but you got to investigate the Bidens. I guess that's just a coincidence. President Trump continued to demonstrate his eagerness to solicit foreign assistance related to his personal interest. Here's what's okay. He said, if we feel there's corruption, like I feel there was in the 2016 campaign, there was tremendous corruption against me. If we feel there's corruption, we have a right to go to a foreign country. President Trump added that asking President Xi of China to investigate the Bidens is certainly something we can start thinking about. Even last month, the president and Giuliani's scheme continued. During the first week of December, Giuliani traveled to Budapest, Kyiv, and Vienna to meet with the former Ukrainian government officials as part of a continuing effort to dig up political dirt on Vice President Biden and advance the theory that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election. Asked about his interviews of foreign Ukrainian prosecutors, Giuliani told the New York Times that he was acting on behalf of his client, President Trump. Quote, like a good lawyer, I am gathering evidence to defend my client against the false charges being leveled against him. Indeed, evidence obtained by the House from Giuliani's associate confirms that he had been representing himself in as early as May 2019 as President Trump's personal lawyer, doing Donald J. Trump's personal bidding in his dealings with Ukraine. This letter, May 10th, 2019, from Giuliani to Zelensky, says, among other things, however, I have a more specific request. In my capacity as personal counsel to President Trump and with his knowledge and consent, I request a meeting with you on this upcoming Monday, May 13th, or Tuesday, May 14th. I will need no more than a half an hour of your time, and I will be accompanied by my colleague, Victoria Tensing, a distinguished American attorney who is very familiar with this matter. Please have your office let me know what time or times are convenient for you, and Victoria and I will be there. So this is evidence recently obtained showing his effort to get that meeting in May with Zelensky. Giuliani told the Wall Street Journal that when he returned to New York from this most recent trip on December 7th, President Trump called him as his plane was still taxiing down the runway. What did you get? He said, President Trump asked. More than you can imagine, Giuliani replied. Giuliani claimed that he was putting his findings into a 20-page report that the president had asked him to brief the Attorney General and the Republicans in Congress. Shortly thereafter, on the same day, President Trump told reporters before departing on Marine One that he was aware of Giuliani's efforts in Ukraine and that Giuliani was going to report his purported findings to the Attorney General and Congress.
Well, I just know he came back from someplace and he's going to make a report, I think, to the Attorney General and to Congress. He says he has a lot of good information. I have not spoken to him about that information, but Rudy, as you know, has been one of the great crime fighters of the last 50 years. And he did get back from Europe just recently, and I know he has not told me what he's found, but I think he wants to go before Congress and say, and also to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice, I hear he's found plenty. Yeah.
3 days after that, those remarks on December 10th, Giuliani confirmed to the Washington Post that President Trump had asked him to brief the Justice Department and Republican senators on his, quote, findings, unquote, from his trip to Ukraine. Giuliani stated, he wants me to do it. I'm working on pulling it together and hope to have it done by the end of the week. That Friday, December 13th, Giuliani reportedly met with President Trump at the White House. And on December 17th, Giuliani confirmed to CNN that President Trump has been very supportive of his efforts to dig up dirt on Vice President Biden in Ukraine and that they are on the same page. The following day, on December 18, 2019, the House of Representatives approved the 2 articles of impeachment you are considering in this trial. Since the House voted on these articles, evidence has continued to come to light related to the president's corrupt scheme. Among other things, Freedom of Information Act lawsuits, press reporting, and documents provided to Congressman Rudy Giuliani associate Lev Parnas further corroborate what we already know about the president's scheme. As Giuliani again said on December 17th, President Trump has been, quote, very supportive, unquote, of his efforts to dig up dirt on Vice President Biden, and they are, quote, on the same page. Parnas further corroborated what we already know about President Trump's scheme, that he was responsible for withholding military aid and sustaining that hold, and that his personal attorney, Mr. Giuliani, was working at the direction of President Trump himself. On December 20th, new emails were released showing that 91 minutes after President Trump's call with the Ukrainian President Zelensky, a top Office of Management and Budget aide asked the Department of Defense to hold off on sending military aid to Ukraine. So those were new documents that came on December 20th. On December 29th, revelations emerged from OMB Director and Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney's role about that role in the delay of aid and efforts by lawyers at OMB, the Department of Justice, and the White House to justify the delay and the alarm that the delay caused within the administration. Those records just became available on December 29th. On January 2nd, newly unredacted Pentagon emails which raised serious concerns by Trump administration officials about the legality of the president's hold on aid became available. On January 6th, former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton announced that he would comply with a Senate subpoena compelling his testimony. His lawyers stated that he has new relevant information. On January 13th, reports emerged that the Russian government hacked the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, almost certainly in an effort to find information about Vice President Joe Biden's son in order to weaponize that information against Mr. Biden and in favor of Mr. Trump, just as Russia did against Secretary Clinton in favor of then-candidate Trump in 2016. That brings us up to January 13th of this year. Last week, House committees received new evidence from Lev Parnas that further demonstrates that the president was a central player in this scheme to pressure Ukraine for his political gain. And also last week, the Government Accountability Office found that President Trump violated the law when he withheld that aid. Last night, we had a further development when more redacted emails from the Office of Management and Budget were produced. I think Representative Crow showed you these. These are among the documents that were just released. I'm sure that if we could read under those redactions, it would be a very perfect email. But you have to ask, what is being redacted here? What is so important to keep confidential during the course of an impeachment inquiry? As you can see, right up until last night, evidence continues to be produced. The truth is going to come out. Indeed, the truth has already come out, but more and more of it will. More emails are going to come out. More witnesses are going to come forward. They're going to have more relevant information to share. And the only question is, do you want to hear it now? You want to know the full truth now? Do you want to know just who was in the loop? Sounds like everyone was in the loop. You want to know how broad this scheme was? We have the evidence to prove that President Trump ordered the aid withheld. He did so to coerce Ukraine to help his re-election campaign. He withheld a White House meeting to coerce the same sham investigations. we can and will prove President Trump guilty of this conduct and of obstructing the investigation into his misconduct. But you and the American people should know who else was involved in this scheme. You should want the whole truth to come out. You should want to know about every player in this sordid business. It isn't within your power to do so. And I would urge you, even if you're prepared to vote to convict and impeach and remove this president, to find out the full truth about how far this corruption goes. Because I think the public has a right to know. Now, yesterday we made the case for why you should hear this additional evidence and testimony. This morning I introduced you to the broad sweep of the president's conduct. And then during the course of today, we walked you through a factual chronology in real time about how this plot unfolded. And during that factual chronology today, you saw that in March of this year, Giuliani began that smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch in order to get her fired by President Trump, something he would later admit was necessary to get her out of the way because she was going to be in the way of these two investigations. This is the supposed anti-corruption effort by the president to get rid of a woman who has dedicated her career to representing the United States, often in dangerous parts of the world, to fighting corruption and to promoting the rule of law. This plot begins with getting her out of the way, with the president saying that she's going to go through some things. This anti-corruption reformer, this U.S. patriot, this plot begins with getting her out of the way. And tellingly, and this says so much about the administration, tellingly, it wasn't enough just to recall her or fire her. The president could have done that any time. No, they wanted to destroy her because she had the audacity to stand in their way. So we heard in March about the effort to get rid of her, and it succeeded. And guess what message that sent to the Ukrainians? About the power the president's lawyer has. The Ukrainians were watching this whole saga. They were hearing his interviews. They were seeing the smears that he was putting out. And this attorney for the president, working hand in hand with these corrupt Ukrainians, was able to get a UN ambassador yanked out of her job. Proof positive. You want a window to this president, you want entree to this president, you want to make things happen with this president, you go through his lawyer. Never mind the State Department, never mind the National Security Council, never mind the Defense Department, you go through his lawyer. That's March. April, Zelensky has this huge victory in the presidential election. He gets a congratulatory call from the president. The president assigns Vice President Pence to go to the inauguration. May, Giuliani is rebuffed by Zelensky, cancels the trip to Ukraine, the one where he wanted to go, remember, meddle in the investigation. Because Giuliani says enemies of Trump surround Zelensky. I guess that means he didn't get the meeting and they must be enemies of the president. Of course, the Ukrainians know why he wants that meeting. May, Trump disinvites Pence to the inauguration. Pence is going, Giuliani's rebuffed, Pence ain't going. That's May. Instead, May 23rd, we have this meeting at the White House, and there's a new party in town, the Three Amigos. They're going to be handling the Ukraine portfolio. And they're told, work with Rudy. Work with Rudy. Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Volker, Secretary Perry. Work with Rudy. And as you saw in June, Giuliani's pushing for these investigations. And they're trying to arrange these meetings and trying to make this happen. And also in June, the Defense Department announces they're going to release the military aid. The president reads about this. And then he stops it. He stops the aid. In July, on July 10th, you heard in the chronology, there's that meeting at the White House. The meeting in which Sondland blurts out in this meeting between Ukrainians and Americans, hey, they've got a deal. They're trying to get this meeting, and there's a debate about whether the meeting is going to happen and when it's going to happen. And Sondland says, hey, we've got a deal with Mulvaney here. We're going to get this meeting, and you're going to do those investigations. And Bolton stiffens and abruptly ends the meeting. That was the first meeting that day, and then Sondland brings the delegation to a different part of the White House, and they have the follow-up meeting where he makes it even more explicit. This drug deal is made even more explicit. And Dr. Hill is told by Ambassador Bolton, you need to go talk to the lawyers. I don't want any part of this drug deal they're cooking up. That's July. July is the month where that email goes from Sondland to Pompeo and others, and everybody is in the loop. July is the month where the hold is implemented with no explanation. July is the month where Mueller testifies about Russia's systemic interference in our affairs. July is the month after Mueller testifies that the president believes he has escaped accountability. The next day in July is, of course, the July 25th call, in which the president asks for his favor. And July is the month, July 26 is the date of the call between President Trump and Ambassador Sondland. You know the one. Zelensky loves your ass. He'll do anything you want. Is he going to do the investigation? Yeah, he's going to do the investigation. July is the month of that conversation between Sondland and David Holmes, where Holmes says, can you tell me candidly here what the president thinks of Ukraine? Does he give a blank about Ukraine? No, he doesn't give a blank about Ukraine. He only cares about the big stuff. Well, there's kind of big stuff here in Ukraine, like a war with the Russians. No. Big stuff that affects him personally, like the Biden investigation that Giuliani wants. That's the month of July. August, we have that meeting between Giuliani and Yermak in Madrid. August, we have the back and forth about the statement. No, you go first. And you commit and publicly announce the investigations, and then we'll give you a date. No, you go first. You give us the date, and then we'll announce the investigations. Well, we'll give you a statement that doesn't mention the specifics. No, you give us a statement that mentions the investigations. That's the month of August. August is also the month where it becomes clear that it's not just the meeting anymore. It's everything. Everything is conditioned on these investigations. The relationship, the money, the meeting. Sondland and Holmes testify. It's as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. That's August. September, Sondland says to Yermak, everything is conditioned on public announcements. So message delivered, no ambiguity. The Ukrainians are told quid pro quo. Taylor texts, this is crazy, to withhold aid. September's the month, September 7th in particular, Trump and Sondland talk on the phone, and the president has that conversation where he says, no quid pro quo, except here's the quid pro quo. Zelensky's got to go to the mic, and what's more, he should want to do it. September is also the month where the investigations begin in Congress. September's the month where after those investigations begin, after the president knows he's been caught, the aid is finally released. And September is the month where Pence and Zelensky are on the phone, and Jennifer Williams has classified information to share with you that I hope you will take a look at because it is relevant to these issues. That's September. October, Trump admits, yes, if it wasn't obvious enough, he wants Ukraine to investigate his political opponent. October is the month where he invites another nation, China, to investigate his opponent. This is the broad outline of the chronology that we went through today. Tomorrow, we will go through the law, the Constitution, and the facts as they apply to Article 1. That is the plan for tomorrow. We've introduced the case, we've gone through the chronology, and tomorrow we will apply the facts to the law as it pertains to the President's abuse of power. And let me just conclude this evening by remarking again on what brought us here. What brought us here is that some courageous people came forward. Courageous people that risked their entire careers. And one of the things that's been so striking to me about that as I watch these witnesses like Maria Yovanovitch and Ambassador Taylor and David Holmes and others, Dr. Hill, is how much these dedicated officials were willing to risk their career, the beginning of their career, or the middle of their career, or late in their career, when they had everything to lose. But people senior to them who have every advantage, who sit in positions of power, lack that same basic commitment, lack that same basic willingness to put their country first and expose wrongdoing. Why is it that Colonel Vindman, who worked for Fiona Hill, who worked for John Bolton and Dr. Kupperman, why is it that they were willing to stick their neck out and answer lawful subpoenas when their bosses wouldn't? I don't know that I can answer that question, but I just can tell you I have such admiration for the fact they did. I think, and I think this is some form of cosmic justice, that this ambassador that was so ruthlessly smeared is now a hero for her courage. There is justice in that. But what will really vindicate that leap of faith that she took is if we show the same courage. They risked everything, their careers. And yes, I know what you're asked to decide may risk yours too. But if they could show the courage, so can we. I yield back.
I'm sorry, sir. Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 243 of the 100th Congress, a single one-page classified document identified by the House managers for filing with the Secretary of the Senate that will be received on January 22nd, 2020, shall not be made part of the public record and shall not be printed, but shall be made available pursuant to the standing order from the 100th Congress. The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, colleagues, we're almost through for the evening. We'll convene again at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Before we adjourn, I'd like to acknowledge that tomorrow is the official last day for this term's Senate pages. This group of in addition to witnessing this unusual event that we're all experiencing, they're studying for their final exams as well, and we wish them well as they head off back to boring normal high school.
Mr. Leader, let me just add my thanks and gratitude for all of us. It is rare, particularly these days, when 100 senators from both sides of the aisle of every political persuasion get up and give someone a standing ovation. But you deserve it. Thank you for your good work, and we hope you have beautiful and successful lives.
So, Mr. Chief Justice, I ask unanimous consent that on Tuesday, January the 28th, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., while the Senate is sitting as a court of impeachment, and that notwithstanding the Senate's adjournment, the Senate can receive House messages and executive matters, committees be authorized to report legislation and executive matters, and senators be allowed to submit statements for the record, bills, resolutions, and co-sponsor requests, and where applicable, the Secretary of the Senate, on behalf of the presiding officer, be permitted to refer such matters.
Without objection, so ordered.
Finally, I ask unanimous consent that the trial adjourn until 1 p.m. Thursday, January 23rd, and this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. Senate is adjourned.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Special coverage of President Trump's impeachment trial. In the first day of their opening arguments, Democratic House managers made their case that Trump abused his power and should be removed from office.
So what do you think? Will you show up at your trial any day?
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
So
wouldn't that be beautiful? I don't know. I'd sort of love to sit right in the front row and stare at their corrupt faces. I'd love to do it. I don't know. Don't keep talking because you may convince me to do it.
Mr. President, what do you think of President Trump's impeachment?
Oh, yeah, no, I already forgot about it. Be careful.
The Senate will convene as a court of impeachment. The chaplain will lead us in prayer.
Let us pray.
Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Are we really prepared to say that? The only answer to presidential misconduct is we just need to get over it? What are we going to say with the next president? What are we going to say with the president who's from a different party, who refuses the same kind of subpoenas? And the president says to you, just get over it. I'm not doing anything different than Donald Trump did. Just get over it. He asked for help in the next election. I'm asking for help in the next election. Just get over it. Is that what we've come to?
Today was the first day of opening arguments on the Senate floor. Leanne Caldwell joins me now from the Capitol, where the House managers made their arguments today. Quite a day, Leanne. They started at 1. It's now 9:45 thereabouts. So in this first day of opening arguments, what did the House managers lay out for us?
Well, what they attempted to do is really tell a story, tell a narrative of all the things that they found in their own investigation into this president and this entire Ukraine scandal. So they laid out the chronological timeline and all the details of the events. They really tried to piece this together into a story for these senators, and they told a story of a vindictive president who cared mostly and only about his political future instead of the betterment or the good of the country. So it was, 8 hours of testimony today that Democrats are telling me that was very effective, that the managers did an excellent job really laying out very clearly the facts here, Allison.
Leanne, in making that presentation, the House managers used a lot of video clips to make their case. Do you think that was effective? I mean, it managed to keep most of the senators awake today.
It was extremely effective for multiple reasons, only because it broke up the monotony of the voices. But they also used it to remind the senators that of what they found in their investigation, putting it in the witnesses' own words instead of through this political lens of these managers. So it was extremely effective. It was also effective because the senators really seemed to pay attention when the video clips were playing. A lot of senators turned their head, actually watched these clips. And so I think that in the storytelling perspective, it really worked. And also in legitimacy perspective, it really helped to make their case because, again, it was the words of the witnesses, the people themselves who were involved in this issue instead of these House Democrats, Allison.
Leanne, some Senate Republicans are saying they haven't heard anything new today. Here's Senator Barrasso.
Well, we've just come out of listening to about 6 hours of testimony so far today, 6.5. I didn't hear anything new at all. We were here all day yesterday for about 13 hours. No new material presented.
What do you think of that argument, nothing new?
Well, there wasn't anything new because the Senate has not agreed to include new evidence or new documents into this trial. But it's also, you know, it is new for a lot of these members who have not been paying extremely close attention to what was happening in the House. They have day jobs. They have their own work to do. And so they're, with all of this put out at one time, strewn through this narrative, it's hard to imagine that senators didn't hear anything new today. But the question of actual newness, things that none of us know, is still very much a question in the Senate trial because round one, they did not agree to include new evidence into this, and they will have to answer that question once again, perhaps as early as next week.
Yeah, I mean, Leanne, you're hinting at that if they don't, allow new evidence. But if they also want to allow witnesses, can Senate Republicans expect to hear anything new at any point?
Probably not. I mean, just last night at midnight, there was a whole trove of new emails that were released because of a Freedom of Information Act. A lot of it has been, most of it, I should say, has been reported before. The New York Times did a story laying out a lot of this just a couple weeks ago. But more new information is coming out. And Schiff just talked about this in his very final moments of his testimony today, saying that that's why it is imperative. There's going to be more information that keeps coming out. So he asked the senators, he said, do you want to see it down the road after this is all over, or do you want to take this into consideration now? So that's another thing. When Schiff was really kind of laying out his case today, he really wove in this almost pressure campaign, to a very subtle pressure campaign, I should say, to really try to get these senators to entertain new evidence. He was talking about Ambassador Taylor, who has, talked about reams and reams of notes that he has not been able to turn over because the State Department won't let him. Representative Schiff said, don't you want to know what's in it? We want to know what's in it. We don't know exactly what's in it. It could be very damaging to our case, but we should want to know the truth, and you senators should want to know the truth too. We'll see if that is an argument that works, because it needs to work on four Republican senators in order for them to agree on new evidence, new witnesses. Allison.
Leanne, the House managers were really trying to establish that President Trump wanted Ukraine to help him interfere with this year's election. Here's Hakeem Jeffries.
This was not a perfect call. It is direct evidence that President Donald John Trump corruptly abused his power and solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election.
Some of the errors in the case that they present.
All right, we're going to go to Jay Sekulow, one of the president's lawyers. He's speaking right now.
And say they want to see the memo, like the Taylor memo to Pompeo and situations like that. Are you?
When it's look, these are questions, first of all, that the Senate has to address. They will determine what will go in the record and what will not, under the rules that were adopted. So our position right now is the Senate, we are governed by a Senate resolution, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
What really stands out in your mind today, the first thing you want to refute when you get to speak beginning on Saturday?
Well, I thought it was interesting that they're making the references to the career people that were in the various agencies. But when you read the transcripts, they also said things that were very positive about the president. and the president's policies. So we may be talking about some of that, but we probably won't get to talk about that for a couple of days, I suspect.
The managers talked about, they repeatedly told the senators, you could see this document, you could subpoena this document. Why shouldn't the senators? Why do you oppose them?
I said this morning, I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again. The Constitution protects executive privilege. There's a reason for that. Despite what Manager Nadler said, you cannot call the executive privilege and other nonsense. There's constitutional privileges at stake that don't just affect this presidency, by the way, that affect the office of the presidency for other presidents that come.
I saw you step out of the chamber briefly. Have you been speaking to the president throughout
I would never discuss with you if I had a conversation with the president or why I stepped out of the chamber.
What about the president tweeting during this, responding in real time? He tweeted, "No pressure," for example.
Okay.
During the
What
Democrats'
is his
case.
mood, though?
Well, I'm sure he's fine. I've been in a hearing all day, as you all have been. So, I mean, look, I'm not going to have conversations about the president's mood. I think this whole fact that we're here is ridiculous. I mean, think about why we're here. I said that at the beginning of when we spoke yesterday, which seems like about 2 weeks ago. But the truth of the matter is, why are we here? Are we having an impeachment over a phone call? Or has this been a 3-year attempt to take down a president that was duly elected by the American people? And we're doing this with 10 months to go to a general election. Pretty dangerous for our republic, in my view.
Why not make a motion to dismiss if this doesn't get changed?
Because I want to let them try their case, and we want to try our case. Because we believe that, without a question, the president will be acquitted. There is not a doubt. All right, one more.
Are you ruling out a motion to dismiss at any point
I
in
don't.
the trial?
Those of you that know me know I don't rule out anything. Nothing is ruled out. But at this point, the way the procedures are set up. The way the procedures are set up at this point, here's what I believe is going to happen. It looks like they're going to spend tomorrow and Friday, and then I suspect we'll start on Saturday, and then we'll go probably another day or two. But who knows? I mean, we've got to make that determination with our team.
And then what do you think happens after?
Then there's questions. 2 days of that. Then there's probably a half-day argument on will there be witnesses or not. So that's probably a day.
What's your prediction on where?
Look, my prediction is the president of the United States will be acquitted of the.
On the witnesses.
Oh, you know what? I don't predict on witness. I'm prepared. All right.
You don't think the president tweeting during any of this is affecting the senators when they read the tweets?
I'm not concerned about that.
Some Republicans have said
Last
that
question.
they found
Okay.
illuminating, enlightening. They're not saying that, obviously they automatically buy the Democrats' case, but does that concern you?
Illuminating, enlightening, and I'm not questioning what you're saying. They said I haven't had a chance. I mean, obviously, I've been in the proceedings. Is there anything we learned today that we have not heard for the last 3 months?
Senator Kennedy said that if you took a poll, 9 out of 10 senators would have absolutely no idea and the 10th would be lying. Are you concerned that?
What do you say?
He said 9 out of 10 senators would have no idea what really went on in the hearings, and the 10th one would be lying. That's his.
Because the hearings don't make sense to people? Is that what they're saying?
No, they didn't pay attention.
He's saying senators have they're learning stuff.
They're learning.
And he says he's learned a lot, and a lot of
Okay.
Republican senators have as well.
Okay. At the end of the day, I believe without question the President of the United States will be acquitted. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.
All right, that was Jay Sekulow, the president's lawyer. Meanwhile, President Trump back in the United States from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Kelly O'Donnell joins me now from the White House. And Kelly, President Trump broke his Twitter record, tweeting and retweeting 132 times as of 4:45 this afternoon. He is back home at the White House now. Should we expect to hear even more from him now that he's at home?
Well, Allison, we tried to get the president to speak to us, not through his Twitter feed, but in person when Marine One landed on the South Lawn. I was one of the reporters out there doing my best to wave him over and shout a question. He declined. Of course, he did do a news conference in Davos before coming back to the U.S. He may be on Europe time now, not sure, but he is certainly inside the White House. It also happens to be his 15th wedding anniversary with the First Lady Melania Trump. The president, as you say, setting records on Twitter for his own tweeting and retweeting. It's a sign that he even went out of the country, even when arguing publicly that he is trying to do the people's business, be a statesman on the world stage, do those things while the impeachment trial is going on. He is still always trying to communicate with the public directly, so using Twitter to tweet and retweet. One of those tweets was no pressure in all caps. One would assume he means no pressure applied applied to Ukraine. And you just heard from one of his 8 named lawyers. There are more lawyers involved in the case, but 8 named by the White House, Jay Sekulow, who insists they believe the president will ultimately be acquitted. But we have a long way to go. Right now, of course, the Democrats, the House managers, have the floor, and they are putting out their narrative. And what we don't know is how will the president respond, for example, tomorrow while he is back here in the U.S. And his day does include some travel to South Florida to one of his own clubs at Doral in Miami, where the RNC, the Republican National Committee winter meeting, will be taking place. So there is some time for the president if he wants to weigh in on Twitter or in person, talking to reporters. One thing that he said in Davos that his lawyers seem to advise against, the president talking about the trial, expressed an interest in perhaps attending himself and being able to sit in the well of the Senate and watch the proceedings. His lawyers said to other reporters today that they would advise against that and that presidents don't need to do that by going into the Senate chamber. But it gives you a sense of how, in one breath, the president talks about he'd like it to be a long process with lots of witnesses. Then we hear from his lawyers and they take a different view. They're not committing to the issue of witnesses now. They want things to move along quickly. You heard Sekulow talk about the fact that they're boiling it down to say, is this really an impeachment about a phone call? Very different narratives coming from the two teams, if you will, the House managers who believe the president has done things that rise to the level of removing him from office, and the president's legal team trying to say this is just an attempt to get at the political enemy of those bringing this case, not about his conduct. Very different portraits being laid out in the Senate. Allison?
Kelly, you mentioned the president talking a little bit about perhaps his participation in the trial. This morning he spoke at a press conference and addressed the question of witnesses. I'd like to play that quickly.
I would rather go the long way. I would rather interview Bolton. I would rather interview a lot of people. The problem with John is that it's a national security problem. I don't know if we left on the best of the terms. I would say probably not, and so you don't like people testifying when they didn't leave on good terms, and that was due to me, not due to him. Other people, Mick Mulvaney is probably around here someplace. I'd love to have Mick go, but I think that he's really expressed himself very well when he did a Chris Wallace interview. That was a very, very powerful interview. I'd love to have Mike Pompeo testify. But again, that's a national security problem. But I'd love to have Mike Pompeo, but it's a national security problem. I'd love to have Rick Perry. Rick Perry has asked me, I'd love to testify. Please let me testify. Because he knows this is all a hoax. He understands it better than most.
Kelly, the president really leaning into the national security argument, particularly with Bolton and Pompeo testifying. We just heard from Jay Sekulow. He didn't really want to comment that much on witnesses. Do we have a sense of where the defense really stands on this?
Well, a lot of love there from the president. He would love to see just about everyone testify. The underlying principle of executive privilege is that any president has the right to unfettered conversations and advice from those closest to him, and especially in the national security area. So you have the national security advisor at the time, John Bolton. You have Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Clearly, there are national security implications to their conversations. And when they talk about protecting it for the office, that privilege that a president is entitled to have those conversations remain private and not be subject to congressional oversight as a separation of powers issue. Now, privilege does not extend to covering up corrupt behavior or criminal behavior. So that's where the courts are the third party in this, and they could decide this. So those are the very thorny issues that are real and could conceivably affect future presidents if John Bolton or Mike Pompeo were compelled to testify. However, in the interview setting where you see Mick Mulvaney has given an interview, perhaps John Bolton will someday give an interview. And does that get to the same issue where they could tell their story or their account? Now, it wouldn't be under oath, of course, and it might not be as probing as you would have in a courtroom setting, even in the Senate, where they're really trying to get at conversations with the president. What did the president know? What was his intent? Those things that we can't see from the outside. That's where the debate is. And someone like John Bolton, who is quoted by so many other witnesses for having said, using the drug deal analogy, that he was upset about that, or telling employees to go to the legal counsel of the National Security Council. That's why there's so much interest in it. The defense is saying we will wait to decide on witnesses when we get to that critical point when that decision is made. They're not there yet. Allison?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell at the White House, thank you so much.
Have a good night.
You too. To talk us through the legalities of today's trial proceedings, former federal prosecutor and NBC legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. He's joining us from D.C. And attorney and NBC legal analyst Danny Savalas is here with me, and he has been all day long. Thank you so much, Danny. Glenn, I'm going to start with you. What did you make of the House managers' presentation today of their opening arguments? Effective?
Extremely effective, Allison. I think you could take, for example, Adam Schiff's 2 to 2.5 hour statement that started this morning and ran into the afternoon, printed in a book, and it could be used both as a history lesson. It could certainly be used in law schools to teach advocacy. I think Hakeem Jeffries, the same holds true, both in substance and in tone and in presentation. As long as those statements were, those men, together with Representative Lofgren and the others, they really held, I think, the audience's interest in telling a compelling story of crime and abuse and corruption, all built around really 3 central violations of the law by President Trump in pretty rapid succession. You know, he withholds Ukrainian defense funds that were appropriated by Congress, and now the Government Accountability Office has said that conduct by Donald Trump violated the law. He then used that violation of the law to solicit a bribe from President Zelensky, which is not only a violation of the law, but it's a crime. And then those two things in combination really represent the commission of yet another crime, which is seeking foreign interference in our presidential elections. I'll tell you, at its core, Allison, there is so much evidence, overwhelming evidence, incontrovertible evidence that the president abused his authority, that he committed these crimes, that he then tried to cover them up by obstructing the congressional inquiry into these crimes, that I don't understand, as a former career prosecutor, how any sort of fair, honest, patriotic, law-abiding, democracy-loving senator can turn a blind eye to all of this. It can't just be that politics will rule the day.
Danny, one of the president's lawyers, Jay Sekulow, spoke just a few moments ago. He also spoke earlier tonight. Here's what he said when a reporter asked him if he wanted to call Joe Biden as a witness.
We're not making any determinations on what witnesses we might call because we don't know yet their case. We're still hearing it. We'll see what happens. We don't even know if there will be witnesses. So we're just going to have to play that as it goes.
Entirely like a no. And the big question is, will we have witnesses at all? Who might they be? Do you think there's any chance that we'd see, for example, a Biden? And do you think there's any chance we'll even have witnesses at all here?
That's a pretty defense attorney response to the question, because as a defense attorney, when you're listening to the prosecution's case in chief, your job is to take any one of their spinning plates and knock it down. You want to defeat any element of their case. And here, there are 2 articles of impeachment, and the defense doesn't have any burden. We don't know exactly what the burden is that the prosecutors have in an impeachment trial, but we do know that they do have the burden to make their case, whatever that means to individual senators. And as we saw today with their presentation, they really put a lot of compelling facts together. So the defense has its work cut out for them. And as a defense attorney, you really have 2 paths to go down when you're defending a case. Sometimes when the case is really bad and the facts are against you, you really only have one option. But often, as a defense attorney, you come up with an alternate theory of the case. And in that sense, you do develop your own burden to prove that alternate theory. It's not a real burden, but it's your own personal burden to tell the jury, no, this is how it really happened, and we're going to show you. Or you do nothing and simply poke holes at the prosecution's case and essentially say, they lying. And that's about all you can do. In this situation, the defense's main thrust appears to be, from the outset, to take everything the prosecutors are saying, the House managers, and saying, yes, so what? That's nothing. The president's allowed to do that. All that stuff is totally okay. It's a bit of a gambit because they don't appear to have an alternate theory. So if they don't have an alternate theory, I don't see how they have a plan to call any witnesses at all. But Jay Sekulow is smart in saying, we're not going to tell you now, we're not going to reveal our hand, we'll tell you when the time is right.
So from what you're saying, if that's the case, if they are going with that poke holes, it's perhaps because they don't have anywhere else to go.
And often when you don't have the burden, if you're the defense and you don't have the burden, you don't want to take on anything that you don't need to take on. If at the end of the case you can stand up and say, the prosecution had the burden, they haven't made their case, my client is presumed innocent. Although I caution you, Mitch McConnell made some reference to this, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, but there is no presumption of innocence, so to speak, in the Senate. That's a judicial creation. So when I speak of burdens, really, they're only philosophical here in the Senate because they don't really exist. There's no real guidance for that. But each senator has to decide on their own what their own personal standard of proof is, their own who has the burden in their own mind. It's a unique personal individual decision. And so to that end, the defense in this case, if they go the poke the holes theory route, they probably shouldn't call anyone. And at the end, they should just stand up and say, hey, they haven't proven anything.
Glenn, let's talk about the House managers, if you will. The Democrats hammering intent. They're really trying to show the president's only intention was personal gain. I'd like to play what Representative Hakeem Jeffries said on the Senate floor today.
Why was Rudolph Giuliani's name mentioned multiple times during the July 25th phone call? Giuliani is not the Secretary of State. He's not an ambassador. He's not a member of the diplomatic corps. Rudolph Giuliani is a cold-blooded political operative for President Trump's re-election campaign. And it is evidence of corrupt intent by President Trump.
Glenn, how important is intent here, and how effectively do you think Representative Jeffries made his argument?
I think he was a compelling oral advocate.
Yeah.
And, Giuliani is plainly one of the president's henchmen to try to execute this dirty Ukrainian deal by which they hope to sort of wrongfully dirty up Joe Biden. And I think when it comes to the president's intent, or I guess the alternate explanation that he tries to give, that the president's just a corruption fighter, and that's really what he was trying to do. That really couldn't be more transparently false and incredible when you think about the fact that if the president was really intent on fighting the corruption presented by Joe Biden, he would have been doing it from the time he took office. He wouldn't have waited until Joe Biden throws his hat into the ring, becomes the front runner as a potential opponent in the presidential race. And then all of a sudden, we've got to get after this Joe Biden corruption thing. It really kind of falls under the weight of its own frivolity. Plus, if you're going to investigate corruption, you're going to do it with U.S. law enforcement agencies. You're not going to start shopping around the world for other world leaders to start looking into corruption. I just don't think any of the arguments offered by the president's defense team hold water.
Glenn, Danny, thank you both so much. I trust we'll be seeing you again very soon.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks. Another marathon day in the Senate, this one a little bit shorter than yesterday. Joining me now to break it all down, former House Judiciary Counsel during the Nixon impeachment, Michael Conway. Michael, thank you for being here. There's been talk of a potential John Bolton, Hunter Biden witness trade deal. Chuck Schumer saying today that is off the table. Where do you think the debate over witnesses goes now?
Well, I think the debate over witnesses is going to go following the presentation by the managers and by the White House. You know what Danny just said? I think we have to focus on what Adam Schiff said. Danny said the defense could be there's nothing there. It doesn't rise to an impeachable offense. Adam Schiff made a very powerful argument, quoting Mick Mulvaney, to say, are we just supposed to get used to it? Are we just supposed to be ready for presidents to act this way? Is that what we now expect? And I thought those rhetorical questions were very damning. And I think if the defendant, the president's lawyers, simply say there's nothing here, I think they're going to run up against what Adam Schiff said, and I think it's a very powerful response to that argument. As to witnesses, after there's a motion to dismiss, Jay Sekulow was being a little coy about whether there's going to be a motion to dismiss. I think the odds are very high that after the White House presents its case, after the senators have their 2 days of submitting written questions, there's going to be a motion to dismiss the case. And it's going to put vulnerable Republicans in competitive re-election races in a very difficult spot. They voted yesterday, no witnesses. Are they going to change their mind? And if they change their mind, it's going to look an awful lot like the managers must have made a pretty persuasive case to make them change their mind.
One other thing, you say the senators will be looking at any new polls to see if this trial is moving public opinion. Depending on what those polls say, do you think they could actually sway the senators' votes?
Well, I think they can sway this much. The polls now show that the American public, including Republicans, really want to hear witnesses. I think it will very much persuade them on that ground. And then once the witnesses are heard, we're going to have to see what effect that has. I mean, John Bolton is this mystery witness, and maybe he'll come in. The president kind of tellingly said he didn't leave on the best of terms, and the president was kind of half apologetic that it was his fault, which is extremely unusual for President Trump to acknowledge anything like that. But maybe John Bolton won't blame the president. Maybe he's out to blame Rudy Giuliani or Sondland or the three amigos. So we're going to have to see what the witnesses say. But I think the public opinion polls are going to be a powerful force on whether or not they're going to allow witnesses.
Michael Conway, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Hope to see you soon.
Very good. Thank you.
Today's opening arguments gave us a glimpse of the strategy Democrats will use to make their case for the president's removal. Michael Starr Hopkins is a Democratic strategist. Joseph Pinion, a Republican strategist. Great to have you both here. We got you guys on air tonight.
There we go.
How about that? That's a start. All right, Michael, you guys hang out. I always appreciate it, even if we have a little trouble getting to you because things run long. Michael, let me ask you this. Did we learn anything new about how the Democrats are approaching this trial from the opening arguments?
Well, we've learned that they're going to be really methodical about laying out a time frame. They're going to lay out each of the facts so that then they can raise questions about why we're not getting access to documents, why we're not getting more witnesses. The problem with that strategy is it seems like the people who are providing cover for the president don't care about facts. This is all about the nexus of power and access to power. And so it's going to be interesting to see over the next 2 days how that works.
All right, I want to ask you about a particular issue, and then, Joseph, I want to get your opinion on this. But this trading witnesses concept, Dave Bolton, for example, for a Hunter Biden, Schumer saying today, it's off the table, we're not going to do that. Is that a smart strategy, a smart move?
You know, I think in theory it's a bad idea. It's not a good practice. We shouldn't be rewarding Republicans for limiting access to witnesses. But at the end of the day, this is a political process, and so we do need access to those witnesses. And so I think there is going to have to be some kind of trade-off unless the political pressure gets too much from Americans. I think that's really going to be the driving force in this.
What do you make of this, Joseph? I mean, did the Democrats just hand the Republicans an argument that they could use against them later?
No, I honestly don't know what Democrats are doing. We were talking about this offset, and I said, look, you're never going to have a more captive audience of persuadable independents and Republicans than you have right now. And Democrats are not speaking to the American people. They're speaking to the base. They're speaking to individuals who agreed that President Trump should have been impeached 3 years ago. And so when I hear, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, when I hear Adam Schiff speaking, I hear them speaking to the history books. I hear them trying to preserve their place on right side of History Mountain, and God bless them. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about how do we get a persuadable portion of Americans to understand that the case we've been trying to lay out now is something that they should actually take seriously, I think, again, the arguments that they are making are ones that are tried and true and have failed.
Well, part of the reason that they're tried and true is that Republicans have limited any access. I mean, at the end of the day, what we keep saying over and over again is if you have nothing to hide, why keep hiding things? The president keeps saying he wants Bolton to testify. Maybe he'll show up. But we all know that's not true, because if he wanted to show up, he would show up. If he wanted Bolton to testify, he'd waive privilege. Those are easy things to do.
Yeah, I mean, Michael and I have been having conversations around the clock. I feel like, again,
we let you two hang out here way too much this week. You're having
bipartisanship.
You're having all the good conversations off air, guys.
I mean, look, I feel like it's Groundhog Day. I said this yesterday. It's like it's just the same thing.
We all do a little bit, though, right? I mean, everybody
over and
does.
over again. And so at some point you say, look, if you wanted witnesses, you should have gone to the courts. Democrats have chosen not to avail themselves of the courts. That is their right to do so. That is a strategy that they have employed. But then they don't get to say that, oh, we want these witnesses, because, again, in a democracy, in an American republic, when you have two branches that disagree, the third branch, the courts, will decide. And so, again, I think that it's a bit of a misdirection, a head fake in one direction, and then really kind of an appeal to the American people to gloss over the fact that they have placed themselves in this position on purpose.
All right, let me ask you this. Democrats today, how do you think they did? Because yesterday they were getting a whole round of applause, people thinking that they did a great job. Adam Schiff was very strong. A lot of Democrats said yesterday. Do you agree with that today? Did they carry it over?
Yeah, I mean, I think they did a great job. I think they laid out the case. I think they laid out the theory for the case. But once again, I mean, I think the problem is going to be it's pretty baked in at this point. I mean, if you believe the president, or even if you don't believe the president, if you want to provide cover for the president, then you have every reason to not listen to Schiff and to ignore everything else.
Did you think they missed any opportunities today? Anything that you're watching thinking, oh, guys, you should have done this?
I mean, I think they should show more videos. I think they should do more images. I think that's something.
People thought that was an effective strategy, right?
It worked really well, especially in these days, because clips are so short. People are so attuned to watching videos. I think it works really well, and it's easily digestible.
Is it something that you could say on the flip side when it becomes the Republicans' turn that they could employ a similar strategy, or does that not work on the other side of things here?
Well, look, I think I would agree with you that this thing is kind of, fully baked. Look, the Republicans are going to run their own videos, or maybe they won't. I mean, as the legal analyst has said before, I mean, they're under no obligation to put on the case. They could simply show up and say, Democrats have been saying the same things that they've been saying this entire time. And now we're at a situation where, they are begging for an open book final because they have bombed their Mueller midterm paper and they have failed their group project in the House. That's really what we're dealing with right now.
We give them too much time to think of that analogy. Come on.
I will just say one thing really quick.
Yeah.
I think Democrats should switch up a little bit, and I think that they need to focus on the American people, because at the end of the day, that's who's going to really change this. This is going to be about poll numbers for Susan Collins, for Tillis. Those are the people who are really going to be the ones who change this. So the American people need to be paying attention and need to be outside of the Senate protesting. They need to be out being vigilant and being very active.
All right, guys, I got to let it go. I have a producer I promised would get out at 10:18. She'll kill me if I don't. Michael Joseph, thanks so much. See you later this week.
Breaking news tonight, the drama unfolding on Capitol Hill. Democrats begin